What's going on, everybody? It is Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the Boss Up Show. Part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne of this ish, the King of Kings, the King of Content, and the Speaker of Truth. Yours truly, the Notorious One, aka Mr. Coachellini, better known as the Prognosticator, Coach Stradamus. And you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF, that is every woman's fantasy and the whole effing show. I'm the CEO, Nigga of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third Leg Greg. Also the man with one trabajo, that is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the Chocolate and Confucius, the Black Moses, the Deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. That is C God Allah. You're looking at the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. Let me step out of the screen for a second. And there we go. We're brightened up. Back early. My camera doesn't like this white shirt, but it doesn't matter, man. We got a great show for you lined up today. We're going to talk about the POORS. The POORS are back at it again. What's wrong with these POORS? No longer the Moors. We were Kangs, ass niggies. You see the title of the live stream. The POORS are threatening to economically boycott and sanction the United States of America's economy and the wealthy elite for a couple of days next month, all right, after they get done not getting their paychecks and their EBT crash outs for the next couple of weeks. Yes, we're entering into the final countdown. Doom and gloom CGA is coming true. We're looking at the Sir Donald Trump's experiment on why socialism is a horrible idea. All right, why socialism is a horrible idea. We're living literally idiocracy at this particular point, with a bunch of idiots claiming that they are going to riot and steal on November 1st or thereafter, and they're going to boycott instead of going to get a goddamn job. All right, we got an absolute catastrophe amongst us. And of course, you could divide this amongst gender lines. Any black man that is running out here protesting for EBT for their mammies, you got to be one of the biggest idiots out here. Not only that, we have the most educated women who didn't need no man, these independent queens that, of course, I wrote about in De-Evolution, stuck to the government. They're not only out here protesting and not getting a job, they're also selling pussy across the board. It is going to be a great couple of weeks here as we watch the demise of we was kings ass niggas. We're going to talk about why black folks are the most affected by this, and the fragile relationships between black men and black women, unfortunately, are going to be highlighted. I think you have a lot of black men that are celebrating this one. And we also have a civil war that we never thought we would have. It is broke niggies versus assimilated niggies. Yes, indeed. Broke niggies and assimilated niggies.
The real problem is niggerism.
Right. What a civil war of unexpected epic proportions, and I'm ready for it. And I'm going to be here for it 100%. We also have Straggles out here showing you the loot that they have robbed from grocery stores and how they're teaching across the internet how to rob grocery storages so they can give their EBT checks, or so they can get their food instead of their EBT checks. We also have a woman that basically says, well, the real reason, other than niggerism,
the real problem is niggerism.
All right.
That's the real problem.
That is the real problem. But she then basically says the real issue with the EBT thing, and she's going to break that down. Someone mentioned it yesterday on yesterday's show, but we have a video of a woman breaking down why there is a real boycott of the EBT coming up here. We're going to have that in the show. We also have a husband attacks his wife's lover and the wife during a train. Yes, during a train. He organized his wife to have a threesome to sit in the cuck chair, but apparently the man commenced to clapping his wife's cheeks like she never got before. She must have been moaning and groaning. He must have been dominating her, and he proceeds to attack the wife and the second guy in the train. We have Dwight Howard's wife, who just filed for divorce, coming out and saying maybe she fucked up. That EBT check ain't hitting. And we also possibly might have news about Tyreek Hill's divorce coming up. All right, he has some issues related to that, and she wants access to his money. But anyway, to contribute to today's show, $, the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, which is paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. What an epic stream we had yesterday. And of course, the New World Order was all over it. They basically tried to shut down my stream several times. And it mostly was bitch ass niggas, all right? Because where I started having trouble, we were 2.5, 3 hours in, and I started talking about these bitch ass niggas. And guess what? They started reporting me like some big ass niggas. Yes, they did. Bitch ass up. But I did have some super chats that I wanted to acknowledge because I didn't get to as the show was concluding. And it was Trinicia. And she said, someone asked if women are the prize, why are they hypergamous? Brifolt's law, the civilizations that survived through the time are gynocentric and worship women like Isis, Venus, Virgin Mary, and all of those. And she said men produce vasopressin when they do something for women. Biology makes men live for women. All right. And so that was in yesterday's show, and I didn't get a chance to read that. I don't want to break that down this early or this late. There was also a super chat by no government name that I didn't get to, apparently. Let me see if I can find out where that is. I'm pretty sure I skipped it because there was a lot. And I think he was putting in a lot of super chats towards the end or beginning of the show. And he says, Adams 3:16 says you are your own God. The answer is within you. Being a man is making decisions. And making decision makes the man, for he who waits for canned beans to turn into steak is a fool. And we got a lot of fools out here, man. Ooh, we got some freeloaders out here. I can't stand freeloader ass motherfuckers, boy. Shout out to you. Where is my sound effect right there? Silence, you fool. All right, being able to make decisions makes you the man. All right. Let me see if we can get this. Okay, we got those. Those were from yesterday's show. So shout out to those people here, and thank you for being patient. Dr. Daniel McGee says, shout out to my favorite African-American. Shout out to you, Donald Trump, too.
Oh, look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? You know what I'm talking about?
I am the greatest. All right, shout out to our brother here. And this was Iggy last night. He says the Church of Boss Up is holding mass. Be grateful for the lashings, I believe, he says right here, and the lacing. So many valuable lessons today, worthy of repeat listening. Shout out to you. That was at the end of the show. Ken Rose, that was a co-sponsorship from Iggy. Fireman says, thank you for the knowledge. So did JCSD. Shoto Rockman Ingram, that was this morning. Dr. Love says, in regard to the black community and most whites, do you think that respect, happiness, progress, wealth, family, etc. can be generated when the trust between black men and black women are broken? He says right here, I think all good things between two people revolve around trust, respect, and honesty. Certainly respect. All right, but I don't believe that there's a level of trust. I mean, I know people that have been married for decades that still don't trust each other to the point where if they suspect somebody, one of their spouse of doing something, they become insecure and not trustworthy about it. But respect is number one. Honesty would be a good thing. The more open and honest people are, I think that would be positive. I just don't see, in case you new here, I don't see that the black relationships can be rehabbed in total. All right. So I don't think black men and black women's relationships can be rehabbed. It is damaged beyond repair. But and I don't never see it really healing to the point where it could be beneficial for the majority in that group. It was built that way, and it will continue that way, and it is further eroded because, one group wants to pursue survival above protecting the other group. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. So, a lot of people, they call me doom and gloom, and I get it, but I'm a realist and I'm rational, and I think very deeply. I don't see it rehabbing to the levels that it needs to rehab, even to the fact that if you see a black man and a black woman in a relationship, highly likely the black man is either the inferior or the submissive in the relationship. All right. So I don't see it being rehabbed because there's a lack of trust between this group of people, and there certainly is a lack of respect from both sides. All right. From both sides, not just the black women disrespecting the black men. I think black men overwhelmingly cheer against the successes of black women. I don't think black women could do anything really other than submit under the name of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saints. That is probably the only thing they can do for black men, to basically celebrate the black woman, to be in full submission. Those women definitely will never really fully submit under black men because, well, black men are the lowest on the economic scale. They cannot be trusted to be able to support and secure. So, and I think also mate selection at an early years, in the early ages, mate selection in the early years will lead to and breed big time mistrust. Okay. All right. So black women think they can mate and, mess around with Pookie and gangbangers and all of this stuff, and, deal with their hypersexuality and fuck whoever they want to fuck. And then after that damage is done, one marriage destroyed, the black women believe that the black men should still be able to, pick up the pieces of this woman's life. There's no way that can continue this way. And there would have to be a 180-degree pivot for that to be recorrected. So if those things don't happen, I don't see much favor of that happening. I don't see much favor of this particular community thriving at any point. That's just me, though. Hey, it's a nice idea, but no. I mean, there's too many things that they got to work against. Also, social programming and social engineering. There's no way. All right, shout out to our brother NGN says the corruptor Genghis Adams has all the passport bros in Asia having nightmares, shaking in their boots. They know they're going to get priced out and lose their Asian girlfriends and wives to CGA. Yes, they are.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
CGA
up.
will 5 times the price of Punani for brokies overseas. Hashtag the shield. I'm coming over there to drop off a bag to my Filipinas. All right. And hopefully they don't stab me. All right. In the process. So I'm hoping to come back. I'm going to come back alive. Let's see here. All right. Vimeo. I keep saying Vimeo. It's actually Venmo. They want me to go through a robotics test. I don't have time for that. We have it down to the end of October. Says this is Ian Williams says, rock that crown, CGA. Keep crashing these bitch ass niggas. All right. Shout out to the bitch ass nigga brigade. How many men have I lost here? I remember, a lot of these guys, we're going to stop your viewership and we're not going to watch you anymore. And we're going to unsubscribe. Okay, bye. But when I look at my numbers, all right, you can't unsubscribe for this. All right. My subscriber numbers have not went up a lot, but they haven't gone down. All right. So it is what it is. For one bitch ass niggas that leave, a real man shows up. Shout out to you. We going to rock this crown. And we going to brag and we going to show off. And at this particular point, man, they threaten to rob people who are showing off and going to get gas in their Mercedes S550. All right. They threaten to rob and kill you. Like, what did we do? We did the right thing. What did we do? This is crazy. These people are insane. Shout out to our brother. It's Tremone says, so I asked my baby mama what she thought about. She said, mostly the kids. And I said, oh, meanwhile, I think about everything else. All right. Yes, indeed. She's thinking about them kids. She ain't thinking about you. And you're thinking about everything else. Shout out to the people who, that's actually how it's supposed to work. That's how it's supposed to work. But, we do it in a fractured relationship. Like that model doesn't work where the woman can just be, I just want to worry about the kids and then go to work and then take money from you and the child support. It just doesn't work. Hustle Every Day says they have you figured out. Boycotting does nothing. He says y'all should boycott crime in the community first. For sure. Right? They ain't boycotting that. They didn't boycott Pookie. They didn't boycott that. EBT, now it's time to boycott. Like, we live in a ridiculous world today. It's an evil world. And J. Cool says, and I quote, I just saw your Coach Greg Adams clip on YouTube, and I say there are people who do not like me, but they do respect me. That is a fact. All right. So being liked for men, the courage to be disliked, this is where men have to really separate. We have to separate the men from the boys. Being liked really does nothing for men. All right. It does nothing for men. For women, being liked does something, but being respected is where it's at. Even if you're doing things that, for the most part, is overwhelmingly perceived as negative. Right? If people respect you, that goes a long way. Being liked, I can't do nothing with that. I can't take that to the bank. I can't cash in the check. But what you can do with respect is go a long way. Respect goes a long way. Somebody just talked about that in the comment section related to relationships between black men and black women. You guys know me. I'm a West Coast black guy, even though I was born in the Midwest. I didn't spend many, many years there comparatively to my life. All right. Not even a tenth of my life was spent living there. But I was really came up on the West Coast. And as you guys know, all right, West Coast black men are different. Okay. All right. I actually had a guy, he was wanting to debate me. He was saying the same thing. Cali black people are different, and they Uncle Tom's a sellout and coons and Sambos. Well, I can't help that. I can't help the perception. And a lot of people come from the South and they think they're going to be comfortable out West as a black person. And we're built a little bit differently. Okay. You know, we don't have a brotherhood. We don't really have a sense of brotherhood unless we're all living together in Watts or Compton or the Nickerson Garden projects. Okay. There's no sense of really a community there. You're amongst only 10% of the population on the West Coast, sometimes lower in any other Western city, sometimes lower. So what happens is you're really most of the times comfortable being the only black person in anywhere, right? You're comfortable. You're the only black person in your class. You're the only black person at your job. You're the only black person at the grocery store. You're normally just accustomed of not seeing that many. That's when you venture outside of Los Angeles, this proper city, right? You venture outside of that, you're in the valley, you're in Conejo Valley, Thousand Oaks, Ventura, Oxnard, then you're down in Orange County. Once you venture out of Los Angeles, the city area, you're really the only person. You anticipate you're the only person there. Now, what'll happen is another black person will be there. And there's two things that are going to happen. Number one, you're going to see each other. And then you be like, nigga, what you doing here? Do you belong here, nigga? All right, you're going to get a sense of, okay, is this a good nigga or a bad nigga? And then you're going to have that weird point of, are you going to talk to each other, ass nigga? You're the only black person in the gym. And then you're like, are you going to talk to me? Are you going to address me? Are you going to say, hey, soul brother number one? Are you going to walk past each other and not acknowledge you? All right, we're not going to acknowledge you. There's another nigga here. You know what I mean? Like, what is they doing here? And who is he? You won't even be like, what's up, brother? Good to see you, man. Dap you up. Good to see you, man. Hey, did you see the game last week? Nope. You just be like, and then you walk right past each other and don't acknowledge each other. All right. I don't care if it's a black man or a black woman. All right. Even if it's a black woman, you just be like, black women will just breeze right by you like they seen 50 niggas that day and they only seen one. You're the only one. You're the only one they saw all day, and they will walk right past you and won't even look at you in the face. All right. So that's the West Coast version of it. Well, which means in effect, I don't have much faith in the black community. Growing up, I just never seen it being successful and been around it. I did live in the South for a little bit. The Southern blacks are way different. All right. All right. All right, but the Southern blacks are a little bit different because they see blacks all the time. You know what I mean? They go to the Piggly Wiggly. There's niggas there. They walk down the street. There's niggas. All right, they drive down the street. There's a nigga head of a towel on his head, a do-rag. All right, they're used to seeing it. They go to the movie. Niggas. Okay. All right, but black people on the West Coast typically are used to not seeing that many blacks. And then on top of that, this is outside of the city proper area. Then outside of that, you've worked so hard to be away from black folks that when you see a black folk there, you be like, are you new here? Have you been here? Haven't I seen you? Now, I will tell you, black people from the West Coast, from the East Coast or the South, they don't understand this dynamic. They don't understand this dynamic at all. So they think we're weirdos. They're like, man, you guys are weird. But at the end of the day, that's not weird. All right, you guys are the weirdos. Because what'll happen is these people can't be comfortable in that environment. They have to be around black people. So they'll come around here. They'll come out from Atlanta, go to the West Coast. They'll see that black people doing fine in Marina Del Rey. All right, we fine here, nigga. I'm cool with all these yous. All right, and all these Mexicans bussing my table. All right, then they're sitting there like, aren't you uncomfortable? Where do you get your hair done? Where do you go to the barbershop? Where do you go pick up barbecue? Barbecue, all right? I get barbecue from the white peoples. I get barbecue from Whole Foods. What you talking about, barbecue? Whole Foods got brisket every Sunday, and I'll be in line.
It's barbecue in there.
I don't need to go pick up barbecue and go listen to the juke joint and go to the speakeasy and go hang around niggas and play bid, whist, and spade. We're good. Whole Foods got brisket on Sundays. And a Mexican cooked it. The brisket's pretty good. All right. And I'm good. Don't you want to be around black people? If I want to be around black people, I'll just go to Watts, Nickerson Gardens, or somewhere in Riverside. Rancho Cucamonga. All right, and I'll just go to the 909 over there and shit and see what them niggas are doing. And then I'll go there and see what them niggas are doing in Chino Hills, and I'll be like, that's why don't we be around niggas? All right, yeah. This is exactly why I don't be around these niggas. You go to Chino Hills for a minute and see all them niggas acting up, you'd be like, damn, these niggas out here looking like Snoop Dogg with do-rags on their head. I'll go back to motherfucking Westlake Village. I'm out of here. All right, I'm out of here. I'll just go back to hanging out with people over in the Gas Lamp District in San Diego. I'm good. Yeah. Now, shout out to the areas. They do got a lot of black folks in there. Yeah, man. But yeah, we different, man. I'm going to just say we're not like the same. And don't expect us to be the same. It is what it is. We assimilated Negroes over here. All right. Anyway, let's do it here. We done pissed off some people. Oh, man. Yeah, anytime you want to go around black folks, you go right here, you drive 30 minutes, you park. Yep, you see what niggas are doing, and you be like, yep, this is exactly why I don't be hanging out with these motherfuckers, all right? And you skedaddle on back to your suburbs. And don't have kids in these situations where you take your kids that have been in this isolated bubble of the suburbs, and then you take them around black folks. They be looking around like, these monkeys are aggressive. They loud. They talking over each other. All right, suburban kids be standing off to the side like, damn, this is like a movie. Okay. They drinking Kool-Aid and talking all loud and shit and arguing. The kids stealing candy from the 7-Eleven. Kids be like, the kids be shook like, holy mackerel. All right, goodness gracious. These people really live like this. Oh, my God. They looking at how they live. They looking at their twin bed like, oh, man, this is crazy. This is poverty. We need to help these poor people. All right. All right, press 1 in the chat if I'm not lying. All right, like these people are crazy. All right. The most only time black kids from the suburbs see niggas is if they play AAU basketball, right? And then they show up and they see the all-black team, and they be looking, all right? They be like, damn, we about to play the all-black team. We about to lose today. They get out there and press and be winded and start arguing with each other on the court, and then the suburb team hitting that bounce pass, all right? And the score 30, mama outside the stands trying to fight the referee, all right? And you're like, oh, man. All right, black kids in the suburbs be like, yo, this crazy. All right, there's a father running up and down the court, dancing on the sideline every time they make a basket. All right, you're like, damn, it's a party out here, bro. These people crazy. Oh, man. But it's the truth. I'm telling you the truth. So people grow up different. That doesn't mean they're less black. It just means they ain't down with that monkey shit. All right, but black people around black people are comfortable doing the worst low IQ shit ever. I'm going to tell you, man. And I did this because I worked at Southern University in Baton Rouge after coming from a PWI. And let me tell you, bro, the culture is just different. All right, professionalism is completely different, especially when no white people are overseeing black people. When no white people are overseeing black people act completely different. All right, you looking at them be like, right? And you be like, can you type this up? I'll type it when I feel like typing it, not gone. And you're like, professionally, I presented this to you, executive assistant. Can you tell me in a timely manner when you'll return this back from me? You're like, all right, they chew your head off. You're like, man, this is crazy. Y'all need white people to oversee y'all. All right, this is crazy. Y'all don't want to do no work. All right, anyway. Shout out to street culture. It's dying a miserable death. Nobody cares about street niggas anymore. Have you learned that? Street niggas, nobody cares about street niggas. Street niggas used to run things, and we used to do this, and I grew up in the street. That shit don't float no more. Have you noticed that? Or maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. But maybe it's just you. Maybe I'm just not a part of this environment. I'm completely isolated in the bubble of wealth. Okay, but street niggas are dying. These old Benzino ass niggas, you know what I mean? You know, because I'm from the streets. And, you know, what happened was, you know, when you do this in the streets, what happens is you don't snitch. Like, nobody cares about this. Nobody gives a fuck about street culture and street life and street rules and none of that nigga shit. Nobody gives a motherfucking, who cares, bro? Who cares you used to grow up in the streets? Nigga, I grew up in good, pristine neighborhoods with golf courses across the street. Who gives a fuck about what y'all street conduct and code of rules and silence and all of this goofy ass shit? All right, street niggas are dying a miserable death. And they can't stand it either, man. They can't stand it. They want to hold on to this little reign of terror that they've had for the last 20, 30 years, since the 70s all the way into the goddamn 2000s. Nobody gives a fuck about you niggas standing on the street. All right, your code of no ethics. All right, who gives a damn? Most of these niggas don't got nothing to show for it. 50 years old, been in the streets, Nathan to show for it. All right, it's Revenge of the Nerd niggas in here, the real assimilated men of the world. All right, what is my son doing here? Come on, man. You know I'm doing the show. All right, my son. What, you text me during the damn stream? Shout out to you, man. Love you, son. All right, anyway, enough about that. Speaking of the streets, let's get to it. It's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right, boy. Oh, by the way, follow me on Locals, CoachGregAdams.locals.com. I was able to show you, it doesn't happen very often, but sometimes it does. I'm not paying attention to it. But I will show you the spectrum of where a woman is on a regular normie dating app versus when she's on a sugar baby app, and how she presents herself differently on both. And if you're on Locals, a premium member of Locals, you saw an example, and I put many of examples out here. So we do a show about dating and dating apps and online dating, particularly around the JUCO and sugar babies. And I'm able to show you in real time how one woman can present herself on a regular normie dating app like Tinder, Bumble, or Hinge, and then also be on a sugar daddy app. All right. And I show you that because we call it the spectrum. How she presents herself to one guy is not how she presents herself to another guy. How she presents herself to a handsome guy is different from how she presents herself to a non-handsome guy. And guys they can't deal with it. And they keep having this argument of whether you pay or not. Well, I never pay because I'm handsome and I'm good and I got swag. But this guy over here, that guy, the handsome guy, represents 10% of the men, 20% of the men. So these men say, I don't never have to pay. Of course, they don't consider relationships non-payment. You know, it's weird. But yeah, I show you that in real time. All right, in real time, I say, this is her on a regular dating app. This is her on the sugar baby app. Same woman. All right, so just because she's on a regular dating app doesn't mean she's not on the dark side. It is what it is. Anyway, let's get to this part of the show. It is Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We're going to do 5 hours regardless, so don't rush me through this fucking show. It's going to be great. We're going to get you through your work day. Let's do it.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride.
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we got it. Okay, we tuned in. Let me get the sound effect going. And let's get the banner up. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, we have a woman that says, well, she's living on the spectrum, and she just broke up with her boyfriend. She just got dumped by her boyfriend. But this is an interesting story. I want you to pay attention to what she says in regards to breaking up with her boyfriend and who the boyfriend was. And, yep, these are your future wives out here. Let me see if I got it lined up. It is lined up, so let's go ahead and put it up on your screen. There she is right here. She says, I just broke up and got dumped by the married man that I was seeing yesterday. Oh, no.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, these are your girlfriends, your future wives. All right, here we go right there. She's got a whole coaching program and all of this shit. Let's play the video.
Dumped by a married man yesterday, and damn, the compassion that I feel for his wife is real. So they're in an E&M relationship, and right now I prefer to date either people who are in relationships or open, because I do not have any interest in being in a committed relationship for a while. And we really vibed. We really connected. I haven't connected with someone like this in a very long time. Like, I was very excited to see him again. And she had a really hard time with how excited he was to see me again, too. And you know what? I fucking get it. I've been there. And it was really interesting to be on this end of this whole dynamic, because I've been in her position a few times. I've never been in this position. And I remember that being in that position, it's like this complete nervous system overhaul. Like, your entire body is screaming, danger, danger, danger. This person is danger. She's going to come into my life and ruin everything and take my partner away from me. And it's just this gut-wrenching fucking fear.
Oh, the humanity.
So when he told me the situation, I just was like, I get it. I get it. And the reality is, being in an open relationship, it's a risk.
Okay, we're going to hear about this a little bit later. This is why you go. This is a...
And that's you.
Shout out to them doing ethical non-monogamy poly type relationships, and boy, all right, this is where things are going. And if certainly the economy is going to continue to push things this way, you will find that women will explore these things, only to say at the end, well, maybe I'll just deal with a regular guy. At the end of the day, you're the last option. You're the last option. Anyway, we could go further and further into that, but I won't. But there's one of your future wives, all right, that I'm supposedly corrupting by 26. Straggle Sniggle Theater, we have this woman. Her name is Carrie. She's back to deliver this particular sermon. This is an older black woman, all right, who has probably Alzheimer's, where she has a relative recording her. Let's see what Carrie has to say this week. These are your nanas.
Well, what if he wants you to suck it?
Want to do what?
Suck it.
I wouldn't give a shit how much I liked him. I ain't sucking it.
You not?
Hell no. I suck a dick. I can't imagine loving no man that much.
Well, that's what they into nowadays.
What?
That's what they like.
Well, they wouldn't like me. Anytime that thing go up in my pussy, I ain't putting it in my mouth.
Oh my goodness, this is y'all grandmamas right here.
Oh, the humanity.
Well, this is unfortunately the position of a lot of sisters. You know, they do not want to suck a good dick, but here's the thing, don't worry, that's what white women are for.
Where the white women at?
White women will lick on it, suck it up, whether it went inside her Duke shoe or her punani.
Hey, where are the white women at?
All right, this is what white women are for, and this is when young black men live in the suburbs and they find out white women love to suck a dick.
Where the white women at?
All right, they wake up wanting to suck on it, whether it came in Well, never mind. I'm giving you too much information. This is a family show. This is what white women are for.
Hey, where are the white women
All right,
at?
so black men, if you're dealing with a black woman like this that doesn't want to suck on your little thingy and she's making it complicated, always go see a white woman.
Where the white women
She'll
at?
take care of it. She'll take care of it. And never marry a woman that don't like to suck it. All right, never marry a woman that don't like to suck it, guys. Never deal with that.
You are crazy, Mom. But you telling the truth. Huh? That's just your truth.
Well, I'm glad. Well, maybe men in my day, older men, they knew better than even asking me to do some shit like that.
Oh,
But then they will go get it done somewhere else.
correct.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
If they cared about me, they would get it done somewhere else.
Oh, okay. If they cared about me, they would get it done somewhere else. All right, shout out to her right there. Well, at least she's honest. We have to give her that. She's not shutting it down entirely. She said, go get it done somewhere else, and then all men pay. All right, we have a white woman here, and this white woman said this is the perfect interracial relationship. What do you think the most perfect interracial relationship is? All right, she's going to present it to us, and remember, well, let's just give you a clue. She's a ling-ling, all right?
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
All
up.
right, she's a ling-ling. She's going to tell us what the perfect interrelationship, and I keep saying that wrong. She's going to tell us the perfect interracial relationship. All right, here we go.
Before, and I'm going to say it again, but the best couple in the world is a white man and a Chinese girl. Why this dynamic works so well is because there's family pressure Olympics. The Chinese family is going to say, go be a doctor. And the white family is going to say, just be happy. Yin and yang. I know because that's how I was made. That's why they work so well together, because they're always opposing sides. And eventually they all come and meet in the middle because they want to fuck. When she finally gets a taste of that white sausage, she's going to be in awe. White guys make you come. And in the Asian culture, they don't do that as much. They usually care about their own orgasms first. That's why you see so many Chinese women, white male, Thai woman, white male. They don't want to go back. They want to come.
Oh, my.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, again, it boils down to that boiling punani. All right, this Chinese woman says the white man is the top interracial relationship out here, and this is no doubt. You will find that almost always Asian women have a white man in their background. Okay, even from the age of 16, she was having an orgasm in the middle talking about it here. And shout out to the Chinese men. You guys are the new black women here. Here we
Just
go.
before, and I'm going to say it again, but the best couple in the world is a white man and a Chinese girl.
Oh my goodness. All right, look at this, man. Boy, she's starving like Marvin out here.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
All right, that's a nice little tight little body there. All right, but that's a lot of soy in there too. I mean, Jesus.
Oh, the humanity.
I mean, she out here. All right, it sounds like she wants to get dominated by the white man.
I like to get dominated.
Oh no.
I like choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
All right, so there it is right there. And she definitely wants to see what Donald Trump is saying.
Do not come.
Yeah.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Oh, yeah, that's a nice little Chinese rack there, all right, and a nice little tight Chinese waist. But, yeah, she a little ugly in the face, but, I can't help all that. I still will fold up, all right? So, anyway, we have Gavin Newsom on Straggle and Sniggle Theater, and I'm going to show you a clip that nobody's going to be talking about up until about, let's just say, about October of the presidential race coming up here in, what do we got, 2028? The presidential race of 2028. As you guys know, one of the lead contenders is Gavin Newsom. I predicted that he would be a lead contender. I'm out of the communist state of California. California, if you will. And thus, I've been very, very aware of this Gavin Newsom individual, and he is well connected. He is Nancy Pelosi's godson. He is well connected and grew up wealthy as an adopted son into the Getty family. All right, so he has got big time money, and he comes from the 5 California mafia families. All right, so not only that, we have AOC as a contender and some other people. Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris said she might run again, possibly.
Do not come. Do not come.
Yeah.
I'm going to come.
Okay, enough about that. Well, since people are pretty much unaware of Gavin Newsom, he has a podcast in which he had Barack Obama on at one particular point, 30 minutes into the podcast. They had a grand total of 284 viewers. So live streaming, not everybody can do it. Not even a former president and a current presidential candidate. They can't even beat CGA's numbers. All right, you wish. But of course, people are not paying attention about the next political race, so they're going to miss these things. But remember, I told you here first, Gavin Newsom's already positioning himself to be a presidential candidate, and he's already tap dancing for niggas. As you guys know, he's tap dancing for niggas. You know what Democrats do? They try to become a little bit more like you, all right? They not like us. They not like us. That's their typical MO. So what they'll do is they'll say, I carry hot sauce in my purse, a la Hillary Clinton. They'll say, I put my greens in the bathtub to wash them, Kamala Harris. Bill Clinton will put on sunglasses and play the saxophone. As an example of this, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer will put on the African garb and take a knee, right? This is clear. Joe Biden will say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. This is common political theater for niggas, right? Because they know they need niggas to win the election. So Gavin Newsom is already out here shucking and jiving, all right? And he appeared on Becky with the Good Hairs podcast with Steven, the I check into O Block at 50 years old Jackson, former NBA players, all right? And Gavin Newsom's already on here shucking and jiving. All right, remember, I played this clip here in 2025, well before you guys have gonna talk about it in 2028. Yeah, the Kente cloth thing. So this is Gavin Newsom. You're gonna see him. We call him, if you don't like him, we call him Gruesome Newsom in California. And this is Gavin Newsom talking about how hard he had it growing up. Now, if you know his background, you already know this is a crock of shit. All right, but let's go ahead and see Gruesome Newsom on Steven Jackson and Matt Barnes' podcast. All right, so here we go.
It was also about paying the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so I was out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, just getting obsessed, sitting there with the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
it's like the White Stack 5 story.
Come on. Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Bro. Are you talking about me?
Young YG.
YG, man.
Every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball, throwing the ball against the wall until the ball is just like fraying, man. And your arms fall
yourself.
off. That's it, whole thing. So just, and then, then this student that was shitty student is in the back with his head down, all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else. And started, make a few free throws because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school, I look up in the stands, my dad's back up there.
Okay, dope.
And it's like, man, and then he's bringing his friends and you're captain of the team and you're like, geez, and it just saved me and it got me into college. But also, it was also about paying the bills, man.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the humanity.
Now, you heard it here first, all right? Shout out to Kevin, the software tester. Man, this is crazy. He was hustling to pay the bills. It's about paying the bills. This nigga done went down every nigga, I got it from the bottom checklist, all the way to I was a wealthy guy in California. Niggas, dude, y'all fall for this shit every time, and they gonna be like, he came up poor just like us. 5 sandwiches. This is crazy. This is insanity, bruh. Man, this is insane. And you heard it here in 2025. People gonna start taking credit for putting this out, right? And in 2028, and they gonna be like, look at this shit. All the conservative black guys. Yo, he said, man, he did the whole dear mama. Then I saw my daddy in the stands, and he's shooting free throws, and he's eating mayonnaise sandwiches. Like, this is insanity, bro. I mean, he took every struggle of the black man and literally in 35 seconds said, dear mama. Oh, my goodness. That is insane. All right, that's going to be your future Democratic hopeful and probably lead candidate for president coming up here in the 2028 election, possibly against J.D. Vance. All right, so you already see this nigga tap dancing. All right. Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh, my gosh. Boy, Straggle and Sniggle Theater goes on. We have the evolution of the woman here. This woman here posts a video, and I told you that we would hit this particular point in the world there. Look at this nice little tightly packed piece of chocolate. All right, chocolate drop right here. What does it say right here? Me, because thousands of women fought for my right to work, so now I have to work every day for the rest of my life. Yes. You do have to work, or you can come see me. And that's a nice little rack on this little chocolate drop. I like this. See, I like petite women and, you know, women that look like, yeah, young girls. Come see me. Come see Poppy. All right, it's Get 'em Daddy season. Maybe I can fix his dad bind.
Get 'em Daddy.
All right, so here we go right there. She got a nice little teardrop titties here. But there you go right here. You see them circling back. You see them pivoting back away from feminism, and I talked about this for many years, that they're going to pivot back when the economy crashes around it, right? They're going to say, well, it's not feminism's fault. Or they'll say, well, why did we even fight to work? All right. Why don't we just stay home? Okay. Because it's getting hard out here to work for the money. All right. Even as the reports in Denver, they seen an uptick of sex workers overnight as the economy suffers here. And of course, a lot of these women, they're not even going to college, but they're paying their way through college by stripping. All right. But yes, these are our so-called boss babes. These are our most educated women out here figuring out that, yes, using feminism to prop yourself up through affirmative action and DEI, and then getting jobs when you're early 20s by using your fertility, youth, and femininity, it works up to a certain point. But now you got to work 40 more years, right? You got to work 40 more years, and then you will see them try to figure out how to have babies and how to marry people and how to have it all in both lives. And it really doesn't work, right? It really doesn't work that way. But shout out to this young lady right here. She could definitely come over here and get a bind fix whenever she needs it. All right. Whenever she needs it, I will have an open invitation for this young lady. And yes, I don't care if it's somebody's daughter. All right. But there we go right there. It's happening right in front of you. So don't say I didn't told you so, because I told you so. All right, Straggle Sniggle Theater. The last one, we have a video, an AI video produced called, well, I think they're talking about it, Sugar Daddy University. All right, I'm not sure what's going on here, but this is an AI video warning Sugar Daddy training. And as you guys know, I'm an out-and-out sugar daddy.
Get 'em Daddy.
An unapologetic sugar daddy. I should say that. I'm an unapologetic sugar daddy. It's a very, very important role for me in today's world, and I have a good old time. Not all women get paid. I just had an older woman over here. Yes, older is older than 35. Getting the smackdown laid on her, but that's neither here nor there. But now a lot of people are getting into it because the monetized dating marketplace is in fuego. All right, it's in fuego. And we have sugar daddy training. All right, because a lot of men out here, a lot of older guys with a little bit of bread are going to be able to get in the game. Let's hear what sugar daddy training has to say.
They done lost their food stamp, so you got to come in gentle. Don't rush it. Sympathize first.
So, like, I ask her if she need help with her groceries first?
Exactly. You don't flash the cash right away. You eat. Now, fellas, they done lost their food stamp, so you got to come in gentle. Don't rush it. Sympathize first.
So, like, I ask her if she need help with her groceries first?
Exactly. You don't flash the cash right away. You eat.
And it's the Mr. Earl Academy, if you don't know, and it's a short video. And as you can see, all the sugar daddies all dressed in their 1998 to 2006 big ass suits, big ass pants. All right. You know what I mean? And the fedora. And yeah, man. Yeah. You come in a little bit, you get dressed a little bit, you put on your best shit, and you can come out here and you can fix as a young girl's bind out here, because they in the bind. The Mr. Earl Academy out here is called the I Got Money Academy.
I got money.
It's the I Got Money Academy. It's the Tricking Academy. Coach, man, that's tricking. Oh, yes, it is. And it's a wonderful thing. Tricking ain't easy. Tricking ain't, it ain't tricking if you got it. It says right here, don't leave with that wallet. Don't rush it because you'll have a whole bunch of women in line right here. All right. Look at these big suit wearing ass niggas. Yep. Dust off your suit. All right. Get cleaned up in here and go to somewhere nice. And there it is right there. The Mr. Earl Academy right here.
I got money.
All right. How to comfort women during hard times. Yes, indeed. Because it's get 'em daddy season out here.
Get him, daddy.
How to comfort women during a hard time, baby. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. All right. Just go ahead and lay your head on my pillow. Don't. And just relax. All right. Hey, man, you can fix us a bind out here. They're going to fuck anyway. And yes, they're going home to their pookie boyfriend. Who cares?
I got money.
All right. But the Mr. Earl Academy is here. And as you know, on the Ask Coach Greg Adams channel, I'm working on a video edit today to release on coming out as an out-and-out sugar daddy in 2025. All right, we fixing binds. Fixes Bind LLC is going public. Yes, it is. All right, and I believe that might be it for Straggle and Sniggle Theater. The monetized dating marketplace is here, gentlemen, and it's a good time to fix a bind. Yes, it is. All right, Straggle and Sniggle Theater out. Ladies, if you need a bind fix, call me. I can take care of that, possibly. All right, send a picture.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right? Ride.
Okay, the players all here are appalled here. I will never pay. All right, okay, who cares? All right, I don't care what you do, but I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And I'm going to send her home with a nice care package and aftercare, and I'm going to relax. I'm going to take it easy, bro. All right, and you're going to be out here still trying to fix her TV stand, ass niggas. All right, we do have some contributors to today's show coming up. Fuck You, Boss Up is coming up next. We got some bad news for people who have stable jobs in this economy. It's getting bad. Even my job is getting bad out here. All right. Everybody's job is getting bad. So let me go over here and see who's contributing to today's show. What do we got here? Everybody hold on to your hat. Shout out to JC, says, great show yesterday. You still delivered through all the issues. He says, I did have a $5 super chat, but I can forgive you this one time. Where are the blue women at? Shout out to JC. Let me see if I actually got to yours. Yes, actually, you were the ones that I was going to read when the last issue started happening. So JC said, I met a 58-year-old divorcee at the airport bar. I wasn't paying her any attention until she said, do you want to put your sugar in my bowl? He says, I ain't gonna lie, coach, that shit sounded good as hell. I almost busted in my seat. Shout out to you, JC. Yeah, I mean, an older woman can get split in half too. All right, so she was a horny old woman. A horny old woman. You yet says, I think the Proverbs 31 woman is a myth. The book of Proverbs is full of sayings and ideals. Just like African proverbs, David was simply describing the kind of woman he wished existed, not an actual real person. Proverbs 31 women is a big lie. They don't exist. What do you think about that, ladies and gentlemen? We talked about Proverbs 31 type of woman. Typically, you hear this in the black community or the black church. They try to encourage women to be a Proverbs 31 woman. There are women I believe that could be Proverbs 31 women, but they're naturally Proverbs 31 women. They're naturally. All right. I think it's natural. Or they are able to not destroy themselves and become that. Or later on, women will act like they're one later on after a marriage or two. But maybe possibly David was describing like a person that, like, if it's me, see God Allah, the King of Kings. If I come on here and I reference the type of woman a woman should be, and somehow somebody documents it, and 2,000 years later, people use that and said, hey, this guy, King of Kings, CGA, said X, Y, and Z, that there were women like this. Maybe we got it wrong. Maybe he was hoping that he could find a Proverbs 31 woman. Maybe he was hoping he could. Or maybe, as religion has done, they have browbeaten women into meekness and submission, all right, and humbleness, all right, and maybe this could encourage women to give them a target to manifest to become who they need to become. But most of these women are essentially of the spirit of Jezebel. Most of them are daughters of Lilith, or at least the nieces of Lilith. All right. And I love it. All right. I love the fact that these women are schizoids. Man, I love it. Okay. He's saying it was written by a woman, the mother of Lamech. Shout out to you. But yeah, I'm not sure of that. I don't have that much Bible training. But listen, these women are the nieces of Lilith. They're the daughters. They come from the spirit of the Jezebel. All right. And they're encouraged and socially programmed to be of the spirit of the Jezebel. And what they want you to do is look past this. All right. They want you to look past this. And typically they'll look past my mistakes. And they'll say, you made mistakes too. Oh, certainly I did. All right. You ran these streets too. Well, maybe a little bit. All right, not as much as you did. And of course, I don't have the microchimerism or microchimerism to prove it. And of course, I'm able to, experience trauma a little bit differently. I've been ran through a lot of women in my day. And it has not been traumatic. Now, the trauma that ensues after the fact has been very traumatic. So running through women is not good for anybody. Or running through multiple people is not good for anybody. But I think most women can't handle getting ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel. What they will find is a guy that will accept her getting ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel. And I do what I tell women who testify. I found a man that didn't care about that. Exactly. You found a guy that could settle for the fact that you got ran through more times in the Holland Tunnel. It wasn't that you were able to pair bond with him and become a better woman. Oh, well, I was able to get ran through and be a skeezer and then come out here and then find a guy. No, you found a guy that accepted you being a skeezer. We're going to show you this later on in It's an Evil World We Live In. All right. You didn't become a better person. You just found a guy that accepted it. There are guys that accept it. They do. 100%. Who somebody says, and thank you, coach, for not continuing to block me. All right. All right. I don't know who you are. Why should I block you? I have never seen you say anything before. All right. Have you donated any money? That's all I care about. Now, don't hijack my show. You know what I mean? Don't come in here. I'll typically block you if you keep typing some shit. Like you keep typing something like, yeah. All right. He says, I think you're funny, but a little bit misguided. All right. Watch this. All right. Look.
You can talk about me all the fuck you want. I don't give a fuck. I got mine, goddammit. You better hustle and get yours.
All right. So there you go right there. And so I'm probably going to block you if you type long text like that. All right. So this is your warning. You got one sentence, nigga. He says, I have a serious question for you. Again, this is what I'm talking. This is how you get blocked. This is how you get blocked. I don't mind you disagreeing, but this is how the fuck you get blocked. Look at this shit. Look at him. Look at this guy. Okay, you got blocked. All right. Here you go right here. This is how you get blocked. He said, I had a question for you. Everybody knows you can super chat the question. This nigga want to write a whole paragraph, 2-3 sentences. Thank you for not blocking me. And then you proceed to get blocked. All right. So send a super chat, nigga, and it has to be over $20. You just literally asked to get blocked. I have a question for you. Super chat. You can do this. You can go PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, or Ko-Fi. Block. You see everybody how they're you see how they're chatting in the chat? 1 sentences, 2 words, 5 words. You're in there chatty patty with like 2 and 3 paragraph. Blocked. That's called hijacking the chat. Now, if you're still watching, look how everybody else is chatting. Take notes, nigga. Take notes. That's what happens. I'm doing my show and I look over here on the side and I go, what is this big ass paragraph? That's how the fuck you get blocked. Okay? Because everybody else is chatting. Look how they're chatting. 2 words, a sentence at best. People are not trying to hijack the chat. You tried to hijack the chat and I noticed it. And the first thing I read was, thank you for not blocking me. So I was like, okay, let's see what you're saying. Then you proceeded to make an evaluation about me. Then you proceeded to say, I have a question, and then ask a long question. Blocked. This is how you get blocked. And then you tried to say I'm misguided. And then, so now you're going to talk shit on me in several paragraphs. Oh, okay. Blocked. That's how you get blocked. Do not hijack the chat.
Straight jack.
Do not write a book in the chat. What you can do is you can super chat all that long ass shit. And I'll read it. Be respectful. All right, fucking idiot. You're misguided on how to not hijack a chat. My goodness. He asked to not get blocked and got blocked in the process. Being an ignoramus. I tell you, man, we're living in true idiocracy at this point. I'm not about to read all that shit like you're that important. Super chat, you broke ass nigga. All right, these broke niggas are out of control. I have something serious to ask you. Broke nigga, super chat. You too broke the super chat? Just tell me you're broke. Hey, listen, if you're broke, just say that. Goodness. Send me 2, 3, 4 paragraphs. Block. Anyway, shout out to our brother No Government Name. BH says, I forgot to acknowledge the 3-year anniversary on October 13th when Hafiz went after the Mitch Schlaffer in chief on the Saucecast, and CGA ended his career in one podcast. It was the most epic takedowns in YouTube manosphere history. Who remembers that? It's been 3 years since Hafiz got taken down. Well, apparently, another podcast recently tried to get me to book a debate between two individuals. And apparently, I never heard back from them. What happened, guys? You guys heard me. Guys, gentlemen, the two people that I was pitted against to debate, they must have did their homework and research. And they was like, nope. Go against CGA? I think not. All right. They did not answer the bell. So I was reached out by a very popular podcast about last month. And I'm not going to name names, but both of the podcast is hosted by two individuals, and they said, hey, we want to be on your show. We know you. We watch you. We have your books. And I said, okay, but they're both black, and they're typically more purple pill. I would say purple pilled and not really red pill. They're mostly in the middle, like black niggas in Atlanta. And I was like, yeah, I'm game. And then he suggested one individual, and that individual's, let me see if I can pull up his, let me see here. Let me see if I can pull up his channel. He has 3.7 million subscribers. The first person they offered up. And I get it. You know, you're trying to put guest against guest and organize it. And we were going to do it in studio, but then they were like, we're going to do a remote. I said, I'm going to be better in studio. If we're both in studio, we would make for more compelling podcast. And then, so the person has 3.7 million subscribers on YouTube. Well, he ended up not being able to do it for whatever reason, or maybe willing to do it once they said, well, you're going to go against the notorious one, Coach Greg Adams, who has ended Hafiz's career. So they might have been a little bit of, nah, I'm good. So they offered up another individual, and an individual that I've talked about quite a bit. They offered up another individual, and it seems like that person was going to be all systems go. But as the day approached, crickets. I'm like, what happened? What happened? I was like, what happened?
What happened? Where did all the men go?
All right. And they probably said, okay, I'll do the debate, and looked me up and probably saw, you know what? I'm good. All right. I am good to go. The other person's Instagram has 1 million followers. All right. 1 million followers on Instagram. And both of these people are church Christian oriented, you know, pro relationship, pro marriage. And they was like, I'm good. Now, I do have another one coming up here, scheduled to be in studio against another individual who I would consider is a trad conservative. All right, a trad conservative. You guys know him, and we are going to quote unquote debate. And I'm looking forward to it. You know, he is very respectful debate. He's very well known for his debating skills and tactics. Let me see what his YouTube channel has. He's somewhat fairly new comparison to me, but I don't know much about him other than that. But I have seen him go into debates with other people. His YouTube has 300 and almost 80,000 followers. All right, so shout out to him. And I believe maybe, is that him? Maybe he's the wrong guy. I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know which channel it's his. There's a lot of other people here. But we're going to have that debate coming up in a few weeks. But you might not see the replay for a while, typically, because I've appeared on this show before, and the replay doesn't come out for quite a while, unless it's a live stream. But the undebatable is back. All right. And this is why when people want me to collab, I'm telling you, man, collab with some let me look forward to some shit. Don't ask me to collab and you're getting more out of it than me. Same thing as a woman. Don't ask me to fuck you and you're getting more out of me, all right, than me. All right. You're getting the fucking of your life. You get to deal with a handsome, successful black man. All right. What am I getting from this? You're a regular girl. So, same thing as collaborations. I really don't want to fire up my stream and get all ready. I got a lot of other shit to do. All right. If you're getting more out of it than me, if I'm not going to get any footage or clips out of it that I can use against my multiple 100,000 plus follower and subscriber platforms, what am I getting out of it? Other than money, go ahead and pay up. But yes, it's been 3 years. No government name BH says I took down Hafiz. All right. Even Hafiz's followers. All right. My goodness. They were like, give it up. Give it up. All right. So we'll see. It's going to be a good time. Boy, is my phone ringing. Boy, I guess I'm popular here. Shout out to our brother. It is Kevin G says trading is working out like crazy, coach. He says, I'm at the peak of my game and I want to thank you for the everyday motivation. I've solidified my niche in indexes and a handful of commodities as I step into year 4, Boss Up 2026. Shout out to you and your trading on the side. You're a very intelligent trader too. Boss up, nigga. Very intelligent trader, and he's one of the top contributors over on The Money Mindset. The Money Mindset. Kalen has something to say early this morning, as he normally does, so I appreciate your contributions. He says, the ones who can talk about black women are you and the other black men who are with other races of women. He says they're the least desirable women on the dating marketplace for many reasons. They also, too, are way too masculine. There's no improvement in sight. All right. And they're trained to be this. They're trained to be this. So it's difficult for, I know they say if you don't date black women, you don't have anything to say. And I'm not here to shit on black women. I think, one thing I've done is to try to stay away from shitting on black women openly. Right, because I have had problems with all races of women. All right, all races of women have issues. I've had dated women internationally; they have issues too. So one thing I haven't done with my platform is constantly try to berate black women and point them out as an example. Number one is too easy. That's easy. I think that's a cheap way to get content. Same thing as ranking on single mothers. Right, single mothers are recreational use only. I think that's an easy, cheap way to get content without contributing much. And telling people the obvious. For me to focus on black women and tell them the obvious about who they are, it would be too obvious. It's low-hanging fruit. It doesn't really improve the conversation. It doesn't make me a better content creator. It's easy to pick on black women. They're the lowest and the bottom of the selection scale across the board, other than for black men, particularly black unsuccessful men. But I haven't really needed to rank on black women as a target. So there's that. But in comparison, then when you think about trying to get this community together and solve their problems, I typically say there's no point in solving their problems. The community is done and dead across the board. All right, across the board. And they have so many issues that are not correctable. You can't correct it at this point. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people want to correct it, but it's not correctable. So I don't even want to even talk about or discuss it because it's quite frustrating. Because people will say, well, what do we need to do? It's too late. I can tell you where your problems are. You're not going to like the diagnosis, but I haven't really focused on the issues between black men and black women. I think they got so many dynamic issues that really are never really going to be addressed head on. And for black men have their own problems as well. So what's the point? What is the point? And I'm not sitting around trying to date many black women, to be honest with you. All right. Not that I don't find them attractive. I find them very overbearing. And this is based on their social programming. This is how they're programmed, right? It's their software. They're overbearing. They're kind of bossy. They're know-it-alls. And they're scared of flies and spiders. This particular thing cannot be good. Older white women get like that too. And 60-year-old Asian women get like this too. So, but you can't correct it. It's way too late in the game to correct these issues, particularly from what black men want from black women. You can't correct that because they're too far off. They're never gonna give up any room to correct that to satisfy what black men want. And they're very much rebellious against black. They don't trust black men. And rightly so in many instances. They don't trust black men. I wouldn't trust these niggas either. All right, I wouldn't trust black men either. Black men are, very much conniving. I think this is what I think black men are, right? In many cases. Let's see here. Let me show you here. And you can see this across the board. So I can see why they don't trust black men. And that could be a whole show. But this is how I see black men in the dating and marriage marketplace. Right there, gentlemen. All right, that's the one. Swiper. All right, that's what black men are. Sneaky foxes. All right, they grow up being sneaky foxes. All right, everything they do is a sneaky, conniving ass way to get pussy. And the men that are successful at it somehow brag about it, right? They brag about it so much that why would a black woman trust niggas at this point with this particular thing right here? Swiper. They swipe pussy. They don't take care of their responsibilities. They do this at a very young age. They continue to promote it. The men that they listen to promote this shit, and they put down and they're overbearing on the black woman. They don't show responsibility and accountability. They typically don't take care of their responsibilities and children. They leave black women in a lurch across the board. I mean, these are, for whatever reasons, there's reasons, but typically this is not even a stereotype. I mean, they do this for so long, they want to slang dick all the way until they want to get married. I mean, this is ridiculous, right? So the black woman's view of the viewpoint of the black man is not very good. And of course, they select a lot of these guys up until a certain point. Even the mud sharks select these niggas and then end up empty-handed. And then, swiper, no swiping ass niggas. Niggas are swipers. Even, let's just say this, and I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. So you might be offended about what I said about this because, I'm taking the position where I have to be very critical of men to tell us where we stand. Men have to take accountability too. Now watch this. Say you were offended by that and you say, well, it's because of the system and blah, blah, blah. Okay. Would any of you black men or white men listening to me or any men right now go into business with a black guy? Okay, I'll rephrase it. Would any of you guys go into business with the black guys you know? The black guys you know. Would any of you guys go into business with the black guys you know and grew up with? Think about that. As Black Ram 313 says, think about it. You already know their reputation. You know how they fuck your girls and try to dirty mac you, right? They steal from you. Them niggas don't have no work ethic. He said, laughing my ass off, checkmate, right? You would not go into business with these niggas. You would not start a business with these niggas. You would start it and you're going to do 80% of the work. Them niggas going to find a way not to show up. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? My man said, white guy here, very few. There's very few men that are black men that could be responsible enough for you to go into business with. So at some particular point, you would look at from the black woman's perspective, they're looking at it the same way. They're like, what the fuck? These niggas ain't shit. And rightly so. All right. Rightly so. So, but that's very few people. Yeah, but you did look. Look, it is what it is. All right. Most of these greasy lip ass church's chicken eating ass niggas, you wouldn't even go into business with. You'd be like, hell no. Hey man, I got a business plan for you. Hell no. They don't support your business. If you had a business, they don't even support it. They always asking for the hookup. Most of these niggas is grimy. So, you know, we look at it from our perspective and say, we're the good guys, the women are the bad guys. But look at it from the position of all the men you know, and just take the black men that you know or that you come across. You wouldn't do no work with them either. You would be like, no. Now you got to lay down. Now you got to lay down with these. The women got to lay down with these grimy ass niggas and have kids with them and hope and submit under them, right? No way. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You're not going to do these with these niggas reading pimp chronicles and books by pimps to get an understanding of how to keep a hoe in check. Your heroes are Bishop Don Magic Wand, rappers. All right. They're supposed to have a family with you niggas. All right. Listening to Sinful to P reruns. Try to convince them to be non-monogamous or try to convince them to be monogamous to you while you non-monogamous. There ain't no fucking way black women ain't going for this shit. They not going for it. They not going for it. So you have to look at it. The vast majority of black men that come out here and rank on black women ain't shit niggas either. All right. They just ain't qualified. And then you want these women to submit because you got a electrician's apprenticeship coming up. These niggas can't keep a job. All right. This is crazy, bro. It's crazy. And you see it on the internet. Most of these, black dudes are literally out of shape, bro. I mean, if they're not genetically fit and out of shape, look at black men today. Let's just take the black, because y'all wanted to talk about this shit. Y'all wanted to talk about it. Look at black men over 35 today. Just take a look. Take a look. Don't be mad. Don't be mad. Just go take a look. Look at black men over 35. They fat, patchy beards, ashy, overweight. And some of these dudes got podcasts. Some of these dudes got podcasts talking cash shit about women. And I'm like, nigga, look at you, bro. Like, look at you. Take a look at yourself. Who's going to submit under you? Loud, obnoxious, teeth all fucked up, plaque, crooked ass teeth. Like, get it the fuck out of here, bro. There's no fucking way that you, what do you want the black women to do? Give up on life to get up under you because you got an electrician's apprenticeship job coming out? Hell no. Hell no, bro. These niggas got pregnant bellies for stomachs. Just completely outlandish ass niggas with horrible expectations of having hood dreams, all right? They're going to dream of taking over the hood. These niggas watching Italian mob movies and shit, got Scarface posters all over they fucking wall. If you don't sit y'all black asses down, please, bruh. No direction, no ambition, full of excuse ass niggas. Don't be offended, bruh. Don't be offended. If you're offended, it's who I'm talking to. You literally, nigga, are convicted. But this is a truth that if you wanted to actually be better for black women, like I don't want to be better for black women. There's not many black women that I would literally deal with seriously. All right. All right. And then some of them I can't even be aroused by. Just to be honest with you. I mean, I could get the job done. I could stroke it. All right. But it ain't my style or type. But I'm not trying to be better for them. But a lot of black men are literally trying to be better for black women. Well, if that's the case, take a look at yourself. Take a look. And the last critical thing I have to say is that particular community tries to correct their issues way too far down the line. way too far down the line. They're trying to correct it at 38, 40, 45, and 50, 55. And this is typically because genetically black people tend to look younger than their age. So they get confused as to why they're not having success in the dating marketplace. This goes for the men and the women. So they typically could look younger. You ever see a guy, he's 55 and he looks 40, right? You see a guy that's 50 and he looks 35, right? So what'll happen, same as the women. So since they are able to look a little bit more preserved, they still think they can command some things on the dating marketplace, but their life is taken off far too late, right? They really haven't become anything until their mid 40s to late 50s, and sometimes in their mid to late 50s and 60s, and they make dating their personality, and they're still trying to date after 2 divorces, and they just got off of child support, and it's just pathetic. It's just pathetic. The women think they're still marketable at 50 and 60. These Vivica Fox, Claudia Jordan ass bitches, and the other one, Lisa Ray, they're literally in their 60s and talking about their date value and what they would put up with, and if they're still dating these Mary J. Blige whores and these Keisha Cole skeezers. It's too late, guys. Listen, you don't have that much life left. Enjoy it. Go hire some escorts, gentlemen, whore ass skeezers. Go fucking Jamaica like you've been doing the last 35 years. It's over for you. You're not finding anyone, and then still want to be outside in the streets, going to clubs. Hey, let's go to the Blue Martini. Man, let's go to Dre's. You way too old, man. Sit the fuck down, bro. Don't go to Dre's this weekend, nigga. Unless you're going during college night like me. Sit the fuck down, bro. How do you have a group of generations that uplift pimps want to have good relationships with their women? There's no way, guys. There's no way. But anyway, yeah, these Taraji P. Henson, what's her name? B. Simone. Give it up, guys. This shit is, you guys aren't cool. Black men suffer from trying to be cool way too long. All right. And the way they're trying to be cool is like, I still got it, ass niggas. I'm still got the pimp. I still got the game. Go sit down. Your time is up. You had your chance. All right. You blew it. Now, what I want to see you do is what I want to see your S&P 500. I want to see your I want to see your EFTs. All right, I want to see where your real estate investments. This is what I want to see from you guys at 40 and 50 and 60. I don't care how cool you are and what you used to do in the streets and how you can smoke hookah. Nobody gives a fuck about none of this shit. And give it up. Gen Z men look at you and they are literally like, you're pathetic. Gen Z men look at guys like this that claim street culture and how they used to run the streets and how they used to be cool and how they still cool. And this is pathetic, man. It's a pathetic attempt to hold on to a level of youth that did not benefit you at all. It did not benefit you one bit. You have nothing positive to show about it but some battle scars and some old stories. ETFs. Did I say EFTs? ETFs. And then also running around here owning nothing. They're owning nothing and have had no successful relationships up to date. It is bad. It's bad. But nobody wants to hear this. But I'm the one to tell you because I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to lose. I have nothing to lose, man, by telling you this. Like, if you don't like it, you can kick fucking rocks. But why would black women deal with niggas like this? I mean, why would they? I mean, there's a source of frustration there because dudes don't want to grow up. Okay? Dudes don't want to grow up. Y'all love gangs and street culture and hip hop music and all the things that have devastated you. And you have a stunted adolescence or, you have dreams of the 1990s in which you were glamorous and old war stories about how you were part of a gang and you pimped hoes, right? Nobody cares. And remember, y'all asked for this. Do not ask me why y'all getting this whipping today. You guys asked me, and I'm telling you, wearing do-rags at 40 40 and 50, you got a do-rag on. You jump on the internet with a do-rag. Like, come on, man. You cannot be 40 wearing a do-rag. There's no way. Outside? These are pajamas, sir. You're wearing pajamas outside. Now, there's layers of all of that in all of us, because we should have a kid in all of us. We should have a part of our youth that we preserve and celebrate. We should never just say, I'm a mature adult. I'm never going to do things that kids do. All right, but, you know, we should have that inside of us. We should celebrate that. We should never give that person up, because that person is special to us. That was a small part of our life that was magical. So a lot of those things from that era are magical to us. So we should always preserve that. But a lot of guys, that's their personality up front. You see it right up front. And it's absolutely pathetic. Then you want the women to do what? Like, look, dudes will be like, it's okay. The average black man makes $50K a year. You want a woman to settle for that? Or do we want to raise the bar? All right. Do we want to raise the bar? I find that men want women to settle for that. And that is negative. That's no. I would not advise women to settle for that. Because why would a woman settle for that when that is even subpar for you as a man to be able to earn that? You can't maintain a family like this. Like, you can't maintain a girlfriend. A girlfriend is not going to be able to be maintained. Not a good-looking one at $50K a year. All right, a slump buster maybe, a booger wolf maybe, but even they don't want to even deal with that. Why would they deal with that? No way. Anyway, enough about that. And if you really think that was a bad assessment of black men, well, you're the problem. I mean, you literally are the problem at this particular point. I mean, you literally are the low bar. The bar is in hell. The bar is in hell. All right. I just don't see. I'm not just going to support men just for men's sake. And that's what I see men in this space doing. They're taking the male side of the argument no matter what. And I see that on the woman's side. They're taking the woman's side of the argument no matter what. I don't do that. All right. I'm not doing that. All right. There's no way in hell that we can continue to push that forward when dudes are aiming low and fucking missing. They're aiming low at life, and then they're hoping that women could look at them in a pathetic life that you have as acceptable. It's unacceptable, right? If I was putting together an army of men, if I was putting together a great talented tenth of men, most men ain't going to make it, all right? They're not going to make it. The bar is in hell. But you want the women then, if the bar is in hell for men and you wouldn't make the talented tenth, why then would the women accept you at this point? We don't live in that world no more. All right. The bar is in hell. We need to raise the bar. I would love to see men become so great that the women would have no choice to act accordingly. But what I see is the opposite. What I see is men lowering the bar or continuing to be sneaky guys doing this bullshit. The pimping player, sneaky shit, and this is how you get women to do this. This is how you get laid on the weekend. You cold approach 100 women, you get 3. I'm so handsome, I have handsome privilege. The handsome man get the fuck women, and then the other guys, you know, the beta bucks, alpha fucks, beta bucks. They're playing this shit, and I'm going, yo, there ain't no way that relationships will be on board if you guys continue this type of thing. Okay, you want me to give you a green light that relationships can be good. Nah. Okay. Sorry, I was on mute. I would like to see men become so great that women would not have a choice but to pick and submit. But there's no way. The men look so pathetic out here. It's easy for you to see why women aren't selecting and women aren't getting married. Sorry for the mute. Anyway, I was saying some real shit, but I'm going to say some realer shit here. I'm going to say some realer shit. UPS here we go, stable jobs, right? Where's that guy that said he's going to get a stable job and that YouTube is not a stable job? Well, it's definitely not a stable job because, well, I don't even have a job, all right? YouTube doesn't hire me. They don't employ me and they don't pay me. But where's that guy about the stable job? It says right here, UPS just laid off overnight 48,000 people like it was nothing. Let's see this shit. Doom and gloom. Fuck you, boss up. Now, it wasn't that long ago, UPS was talking about paying their drivers $100,000 a year. Remember that? That was about a year and a half ago, maybe less than a year ago. And I reported Amazon just laid off 14,000. We talked about that yesterday. But it says right here, UPS has officially confirmed a massive wave of layoffs right here before the holidays, cutting nearly 40,000 jobs. I always say just times that by 3 or 4, and you're going to realize how many mouths that is, all right? Say half of them are married. Larry C. Half of these are married, all right? And then half of those got kids. We're talking about affecting 120,000, some 150,000 mouths here, okay? And it says right here, as part of an ongoing restructuring effort aimed at saving money and boosting costs, the cuts involve management positions and warehouse roles, marking one of the largest workforce reductions in the company's history. According to the reports from the AP, the layoffs have been happening throughout the year, not at the same time, as UPS adjusts to lower shipping volumes. Okay, this is going to be important when the POORS talk about boycotting and not spending money. One of the first things that happen, layoffs. Okay, so it says UPS adjusts to lower shipping volumes and a post-pandemic slowdown in e-commerce. All right, the company says it's closing more than 90 facilities nationwide and reorging its delivery network to streamline operations. The UPS executives claim the decision was necessary to keep the business strong, but workers and union are calling it a tough hit for employees, especially for a stable job market who kept the company running through record pandemic deliveries. Thank you very much for your services. Now get the fuck out. And it says with many depending on UPS for stable work. Remember that? I told you that, bro. I'm going to get a stable job and I'm going to be better than you as a content creator because I'm going to get a stable job and working for 25 years. Nope. No. There's not many stable jobs out here, all right? I mean, you could be a police officer. And it says the cuts are sending shockwaves through the logistics industry. And there are people that work logistics, all right? Who is this going to affect now, right? It's going to also affect the truck drivers, the deliverers, the deliveries, all right? And you have one company beating another company, right? Now you're going to have some antitrust situation with Amazon. Okay, but people drive trucks. People probably depend on trucks and routes and all of these people. People that work in logistics that put trucks on the road. These people are going to be affected too. All right, so there's a domino effect. It doesn't just affect these 48,000 people being laid off throughout the year, but it just affects people across the board in many other industries. In fact, we have this one right here. This is an update of the layoffs coming up here. Layoffs? It says UPS with the 48,000 layoffs, Amazon up to 30,000 employees, Intel 24K, Nestle chocolate chips 16,000, Accenture 11, Ford 11, Fix or Repair Daily. We got Microsoft at 7,000, Salesforce at 4,000, Paramount and Target. We announced Target yesterday at 1,800 employees suffering from the results of the Black boycott. All right, so when Black people boycott and they celebrated and said Target took a massive hit, now we're also going to see people getting laid off. Even Meta in the metaverse right here with 600 employees. Most of these people were DEI hires and working in the metaverse. Okay, I believe the metaverse. Layoffs? All right, so that's a little bit of fuck you, boss up. You better have a backup plan going into this particular economy. And I would suggest what I notice is what happens is when these jobs start laying off and cutting back hours, people then look for a solution. If you're on the money mindset, You have to look for the solution prior to this. And this is a difficult thing for people to do because they're overworked and underpaid. So they start looking for solutions when it's way too late. I hear a lot of people trying to get into social media now that they got laid off. I'm like, all right, hold up. I'm like, hold up for a second. All right. You should have been doing that while you were working. Well, I couldn't do it because my company would frown upon it. Again, when I tell you guys that you're not that much different from what would consider a slave, not a chattel slave, but a slave, that's some slave shit. All right. You don't have the power and independence to be able to express yourself online willingly. Well, that means you don't have freedom. And of course, you know, a lot of people will choose to have a little bit of security and choose to have less freedom. All right. There's a quote, I believe Benjamin Franklin or Thomas Jefferson has, one of them. People will choose to have security and they will trade that for less freedom. So then when I say, well, you're getting closer to slavery, you lie. And I say, well, look, your job is telling you you can't do and say certain things. That would be control. That would be less freedom. And when you have less freedom, that is more likely you're a slave. All right. So, you know, I have people that all of a sudden they lose their job, they get laid off, and now they want to write books. You're like, okay, do you realize? And then they're like, oh, you can promote it and you can do this. I'm like, man, holy mackerel. Do you guys know how much you have to do to be able to make that successful money earning endeavor? Like, you got to build an audience. Number one thing here. And join me over on Money Mindset because we talk about this. The number one thing you have to do, that if you want to pivot in one of these, what I call the black gold markets, the new industrial revolution, if you want to do it, you have to build an audience. You have to build an audience. You can't just jump out here and be like, oh, I'm going to get a camera and a microphone. All right. And then I'm going to start gaming. All right. And then I'm like, have you been paying attention? All right. I mean, people are now doing very extreme things to get attention. And yeah, you might get a video or two to go viral. I showed you on the Money Mindset a young lady that showed you how much she made by going viral on TikTok every day. And she literally was like, I'm viral on TikTok, millions of views every day. She was barely pulling in $5,000 a month. Okay. Barely. Now, that might seem like good money, and that is good money, but that's not enough to quit your job. All right. And that's a lot of work to put those 3 to 5 videos out a day. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of work. So even then, when you're going viral on platforms that have vertical content, you ain't making no money. And the one thing they have to do, Money Mindset, is stop paying for that. Okay. And that's what Instagram did. And that's why you see me posting less on Instagram. All right. I'm like, oh, fuck that. What did Instagram do? What did Instagram do? I'm going to tell you. And this is why women are dropping OnlyFans links. Oh, man, I met a woman in her 40s talking about she about to do an OnlyFans. I was like, shit. I was like, I ain't criticizing her. Shit, it's tough out here, nigga. All right. But what did Instagram do if you were on the Money Mindset that pretty much changed the game in terms of earning on Instagram? All right. And I see you don't know what it is. This is why you got to join the Money Mindset. This is why you got to join the Money Mindset. All right. The one thing that Instagram did that sent shockwaves to Instagram content creators is they stopped paying for reels overnight. All right. They just came in one day and said, we're not going to pay y'all for that no more. Why? Because people were doing them and they were getting paid. They were willingly and now they got you willingly doing it. All right. So now you can't stop doing it. Why? Because now you got to build an audience, right? So people do like to watch reels, but Instagram said, we're not going to pay for reels no more. All right. So I said, well, I'm not going to put none out on me here, but I'm going to try to keep this shit on the rails. New world order. All right. But I was like, shit, I ain't going to be out here just breaking my neck editing reels. All right. But of course, if you're doing YouTube shorts and TikTok, well, you still can put those out because you can still get paid over there. All right. But, let's see here. We got a black screen. Okay, I think I'm still here. Why are they messing with me? All right. So it's a tough thing here. So if you have a shorts audience, if you have, you know, a reels audience, if you have an audience that likes your TikToks, you still got to do hell of a lot of TikToks to get paid. Hell of a lot. Hell a lot. I mean, you got to get massive numbers to get massive amount of money. So anyway, let's get back to this. We have this here right here. This is a good money mindset. Go ahead and refresh the stream. I don't know what's going on, man. Refresh the stream if you're having some audio issues. Let me play this video. This is a good business advice for you guys. I use this. I use this for when I was a fitness trainer. But anybody know why the price of things are not going down? Well, there's a particular reason why the price of things aren't going down. And it's because the type of client that you attract is typically not the type of client that is going to make you wealthy and or the type of client that is going to be good supporters. Okay. So the cheaper you make your pricing and the longer you make your prices cheaper, the worst client or customer you're going to keep or try to please. Okay. We see this in Las Vegas. We see this across the board, and normie people lose their mind. We see this where the prices are going up on video game consoles and this type of thing. Now, this guy's going to make a point that maybe people who are not very business minded or that are consumers and never have ever want to be a producer, you're not going to understand. You'll just see the price go up and say, hey, well, we're just not going to use it anymore. But there's value here. Let's see what he says.
The cheaper you go, the more broke customers you attract. And broke customers call nonstop, want discounts, and leave bad reviews. So I've raised my prices, lost a few clients, but gained a bunch of good ones. They pay full price, and they tell all their rich friends. The cheaper you go, the more broke customers you attract.
I'm here. Sorry, I hear some audio feedback problems, so apologize for that. I see there's some things going on with YouTube. But the cheaper you go, the more broke customers you attract. This happens to nightclubs in black communities because typically, again, this is just an assessment. What black communities do is they try to go to something and make use of it but not contribute to it. So they'll go to a concert and not buy T-shirts and drinks, right? I'm going to go to the movies and not buy snacks and popcorn, right? You see what happens? Well, where you're catering to a group that literally is trying to get over on you. They just want to provide the cheap entertainment. I'm going to go to the nightclub and dance and sweat, but I'm not going to buy any drinks. If you do this over and over again, you will realize that these businesses can't survive, all right? The movie Sinners kind of had that panned out. But the cheaper you make your prices, you will attract people that are pretty much not using their discretionary income or their disposable income right. And then what'll happen is they're using money that they have a fear of losing because it's scarce, and they'll plunk it down on your services reluctantly, hoping that you have a secret to success, right? And then they use their last 50, they use their last 100, and then they didn't get an immediate return. And guess what? Now they write a negative review on your Yelp. They call you up and say, you forgot my apple pie. They pitch a fit, right? They spread bad ideas and information about your business. Okay. And you will see over time that it would be a negative to continue to serve these people. Like, so for instance, if you're a personal trainer and you keep your prices low, I'm going to keep my prices low to help my people. Them people ain't going to help you, right? They're going to be inconsistent. They're going to skip out. They're not going to value the dollar that they put against you. They'll make complaints about you. They'll continue to ask for discounts. They will never suggest or recommend other people to use your services. And if they do, they will recommend these people come to you because it's cheaper. All right. And you're like, oh my God. And you cannot get out of that. So I did, when I had fitness training, I started off trying to give out free sessions. Couldn't give them away. Couldn't even give them away. People were like, you must be something wrong if it's free. Then once I started building clientele, I started charging a decent price. Then I started building a good book of people. And then the new clients got a larger price. And then once I did that, then I raised the prices on the previous clients. Then I was willing to lose half of those, keep the new clients, and then keep the ones that would raise up at the price. Then once I was busy with that, then I raised the price out of the sky. And then what'll happen is then I could charge by space. If you want this time, you got to bump this client. They're paying $150 an hour. All right. You can't just come in and pay me a low rate and then expect me to bump a client that I've had for 5 years paying high prices. This happens also on YouTube as well, because after a certain amount of time, the content creator says, well, shit, why am I catering to this demographic when they don't contribute? And you can't blame the person because they got to survive too. They're taking a risk. They're taking a risk by putting themselves out there and giving you valuable content. I'm spending 5 hours giving you gems after gems. But of course, people are like, I ain't got to pay you. I ain't got to do this. This is free. You should be able to do it for free. And then when they look at my coaching call and say $2,000 an hour, are you serious? Yes, you better be serious when you book a coaching call. Now, when it was $400, $250, not many people called. Okay. And the people that called wasted my time. Right. So I don't want my time wasted. So this is what the price is. I'm sorry. I mean, listen, I'm not needing your call. I'm in a position where I don't need it. Maybe if I get in a position where I do need it, maybe I'll adjust the price. Or maybe I'll say it's not even worth doing the calls anyway. So when you attract low, when you have your prices low, companies are figuring this out. When you keep your prices low for the consumer, you continue to attract the wrong customer. These people don't continue to stay. They continue to be more parasitic. Las Vegas is going through this now. Although it may not work out for these people making these price changes, what you will find is they would rather attract a higher clientele than continue to serve a broke clientele. So let me just say that again. They would rather attempt to attract a higher clientele than to continue to cater to a low-level clientele. $6 buffets, all you can eat. Okay, these type of things. That's what Las Vegas is going through. And they were like, nah, we can't continue to attract this client. And what happens? Immediately, these people come out and say, nobody's going. Nobody wants to pay $25 for drinks. Guess what? These broke clients immediately expose Las Vegas. It ain't worth it no more. Gen Z don't drink. They came up with every excuse in the book. But I showed you one weekend in Las Vegas. Well, after the fact, it was plenty packed. All right. It was packed to the hilt. All right. I was at a party and it was elbow to elbow room. All right. So it was packed. So eventually they'll get the customer that they want. And once they do get fuck you money, they'll get the customer that they want. They will. So never really get to that. You got to get to that point. You got to build up value. This is another money mindset. You're trying to transition into one of these fields that can help you get supplemental income. What you have to do is you have to build a clientele. All right. You have to build an audience, build a clientele, build people willing to pay something for your service. That's going to take a while. It's going to take a while to do that because you got to build up trust. You got to have people exposed to who you are. You got to do a lot of free work. You got to volunteer. You got to stand outside and hand out flyers. You got to give away some of your business. Okay? So that's going to take a while. That could take 6 months to 2 years. So if you're trying to make that transition, it's going to take you 6 months to 2 years. Carnival Cruise, same thing. We're going to stop letting people play their music right on the deck. Niggas went crazy. They start raising the prices. Now you priced out the broke people coming for the all-inclusive, all-you-can-eat ice cream and meals. So you're seeing people do this, and I know a lot of people that are discount shoppers, and you're seeing a revolution. We're seeing this now. The POORS are going to have some sort of boycott, but that's because they're getting priced out. Priced out. Yep. Vegas knows broke people don't gamble. All right. So they're just coming here for a party, free drinks, and a cheap buffet and trying to get some cheap pussy. They don't put no money on the table. All right. They're not using the tables. They're not gambling. They can gamble elsewhere. They coming in broke. Right. Dre's nightclub and day club closing down. It's simply because these people want to go dance and sweat and pick up hoes, but don't want to spend money. So there, eventually these people will figure it out and see the bottom line. What is the bottom line? Okay, I better find a better clientele. But it's going to take you a while to be able to do this because money talks, bullshit walks. So in order to do this money mindset, you boss up, you got to build a reputation. You got to build an audience. You got to be consistent. You're not just going to jump out here with a microphone. All right, jump out here with a microphone and jump out here and build an audience being a podcaster or a YouTuber or any of that. All right, so that's Fuck You Boss Up. That's a short segment. And what's the next segment? It's the evil world we live in. How many videos do we have on that? Hopefully YouTube is treating me well. I got 1, 2, 3, 4 videos on this evil world we live in. Yeah, I'll do the super chats and jump back into that later. All right. Am I good on YouTube? YouTube, man, been really fucking me over today. Pause. This last 2 days, they've been really giving me problems. Really, the last 3 days, to be honest with you, they've been giving me massive problems with my internet connections. But I've been sticking it out. And what I do is, when they do that, I automatically know they're trying to do something, maybe cut the stream off. So I enable auto stop to turn that off so that the stream doesn't automatically stop. Because what will happen is, if I don't, the stream will automatically stop. All right. And then I'll have to restart the stream. So shout out to Brain On. Coach, did this ninja really sit on a podcast and talk about eating Wonder Bread and playing basketball by himself? The Democrats are a damn joke, and black folks are pathetic for even supporting that. It's absolutely mind-boggling. But of course, you know, all the person has to do is dance in front of black people, and they will say they're one of us. They're one of us. Shout out to Kaylin, says, one thing about women is that they'll fight for the things they complain about later. Yeah, they'll fight for the things that they'll complain about later. Being in the workforce is just one thing. Men need to step up and become better leaders, because women aren't designed to lead, period. Can I say this? You know, we talk about this in the dynamics of relationships. They'll encourage you to become one type of guy and hate you for it. They'll say, I want a guy that's empathetic and compassionate and cries and opens up and shares his feelings. You do that, her pussy dries up like the Sahara Desert, and she says you're weak. She'll hate the man she created. This is why, yeah, and relationships do not become what women want you to be. She'll say this, I want you to work less and be available more. Do not do that. I want you to take care of the kids and tuck them into bed and come home early from work and not work so much because we have enough money. As soon as you do that, 2, 3 months, 4 months later, she's going to say, we don't have enough money. All right. For vacations and shit. Like, you're going to do, don't do that. It's the catch-22. It's the you can't win. Don't do it. Hey, man, tell her to go fuck off. Go tell her to fuck herself. All right. And if she's going to leave, she's going to leave you now or she's going to leave you later. All right. Whatever she made you do and she ain't going to like it, she going to leave you then anyway. Don't do it. Go tell her to kiss my ass. Tell her to deal with it. Well, you work hard and, you know, you always hustling and grinding. Yep. And I'm going to keep hustling and grinding. Bitch, get in where you fit in. If you don't want to get in where you fit in, go find somebody else. All right. All right. It takes men many years to learn this. And I'm giving you this information right now at whatever age you're watching me, so you can take that and run with it. Whatever she says you need to do, don't do it. And tell her to kick fucking rocks if she don't like it. You don't like it? Go ahead. Find another nigga. That's called abundance. I got abundance. All right. I can lose you. I can afford to lose you. Bye. Write the check. Get the fuck out of here. All right. But same thing. All right. They want feminism. They want to work. Okay. Here's a job. They be like, yeah, but I got to do this for 40 years. Yes. All right. What did you thought? You're going to do it for a couple of years and bow out gracefully? All right. And be like, now I'll retire and be a stay-at-home mom. Guys, this is a state of how you're dealing with the psychology. It's not women that are bad. This is the psychology of women. And I've known this for a long time. You know, I get got every now and then, but I have sisters. You know, I've had sisters. They do that all the time, you know, as a kid. I want to do this and I want to go with you. I want to hang out with you. And they go out there, but it's cold out here and it's rainy. I want to go home. I didn't realize it was going to be cold and rainy. We told you it was going to be cold and rainy before you went, but you wanted to go. Now you out here and sitting in the rain and the cold in the bleachers watching a football game. Bitch, you said you wanted to be out here. Let's leave at the third quarter. Let's leave at halftime. They want you to leave at halftime. I mean, how many people have been there? You took a woman somewhere, she wanted to go, then they want to leave early. You take her to the baseball game. Damn, I didn't realize the baseball game would be this long. And it's the third inning. You're like, well, we still got 6 more innings. Can we leave at the 7th inning? Well, okay. As soon as you do that, You gave up the leverage, bruh. I came to the game to watch the whole fucking game. You're trying to get me to leave at the 7th inning, no matter the score, no matter the situation. Nigga, there's a person on 1st and 3rd. All right, what the fuck? There's no outs. And motherfucking Otani's up. You want to dip? Like, what? It's just like, no, we're not leaving. I paid to come to the whole game. So this is what men have to understand. This is why we want you to have abundance and leverage and options. This is why we don't care about the little money, or well, you paid and I didn't. We don't care about that because that's inconsequential. All right, I make that money back easily. None of that makes you a man. All right, you have to stand on abundance, leverage, and options. All right, you should be like, okay, I can lose you. Bye. Or they got to go to the bathroom, or they want to walk with you to go get snacks. All right, or they hitting the damn snack. The snack shack every quarter, and you're like, damn, you going to get more food? She going to get nachos and sushi rolls and sashimi, and then she's sitting there eating and the game going on. Ain't watched one snap. And then she want to get loud, woohoo, when you score a touchdown, and she want to record it for Instagram. Some young girls, Gen Z girls, just want to go so they can get the Instagram picture of being there, and they want to leave right then and there, okay? Soon as they get their Instagram video and their Instagram pictures, okay, I'm done. All right, time to go home. You're like, I paid $2,000 for these seats. So, anyway, once you understand it, it makes you hate them less, and then you can have abundance and leverage and just be like, okay, you go home. You wait in the parking lot. You go wait in the car. Well, you're going to make me wait in the car? I'm going to go find me a man that don't want to make me wait in the car. Go find him. All right, go get him. As a matter of fact, you doing me a favor. Go get him. All right, don't give a fuck about your little pouty attitude. Put your bottom lip in. So anyway, but you're not going to change women from doing this. This is what I want men to understand. You're not changing a woman. You just better hope you find a woman that doesn't do anything that I'm talking about, which you're not. All right, there's going to be a varying degree as to how they do it. Right? Some women will be completely extreme. Some women will have a low degree of doing it, but they're all going to do something like this at some particular point. You just got to figure out what environment they're going to do it in. All right. You just don't know. It could be a football game. It could be a movie. It could be any type of shit like that. It could be dinner. It could be a vacation. It could be a vacation. All right. So anyway. Shout out to Eagle Eye, says CGA, the way you pressed through the NWO trying to snipe you yesterday was impressive. Keep talking that real shit. All right. And mostly the men were trying to push them, reporting my videos, being Mitch ass niggas. All right. Eagle Eye. Shout out to you. All right. Shout out to our brother here. It is Robert Bob Johnson, says, one of the nurses for my mother is 22 years old, half German girl. She has a boyfriend, but was talking to me about how she wanted a $80 video game called Silent Hill F. Should I try to fix her mind? She's probably a normie. Hit me with the I got money.
I got money.
All right. I'm hearing some feedback in my headphones on the sound effects. All right. Let me see something here.
I got money.
Are you guys hearing that? Or maybe it's my headphones. Rule number 1 of locals is do not recruit normies. Okay? Do not recruit normies. It's not rule number 1, but do not recruit normies. There's too much proximity. There's too many relationships that you know. She knows your mother. Leave it alone. What you do is, you can hear that feedback? Okay. I don't know what's going on there. I can hear it. You see something?
I got money.
All right. I reset my thing there. I reset my stream deck just to see if you can hear it. Okay. That is locals. Okay. That is locals. Here's a quick information. Join me on the local streams. Leave the normies alone. All right, please. Okay. Now, she could be on the dark side, but you don't know. And what is it worth for you to check it out, right? It's worth a major risk. You have a nurse, you have your mother involved, you have her boyfriend. Unless she solicits you, right? Unless she offers this to you, you leave it alone. Now, there's so many hundreds of thousands of women that literally you can plunk, right? They're ready to go. And this does then lead men to go, well, but I want this one. You can always find the exact replica of the woman you're trying to get after. Okay. So whatever this half German, half whoever is, just go get the replica of that. Okay. And she's available. But if she comes to you, then that's another decision making but I typically don't like to eat where I shit or be close to home. You know, all she has to say is to your mother, all right, you were vulnerable. She was vulnerable and you took advantage of her. No. So go over to CoachGregAdams.locals.com. Okay. Most men can't handle this shit over here. And, you know, so we take this over to Locals for the men who want to get this information, and it's for pay. But leave it alone. Leave it alone. There's too many things that could go left in that particular way. All right. Most normies can't handle it. All right. All right. There are men right now that can't handle it. You can't handle any of this type of lifestyle or information. Men can't even handle $50 at this point. But please just let her do her job. Leave her alone. She got a boyfriend. This is too much. All right. Way too much. Yep, her boyfriend's going to come after you. The world's not ready for this, although they're doing it and everybody knows. The world's not ready to have been confronted with the person they know doing it. No, leave it alone. Let her bring it up. Anyway, he said no freestyling. Yeah, it's not necessary. Guys, it's not necessary. You got women that want their mind fixed. You can go right over there and pick them up right there. All right, you don't need that one. Shout out to J. Cool, says, Coach, the things you are speaking about is why I do not simply rely on my base hourly wage. He says, I work as much overtime as I can, and that gives the image that I am a man who gets the job done, which is, he says, which I do get the job done. I work at a 24/7 plant as on-site IT, and I mean, I keep it going. I think that's what it is. You said right there. You keep it going. Work that overtime. Like, think about it. If indeed you're working out, and you're like, if you have a chance to work overtime, go work that overtime. Okay. Go work that overtime. All right. If you don't, what else are you going to do? All right. And the guy says cash is a bad advice from CGA on this. Okay. See you later. All right. See you later. All right. You did have a chance to correct the advice, but you're not just going to say wrong or bad advice. What you could do is offer up some new advice, and you can send it by super chat. So that's what you're going to have to do. But you're not just going to jump in here and ambush me with a fake profile. Right. Bad advice from CGA on this, and offer no advice in return. So you can super chat from here on there. All right. That's what you can do. Anyway. All right. What's wrong with men? Men. I'll tell you. Men got to be the poorest excuse for men out here. Oh, bad advice. Okay, bye. There's the super chat button, but no. Didn't even offer up good advice on his reply. All right, but thank you, sir. Your exit door is over here. Right there it is right there. All right, goodness gracious. Hey, ladies, I tell you, man, the more I deal with men, the more I see why you women don't want to deal with modern men. I mean, I see it. I've been doing this for 10 years, talking to men almost exclusively. Okay. I see exactly why women don't want to deal with men. I see it. It's apparent. It's as plain as the nigga nose on a nigga's face. That wide nigga nose on your face, it's as plain to see why women don't want to deal with men. Dude, the women have a real point because I just can't even do. I mean, I can make 2-3 years worth of content explaining this shit. And men, dude, when I explain it to men, they get hurt. Men crash out harder on me than the women crash out. Women can seem to take these considerations and but the men lose their fucking mind, all right, when they're dealing with this. I can see exactly why women don't want to mess with men. And nobody can prove me wrong on this one. These men ain't worth shit out here. These low effort men are worthless. I mean, I can see why these bitches don't want to marry and fuck none of you guys. It's crazy, right? Even the way you deal with me, lack of respect, hijacking, know-it-all niggas, no icon, no face, I mean, goodness gracious. Then if I actually happen to see what your face looks like, you're like, who would deal with you, nigga? Like, who would the fuck you deal with you? Goodness gracious. Men this is the lowest quality of men ever to live in America today. Today's men of all ages is the lowest quality of men to ever exist in this country. And that goes for boomers, Gen Xers, millennials, Gen Z. The lowest quality men that ever roam these American lands live here today. These men don't have shit to their name but a whole bunch of opinions, but opinions are like assholes. Everyone got them, but they all stink. Okay, these are low effort men. These men are low effort males. Let's start with you do-rag in the public wearing ass niggas and you pants sagging ass niggas. It's ridiculous. And these supposed to people that know. You're supposed to know it all. These are people supposed to know, but you don't know not to wear pajamas and your pants above your goddamn drawers. Like, come on, man. These are the weakest men in history, okay? They expect women to just bend over backwards for an average regular schmuck. Right? There's no fucking way and I can't lead this group of men anymore with an honest face because there's content creators that suck it up and then give you that old same content and they dip. Right? But it's hard for me to do it and keep a straight face because I got to do this for hours upon end to even keep this shit going. He says, so is CGA calling the majority of men living today weak? Abso-fucking-lutely. Are you new? 50% of men in the manosphere ain't shit. Weak individuals. The manosphere alone got 50% of ain't shit men. All right, then when you go outside the manosphere, the number goes up to 75% of men that ain't shit. Today. Absolutely today. The manosphere got 50% of ain't shit motherfuckers. The manosphere alone got 50% of the men in the manosphere ain't shit, ain't worth shit. That's the manosphere, which is a rest haven for hoes. That's what the fuck I'm saying. Where are you been? I've been saying this for the better part of 2 years. The manosphere got 50% of ain't shit men by itself. They hold as a rest haven for new modern male hoes. 50% of the manosphere by itself are ain't shit niggas. And that means white niggas, black niggas, it don't matter. Then when you go outside in the real world, 75% of men ain't shit. And that's statistically across the fucking board. These men ain't shit. They know too much, but ain't got nothing to show for it. These bitch ass niggas, keyboard warriors, know a whole bunch, but can't show their face. Today's era of men ain't shit. Across the fucking board. Up and down, left and goddamn right. He says, Coach loves talking down to y'all. No, I'm talking down to you. right? If you fit the characteristic of what I'm talking about, it's you I'm talking to. I'm not talking to the motherfucking guys that it don't apply to. See, it's interesting. If I talk about women, it somehow applies to all women, right? It's somehow then y'all don't let these motherfuckers. Now all of a sudden I talk to men and here these niggas go. Sign language, not all men. Here they go. He talking to us. No, I'm talking to you, bitch ass nigga. I'm talking to you, bitch ass nigga. I'm not talking to the guy it doesn't apply to. If it don't apply, let it fly. If the shoe don't fit, don't wear it. I'm talking to you, bitch ass nigga. For the guys that are shit, they listening, saying, agreeing. Yeah, these niggas ain't shit. The hit dogs are. Look at these motherfuckers, bitch ass men out here. Look at these. They start talking like hoes in here. Well, not all men. And he just talking to us and not me. Not all. Bitch, I'm talking to you, nigga. If it applies to you, I'm talking to you, bitch nigga. These men ain't shit today, bruh. These men ain't done shit their entire life. Like, if you look at men across the board today, they got no wins in their life. None. They wake up, ain't won one day in their motherfucking life. You ain't won shit your entire life. All the things you got been handed to you. You ain't had to bust a grape, knock a nigga out. You know what I mean? Achieve higher, take a sacrifice. You know what I mean? You ain't have to fall on the grenade, walk through the landmines. You ain't have to done shit. These men ain't done shit, and they want a woman. These niggas ain't bought nothing but a twin mattress. The pissy twin mattress you own, nigga, was given to you. Everything you got has been given to you, nigga, on a silver fucking platter. With no motherfucking sweat equity returned from you. Got nothing. Like crazy. The entitlement of men. This ain't the first time I've talked about it. I bet I made a whole stream about this. If you go back to the Coach Greg Adams channel, I talked about this a year or two ago on there. These men don't put in no work. They don't do nothing. All right? I train MMA. And you a broke MMA trainer, all right? That means you ain't fighting MMA. You're not impressing me that you an MMA trainer, nigga. So the fuck what? All right? So you a modern day gladiator or a modern day goofy ass nigga. All right, throw this nigga to the lions. Yeah, I'm supposed to be impressed you train MMA. I'm supposed to be impressed you train MMA. MMA is a ticket for poor people to get out of poverty. So you get your brain fucking rattled in CTE because you can't do nothing else. You can't do nothing else. This is your ticket out of poverty. It's to fight other goofy ass, boneheaded ass niggas. All right, good. Congratulations, motherfucker. All right. Why don't you go get a goddamn job? Why don't you motherfucking get a goddamn degree, nigga? You book reading ass nigga. All right. MMA is just the boneheads way to get their ticket out of poverty because they can't do nothing else. All right. How's that for your fucking MMA? You future CTE patient. I don't give a fuck about your goddamn MMA. It's for big, goofy niggas to go in there to try to figure out a way to get cauliflower ear. Fuck you and your MMA. Get the fuck out of here, goofy ass nigga. I'm supposed to be impressed. Now, what else you do, nigga? What else have you done, nigga? What's your MMA record? Let's pull that shit up. Fuck, nigga. All right, nigga, I'm supposed to be impressed. What's wrong with these men, bro? These men today. These men today, bro. You gonna have CTE and cauliflower ear by 26. Congratulations, nigga. Yeah, I'm really impressed. I certainly won't fight you, but I'll let your dumb ass walk around with your eyes fucking crossed, all right, all day. All right, and I'm only saying that to him. All right, shout out to my MMA guys, but I'm only saying that to this nigga, man, because he out here trying to throw slander around here. What's your record? 0-0, nigga. They never tap nobody out. This nigga in here practicing MMA, and I'm supposed to be impressed. I practice MMA. Okay, good, nigga. Okay, you ain't got in the ring yet. You ain't got in the cage yet and fought nobody. All right. He ain't new. He been here all the time. He ain't new. All right. Nigga, I'll practice MMA for a living. Wow. All right, anyway. Men out here, bro. Men out here ain't worth a goddamn thing, man. This is crazy, bro. This the only trophy you got? You practice MMA? All right, good. I practice MMA. Ain't got in the ring once to square up against an opponent. Man, what is going on, man? What are we doing as men today? All right, anyway. Now he gonna try to come and get me in the crippler crossface. All right, anyway. Look, let's go back. He says right here, Vegas is full of UFC fighters. Exactly. I'm here in Vegas. I see UFC fighters all the time. All right. I can see him over there with that cauliflower ear and shit. All right. Anyway. Where are we at? Well, we was talking about bitch ass niggas, my favorite new subject. He won't even remember me when he see me with his old CTE having ass. He gonna see me and just forget. All right, anyway. Let's make men great again. Let's make men great again. That's the whole point of it. Is your girlfriend impressed you to practice MMA? Let's see here. Gonna bring this nigga to the cage. I got a cage over around the corner. I got an MMA gym over here. Let's see what we got here. Okay, what are we doing? We got, it's the evil world we live in. All right. We got this MMA fighter right here in the comment section. We got him with his wife on this particular video. So let's go ahead and show him since he wanted to talk today. It says right here, husband attacks wife mid threesome, says she was giving it all to the other guy. All right. This is the MMA guy. This is him, and we're going to see how he has a relationship with his wife. Husband attacks wife mid-threesome, says that the other guy was not letting him get no pussy. Here we go.
I'm his wife, okay? We agreed to have I don't know, it just happened. We had a threesome thing, I don't know.
All right, stay over there for me.
He got jealous or something. He put his hands on me, okay? And I fought back, and then he ended up leaving. I threw his shit out. Yeah, and that's it.
We're supposed to move tomorrow. He came over, we were having a good time, and a threesome happened, and I got in my feelings.
Okay.
You know, it's not her fault. You know, she's a good woman.
Man, y'all gotta figure this out. It's not healthy, right?
I know we got a fucked up relationship, so we've been trying to get counseling.
All right, we've been trying to get counseling, a messed up relationship. I see cauliflower ear here. And yeah, she was getting that work put on her by the other dude. He was going ham on his wife's uncooked Cinnabons. And there he is. Apparently, he's crying about this particular ceremony right here. We've been going through counseling. We have an effed up relationship. This is men. Yo, when I say men ain't shit out here, men ain't shit. These are the men right here. These are the men that I'm telling you right here. 50% of the manosphere, 75% of the available men out here ain't shit. You hoodie wearing ass niggas. Like, come on, bruh. You got your wife getting her cheeks crunched, all right, and you trying to get in and the other dude shoved you to the side? This is crazy. This is insane. And he crying. And guys, let me just say you this right here. Let me just tell you this. If you're going to couples counseling with your girlfriend or wife, you're a loser. You literally are a loser. And I'm going to tell you why. Why are you trying to fix a relationship that's already broken? You ain't got no other women. Like, you can't drop this bitch and leave. You can't pay the restock fee and divorce this broad. You ain't got enough. Yeah, bitch ass niggas today, man. We live in a world of bitch ass niggas, man. Come on, bruh. And then now you crying. Now you let your wife get her pussy ran through. And you try to tap them on the shoulder. Can I get some? And they push you to the side. I'm telling you, man, men out here are in bad shape. And I used to sympathize for dudes, but this is dudes putting themselves in this situation. This is sad. This is sad. You already losing this relationship. You already in counseling, and then you letting your cheeks get her pancakes clapped by another nigga. This relationship is as good as gone. Now you're crying to the police. This is terrible.
But I mean,
He just came back tonight.
That's probably not helping, right?
It's not helping.
So,
And I'm sorry.
what are you sorry about?
She says I hate her. I didn't mean to hate her if I did.
All right, this sounds like the guy that was in there telling me he's an MMA fighter. All right, that does sound like him. And then he hit the girl. Okay.
What did he?
I didn't. I just put my hands up in defense. She says I hate her. I didn't mean to hit her if I did.
If you did hit her, where would it be?
I don't know.
Oh,
where would you guess?
I don't know.
Okay.
MMA fighter ass nigga. He lost. He don't even know where he hit her now. He's snitching on himself. Now he realized he snitched on himself. Felix, is this you? This is Felix right here.
And that's you.
Felix is here. And all he can see is visions of his girlfriend, that torta that was in there, getting clapped out by some nigga. Like, this is sad, bro.
I don't know. It just happened so fast.
We all came in, like we all
There you
got in a good intention.
I know you don't have to defend it, but I'm saying they need to figure their thing out before you keep getting involved. Okay, let them either.
There it is. All right, so here's the guy that was crunching them cheeks, and there's the girlfriend back there. I mean, yo. See, men, when you're in a relationship, when you're in love, and this goes for women too, you can't really see, and this happens to me too. And this happens to me. When you're in love or you're in your feelings, you can't really see the reality of the situation you're in. This is why I don't think people should go to marriage counseling. The marriage is over. You just don't realize it. But if, and we've all done this, if you broke up with this woman, you would actually look at her and say, I was actually fiending over that. Now, she's not a bad-looking woman, but you was fiending and trying to keep this relationship going for that. Just physically. I don't know how she is. She probably a piece of shit human being too. But you're trying to keep it up for that. That woman you see on your screen. That one. This woman's a 5 or a 4. She regular. She old, she washed. You know what I mean? Like, come on. But you're in love. You know what I mean? And you're trying to work it out for the better, and you're programmed to work through all of your problems going through counseling. Bruh, you can literally drop her and find something better. All you have to do is boss up and man up. But no, you want to practice MMA for a living. All right. And you want to invite another man in there, hopefully, because she was going to cheat on me anyway. But this is where it gets sad for men, because you get scarcity. I talked about this. Scarcity and fear is a big thing. And it's not to be taken lightly. Most men operate in scarcity and fear. I'm going to lose her. She's going to cheat on me. Okay, let her go, bruh. You can find another one. Trust me, man. There's more women out here like this around the world. But, you know, I mean, this is why I try to teach men this.
I get that or whatever. I get that. Like, okay. So
the cop following her.
Go side. I gotta take pictures in a minute, okay? When they invited me over, he said, like, okay, he wants to apologize.
Do you have any injuries that need to be
No, I'm fine.
No. Okay, so you're not a victim this time?
No, he didn't do anything.
Okay. Her story is, Prim came over at 2300. Mm-hmm. The three of them were in a sexual encounter for about an hour. Okay. Consensual all the way. And then her and Prim went to QT to get more beer. Right. When they got back, Anthony was obviously not good with what happened. Mm-hmm. She asked what was wrong. He just socked her. Right.
All right, so we see what happened there. All right, so what happened was, you can barely hear it, So the one dude was going in on the wife, all right, giving her the business, all right, and then he wasn't being included. He felt left off, and so he went outside to the QT, which is the Flying J, the Come and Go, the 7-Eleven. He went to the QT to get some beer, all right, because he was left out. He's like, fuck it, man, I can't even fuck my own wife. So he went to go get beer, and then when he came back, he was probably all worked up. You know how we get worked up. You know what I mean? And we like, fuck that bitch. And then when he came in, she was like, what's wrong? And the whole room smelling like Badussy. And then when he gets back, he's still stroking the wife's cheeks. All right. Cheeks still clapped. All right. She's still sucking the dick. And he was like, oh, okay. Word. We just gonna act like you wasn't foul.
Here's William.
All right. And he went, here's William on her. And then the motherfucker with the one punch crunch. And now the police is there. All right, so that's what it sounded like. This other dude was working her ass for a good hour. All right, he couldn't get in. Excuse me, sir, can I get some? He went to go get some brew. He worked himself up. Bitch said, what's wrong with you? And he said,
here's William.
And it was raw, too. And he was clapping the fuck out of them cheeks, all right? And then he crunched the woman. One punch crunched the woman. So that's what it sounded like out here. Boy, it's evil out here. And by the way, this would qualify as a successful marriage.
It's an evil world we live in.
I just want to let you know, when people say that 50% of people don't get divorced, this counts as a successful marriage. Just so you guys know, this is a marriage that is literally not ending in a divorce. People stay married. This qualifies as a successful marriage, according to the people who argue marriage statistics. All right, moving on. Speaking of successful marriages, we have Dwight Howard's ex-wife, or his wife, recently filed for divorce. Well, apparently she's getting second thoughts here. It says Dwight Howard's wife, her name is Amy Luciani, admits that she almost fumbled the love of her life after filing for divorce just 6 months in. And she says new wives need to learn to shut up. All right, I'm interested in this video right here. Yeah, all right, new wives need to learn how to shut up.
Shut up!
All right, so here we go.
Had the love of my life, and I almost divorced his ass in 6 months, being real stupid and silly. Actually, we both filed for divorce. Let's talk about the struggles of being a new young wife. First thing I can tell you, as a new wife, I know this is gonna be a hard practice, but shut your mouth, shut up. Now, I know some of y'all gonna say, oh, you gotta shut up because you married? What, is he silencing you? No, sis, I'm not saying shut up. I'm saying pick your battles. And sometimes pick them quietly. Understand, when you became one with your husband, that means you became one. Y'all are one. You have to literally die to your old self. You don't want to do that yet. What does die to my old self mean? Because I'm very much still alive. Simply means adjustments. You got to make a lot of adjustments. Again, heavy on your one now. Know your spicy attitude isn't passion. It's a nasty attitude. That has to die for your husband. Confrontational spirits hidden by passion. You're not passionate, sis. You just got an attitude problem. Lose it. Quick gem. Successful top tier men, they just want peace. They don't want anything else. You can't do anything else for them besides bring them peace. Mistake I made, me and my husband going through issues, telling my friends about it.
All right, so this is good advice that she's talking about here, but this is another reason why I believe that that black men and black women's relationships are not going to be successful across the board today, is because of what she's saying here. And these are things that I taught you. Rebellious, talking back, loudmouth, all right, talking too much. All right, talking too much. Ladies, stop talking to your man so much. He's not your best friend. Men, if you're in a relationship with a woman and she's your best friend, you're a bitch. All right, your wife is not supposed to be your best friend. Now, if you guys want to go about that, believe in that shit, bro, men and women ain't friends to begin with. All right, but stop talking to your boyfriend. So also stop sharing what's happening to your relationships to the outside world, your girlfriends, your mother-in-law, or your mother. All right, and taking your relationship business to the internet and this type of thing. So she's learning here, and of course I'm congratulate her for learning, but you know, most of the time the damage is done, and like I said, their programming is to do the opposite. Well, I don't want to feel controlled, and like he's got control over me, and blah 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 blah. All right, meanwhile they both filed for divorce. Okay,
don't do it. Lying to yourself is hard, okay? You spent your whole life talking, probably talking too much, getting the last word, being overly opinionated, being emotionally unstable. Some people settle for that, but this person married you, they're not going for it. Passive aggressive attitudes. Most black men, when you do that, it reminds them of somewhat what they grew up with their mom, their siblings. They married you. They don't want to feel with the trauma from childhood.
All right, this is true. Passive aggressive behavior, I'm of the belief that as much as we have bitch ass niggas out here, most women are not trained to be wives. They're trained to manipulate, which we're going to see later. And thus they do childish acts. All right. And of course, have you done this in relationships? You get into a relationship, especially if you're 20 to 30 and you play house, in which the default characteristic of the woman when you play house is to be, and you need to do, and you need to listen. That's the default characteristic when you play house. Whereas the woman automatically assumes this position of, and what happens is some women believe that if you do this, it's going to make the man do more. All right. He's going to do more for me if I keep pushing the line and, nitpicking and being irritant. Well, some guys don't fall for that. Some guys don't have the patience for that. They're looking for peace. And the only place you can find true peace is in singledom, right? Not in a relationship. Don't expect a woman to bring you peace. Or a man, for that matter, if you're a woman listening to me. There's no peace in relationships. So you have to deal with somebody who is constantly, unless they know what they're doing, which is very few and far between. Most of the people are annoyances in relationships. And you put up with it. That's all you do. You just put up with it. I'm going to put up with this annoyance. Oh, here she goes again.
And I'm about to say something that's probably going to hurt y'all feelings. Black successful men do marry black women. But my girls, let's be for real. Let's talk about it. I already know, sis, life was not easy for us. And along the way, we formed a little neck roll that we can't get rid of.
Exactly. So this is another thing. Like I said, they're already downloaded socially for this. When I say they already are the nieces of Lilith and the daughters and sisters of Jezebel, well, the neck roll, the eye roll, the sucking of the teeth, the you ain't, this type of thing. Well, that's not going to go well for a man that is high achieving, higher value, money. All right. He loves himself. He wants peace. That's not going to work. He ain't going to put up with none of that. And she then found that out. And typically what black women do is they put all black men on the same line. All right. You're a black guy, so I'm going to just do this. And some women believe that black guys like sassy women. I tend to hate sassy and sarcastic women. I can't deal with sassy and sarcastic women. There's two things that I know that if I'm looking for a relationship, which I'm not relationship material. As soon as I see a sassy or sarcastic woman, that's an automatic turn off. Automatic. And so she's even acknowledging that they're given this. They were birthed into it. It actually is somewhat cute when they're young. Oh, look at her. She being sassy. And then they glorify it. And then all of a sudden they're a sassy teenager. And then they're a sassy older woman. And she now dealing with a higher earning guy and believe that that's going to work too because he's a nigga. All right. He must accept this and put up with it. But some guys don't want to deal with it. I'm not dealing with this bullshit, this neck rolling and eye rolling, and you don't deal with it. If I did, nah, get out. Divorce. All right, divorce. You're out of here. I don't deal with sassy or sarcastic women. All right, because most of it is passive aggressive. Right? They'll sassily or they'll put their hand in your face or they'll touch you or hit you or you're just like, what are you doing? This goes to the lack of respect. Forget love. Where's the respect? And then they will say, well, these are little things. You're complaining about this. You can't handle my energy. I need a man that can handle me. All right, I'm out of here. I don't need to handle a woman. Only thing I need to do is handle that neck. So they can't take corrections like the Mitch ass nigga earlier. All right, they can't take corrections. All right. Somebody says black men do like sassy women. Same as liking fat women. All right, I'm not sure. You're saying that's a cope? Yeah, I don't like sassy women. Number one, I don't like sassy women. Then I don't like sarcastic women. All right, sarcastic women are basically the equivalent of women that can't tell jokes and can't say what they want to say, so they have to use sarcasm. So it's a passive aggressive attack normally. Sarcasm is just a passive aggressive way to get off what they want to tell you, but they can't tell you. All right, so it's a bad way, ineffective way to communicate. All right, so let's continue.
Because life was hard doesn't give you the right to be rude, a bitch, confrontational, nasty attitude, uncooperative, any of those things. Married now, sis, so you're joining with one. It should be a peaceful harmony, right? Which means you have to die to yourself with all the ugly things.
By the way, there's so much to unpack in this particular video, just on looks alone, and biology plays a part in this. Number one, the fact that certain people come from struggle, they make you have to pick up that struggle. That's part of the baggage. So, you know, she's talking about black women come from struggle. What struggle? The own struggle you create? What struggle do you come from? The struggle that your mother and daddy gave you? What struggle? Your ancestors in slavery? Please don't bring this up. Okay. Everybody now has a good idea of how to avoid struggle. Struggle is a choice. The struggle didn't choose you. You chose the struggle. So they want to bring in these years and years of black women struggling, and they want to bring that right in your lap. I'm not dealing with that, particularly with black women. I don't care about your ancestors and struggling in the slavery years. Bitch, just be a good woman. Don't bring that attitude and bullshit in here with me. Number two. Now, this one's going to be problematic for a lot of people, but biologically, those who assume masculine roles early in life typically look masculine in many ways. And this is then biology turning to physicality. So people that assume struggle positions and have to work their way out, and they have to do things and struggle and strive and make ends meet, and they have to be independent and strong, what you will find is that these people start taking on masculine looks. Wide noses, broad shoulders, long faces, deep voices, and so forth and so on. All right. And this woman kind of is representing that. Her deep ass voice. Why? Because you're around people that are scavengers. So you have to come out and be defensive. All right. You walk tougher and stronger. All right. Your shoulders get broader. Why? Because you have to defend yourself on a regular basis in the middle of Indianapolis. So your body will start taking on in the way you carry yourself, your approach. Your hands will be rougher because you're doing rougher type jobs to survive. You're working in an Amazon warehouse. So these people will have masculine characteristics. Their eyes will look more like masculine. They'll start making facial expressions like masculine. So this is why people are looking at her, and not the fact that maybe Dwight Howard likes masculine looking women. All right. She's just a masculine woman. The testosterone, the biology is going to kick in and say, oh, you're a mother bear, or you got to be aggressive. All right. And that cannot be coached out of them. They can't fake it. It's part of them. And they have years and years and years of this biological programming that makes them more masculine. In appearance, they can't unmasculinize themselves. They can't. They just have to have a nigga that wants to have a masculine looking woman. All right. They played basketball since they were in the 5th grade, and they were a half bulldagger, half whore on the basketball team all the way through high school and college. There's only so much femininity she gonna have. All right. And then you see the nose widening and then the ears perking up. It's like a pit bull, a Rottweiler. All right, so and the deeper voice, you know, you're gonna look more and sound more and present more masculine. Even, you know, they wear certain clothes that wear themselves to be masculine. This is why a lot of them want to become soft girls. This is because they've been living their whole life struggling and choosing struggle and then being masculine. All right, and then having to protect themselves and carry switchblades and firearms. All right, so you will see this happening. This is why you typically will see Asian women who look feminine because they're smaller, more neotenous. They don't have any of these masculine characteristics, right? Bitches be in the gym doing clean and jerks, all right? Whereas Asian women look small, petite, and so sweet. So masculinity doesn't have to do with how she behaves. It has to do with how she came up. And once she starts doing certain things, all right, she's going to present masculine. It's hard for them to pivot back to femininity. All right. Anyway, then they'll get an attitude. They'll fight at the drop of a hat. Anyway, she was kind of cooking there, but I had to interrupt her because she was going on a little bit too long. All right. Going on a little bit too long. Somebody said even in Vietnam, that's true. Like the war women, the women that used to have to hire guns and put guns on and bombs on their kids and so forth and so on. All right, what do we got here? It's the evil world we live in. We have the monetized dating marketplace. We have the monetized dating marketplace wide open right on your internet. Nobody no longer hiding it. This one says, forget about your morals. I'm up. This woman out here says she's a sex worker. She's going to take us through how she earns her money. I believe she says she's up 30K over the weekend. All right, so let's take a look at her. There she is. There's somebody's daughter, right? And there's her stack of money. And there's her stack of racks. All right, she says she's a worker and she wants to tell you how she made her money.
Y'all in my comments talk about morals and respect, bitch, you can keep your morals. Bitch, I just made 30K in 15 days. And that takes you 365 days of blood, sweat, and tears to touch. You feel me? Bitch, fuck a moral. I'm up.
With me next time, go buy
Look, bitch, how your pussy loose, but you ain't been to work.
All right, so she's flying out, all right, 30K in 15 days.
You out here on that square shit, huh?
Right, there she is with the fake titties.
Getting paper out Philly like
8 p.m. out call. That means she's going to someone's house, and it is a nice suburban house, and that definitely is a white man. Let's continue here. I'm going to turn the music down because I'm going to get a copyright. All right, so there she is in the suburbs. Suburban dudes don't mind paying for some pussy. That's what we are here. All right, here we go. 8 p.m. out call. That's the house, and $600. All right, that's all. What did I tell you? It don't cost that much, all right, if you ain't got 600. 600. All right, she had to get on the plane, go out to the suburbs, get her cheeks clapped. It could have took 5 minutes. 5 minutes, all right? Could have took 15. She could have took the whole hour. $600. Let's continue. And trap room for the week, all right? So she got a double bed, one to sleep on, one to fuck on. And that's how that works if you don't know. And there's $500, all right? $500 for the first one by 10 p.m., all right? So that's 2 guys, 2 nuts. And we're on day 2. And there's 500 juicy ass dollars, big head hundreds.
I got money.
Big head hundreds. All right, so here we go right there. And there we go right there by 4 p.m. Oh, she doing double and triple shifts. All right, and so that was 2. And by 10 a.m., somebody came in for that early call on the way to work. That's a thou wow. All right, everybody got a different price, and everybody's got a price. Plus 400 by 3 p.m. from 10 a.m. Okay, so we got 2 a days, and there she is, 10:30. The trick canceled, but still cash at me. Hey, I couldn't make it, baby. I couldn't make it, but here's your money. All right, what an honest trick. We got another trick at 500, and then next hour, another trick, another $500. And then, damn, that's 3 in 3 hours. Holy mackerel. Plus, we got the $200 Venmo. This is why I tell you guys, when you are dating, all right, on the dating marketplace, you do have to figure out and check her Cash App and her Venmos, all right, and her Telegram and all of that. You're going to find out what your girlfriend and your future wives are doing. We got by 4, another cancellation, but still paid, all right, and there it is right there. And we got 8 p.m. Damn, that was 5 dudes in one day. 5 dudes in one day. 2 a.m. You don't have to call. And now we're going back to the suburbs, and it's a cool thou wow for an out call. All right. It's more expensive to get an out call than an in call. She switched hotels as to not bring any suspicious activities. We got 2 beds, one to fuck on, one to sleep on. And there it is right there. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 700. It looks like, or 650 for some fish, fresh fish. Another 500 right there. And there it is right there. She totaling it up. 5 nights, 10 grand. All right.
I got money.
All right. And 5 nights, 10 grand. She got 6K in cash. Don't take 10K on the plane, baby. All right. She's smart. And she's actually covering it very good, her tracks there. You can't take it. There it is. Thumbs up right there. Whose future wife is this? All right. Whose future wife is this? You don't have to call. It's okay, girl. Yes, man. Join me on CoachGregAdams.locals.com. I will show you that many women are on the spectrum. They're doing this, and they also got boyfriends. All right. We've seen this earlier. And they also are on normie dating apps. They also get into normal relationships, too. Swish, fresh fish. Ain't that a... All right. Shout out to her right there for making it work. All right, ladies, if you in a bind, it's get them bind season out here. All right, what do we got here? We got also, let me see, 1, 2, 3, where we at? Okay, we're almost at the main event. I got one more video. We have a guy that makes a list of women's top manipulation tactics here on this evil world we live in.
What's real?
Let me see if we can find this right here. Let me see. Ranking ways women manipulate you. All right, here we go.
Hey, today we're ranking ways that she manipulates you, from subtle to borderline satanic tactics, pulling away to gain power. The most common and effective manipulation tactic. She texts you nonstop for 1 week and then vanishes for 3 days to test your reaction. If you chase, she wins. If you stay calm, she might lose interest because the game failed. It's pure control. Satanic S tier. Gaslighting. She twists reality so that you doubt your own memory. I never said that. You're overthinking. This is a classic mind trick. Once she controls your perception, she controls your reality. You'll find yourself constantly questioning what's real and what's fake. Very satanic S tier. Withholding intimacy. You argue and suddenly she's not in the mood. A lot of the time it's not about sex, it's a game of leverage. She knows that you're gonna bend over to get that affection back. And sometimes it is actually an emotional thing. A tier.
All right, so let me just say, congratulations. Shout out to the guys the younger guys who are making content related to this. Shout out to you. You guys are very vital and important to the conversation because, you know, I've been making this conversation a long time, you know, in my mid to late 30s, all the way into now I'm 50 years old, right? People need young men to hear these conversations and learn about it. So withholding intimacy is not a good thing. If she's not fucking you, man, she is really messing. She's screwing you over, and she's trying to use punani as a leverage. This goes for girlfriends and wives and so forth and so on. It doesn't mean she doesn't want to have sex or is disinterested. She's trying to use that as a power move or a leverage. All right. And if you see that in your relationships, it's time to go. Okay. Please let her go. It's not going to get better. And if you fall for it, then she knows how to control you.
Jealousy traps. She casually mentions some random guy from the gym. She posts a thirst trap on her story, or she brings up her ex, all to trigger your insecurity.
Absolutely. So anytime they talk about other men, all right, or they mention another guy, hey, there was a trainer in the gym and he made a comment towards me, or I can get more dudes. I have options. They post something on the internet. They know what they're doing. This is a passive aggressive way to see how you handle it. And then how you handle it is to determine, how they deal with you. If you crash out and punch them in the nose, then they know, okay, there's consequences. If you try to negotiate with her, you a bitch ass nigga. Because she's just going to use plausible deniability. Okay, so if you say, or let's say she compares a low rank nigga to you and you a high rank nigga, and you try to defend yourself against a low rank nigga. Dude, it's a loss. And people have to understand these shit tests come with the fact that you can lose and still win, and that you can win and still lose. So they know this, and they've been doing this to other women for their entire lives. We, on the other hand, thinks that because she opened her legs, she likes me. Just because she likes you doesn't mean that she won't do this against you. This is why I'm always critically trying to break down what do you talk about you don't pay, right? These people do these things to you, whether you're getting free pussy or not. You're going to have to deal with this because this is what they do. And now they do it out of fear and scarcity. So you have to understand, they don't want to lose you, or they like the comfort you provide or something that you provide, so they don't want to lose you. So they will do things like this. Yeah. Even though you're the man, well, I'm the man, she'll still do this to you. This is why these guys who are the man and pimps got to keep their girl in check constantly. Because a girl never stays in check. A woman never stays in check. They always got to pull their pimp hand back and smack a bitch and put a bitch in check and correct her behavior. Why? Because she has scarcity and fear. So one thing she does is to test you. So you still going to have energy related to that. You still going to put up with bullshit, whether you're that guy, you're handsome, you getting it for free, you're paying. You still dealing with bullshit, just so you know. All right, you're not getting away with this. Eventually, she's going to see you comfortable. It's kind of like this. When she sees you comfortable and relaxing, what does she do? Let me fuck with him. Let me ask him to do something. Let me see if he can run to the store and get some milk. All right, he comfortable. He put his hands in his pants. He's watching the game. He didn't put on the Xbox or the PlayStation. Oh, we ran out of milk. If you want me to finish making you lunch, you got to go get some milk. Like that's what that. Again, when men say they want peace away from this. Nobody wants this. All right, no man wants to deal with this shit. But of course, if you don't go get no milk, she's going to be like, oh, I guess I'm not going to make you lunch. Or I guess I'm not going to fuck you tonight. She gets to withhold sex and be all pissy. You didn't go get milk when I asked you. You don't care about me? Do you not care? You don't care about me. And it's the fact that you just don't have feelings towards me. You don't like me, do you? Yeah, bro. I mean, this is all out of fear and scarcity that they do this. And they're all programmed to do this. So you're not wiggling out of this. All right, so let's continue.
It's emotional chess, and the moment that you react, she automatically wins. S tier, undermining your masculinity. You're not a real man if you don't do this. A real man would do this thing. It's pure psychological warfare. She's not defining masculinity, she's defining obedience. But
yeah, so undermining your masculinity, whether you gay, all right, you must be gay, all right. They'll put these things on you, and men have learned to do this pretty much true. So as soon as you speak against men, you gay. All right. But you don't want wrestling with niggas with your shirt off and your drawers in the wrestling ring. But that ain't. All right. But, undermining your masculinity is a big one. Underlining your ability to earn. Okay. They'll tell you that they dated other guys that had Porsche 911s. All right. I dated a lot of guys that had 911s. Every guy that I date got a 911. All right. So they'll talk to you about that, or a real man would do this. This is all manipulative tactics. This have nothing to do with what you're doing here. Let's continue here. All right, let's continue.
If you are being a pussy, then she's rightly so calling you out for it. So B tier. Fake innocence, aka playing dumb. She does something manipulative and then acts shocked when you call her out for it.
All right, plausible deniability. All right, I didn't realize I was doing this. You're making it up. All right, you're doing too much. I think you adding way too much more. You think you're overthinking this. You're putting too much thought of it, and then you'll catch her red fucking handed. All right, doing it. You'll get her red handed, and just this is where guys get frustrated, is because they think catching a woman is going to end it. I caught you. No. Okay. Just because you catch her doing something doesn't mean she's going to give up the ghost. And this goes for men too. Now, somebody's going to say this, and I have to clear this up. Someone's going to say, don't men do these things too? And let me just be frank with you. My channel typically is for men, geared towards men learning about relationships with women. Now, I'm talking about men more and more, but yes, men do these things, and they do things like this or manipulative tactics, but it is expected for us to do this. We're expected to be low grade, ain't shit niggas, right? That's what we're expected to do. Women, on the other hand, are expected to be more mature, expected to be able to communicate better, expected to not be able to play games, expected to not want to have drama. We expect women to be better and above board because they're supposed to be better at relationships. So we're supposed to believe that women are better. So then when we break down how there ain't shit either, they can't handle it. So yes, do men do crazy shit out here? Absolutely. I could have a field day talking about the crazy shit that men do, but we're talking about relationships from the male perspective. What do women do? Yes, they're expected to be better. They're expected to be more mature and communicate better. But what you will find is they're passive aggressive, snarky, sarcastic, sneaky, all right, always shit testing you, and so forth and so on. And they're supposed to be the better one. They're supposed to be on the one. They go to talk shows and they'll give a partial story of how you ain't shit. Meanwhile, they'll leave out the details of them getting their cheeks smashed. Okay, so that's why we have this platform, is to try to inform men that, women don't act like shit in relationships too. So plausible deniability, faking innocence, you can catch them red-handed, don't mean they gonna give up the ghost.
What? I didn't even realize. Sometimes it's not stupidity, it's a calculated strategy. She gets to play victim while getting what she wants. A lot of people are just genuinely dumb though. B tier. Plausible deniability. This is the silent killer. She leads you on, flirts with you, accepts all your attention, and then claims that she didn't know that you liked her.
Yeah, this is a big one here, man. And this does make men not want a cold approach. Okay. So I know we're going through some glitching and stuff like that, but we'll catch up. Don't worry. But this is a big one. All right. And this is lies where the trap is in. This is where the entrapment is. So one end, they would like men to be more masculine and to approach them. Then you start approaching them, and then now you can have the idea. One day she's in a pissy mood, and now you're a creep, or you're following her, or you're a stalker, or you're not the right guy, or you're wasting her time. She's playing coy and innocent. Or let's say, for instance, there's another one here. She flirts with you. Okay? She's flirting with you. Then she claims that when you shoot your shot, she tells everybody else you had the nerve to shoot your shot and flirt with her, sexual harassment, or you took it weird and you must have seen that I only saw you as a friend or a brother. You should have read the signs. You should have known that I only work here. Plausible deniability. I didn't flirt with him. I don't know what gave him the idea to shoot his shot. How many people have been in these situations? Okay. Okay, a woman will flirt with you, and then you'll be like, hey, she be at the job flirting with me. And she'll be like, huh, me? I never would do this. There was a funny episode of Blackish in which the grandmother was flirting. Yeah, I was just being nice. I don't know why he read it that way. I was just being nice. I thought he was just being nice. I thought he wanted to pay for my lunch just to be nice. There was a funny episode of Blackish in which the grandmother was flirting with the older daughter's boyfriend. She was clearly flirting. Now, he went and kind of went in on the flirting after a while. And then she was like, huh? Me flirt? She literally gaslit the whole family, played plausible deniability, and claimed she wasn't flirting. All right. If you do have a chance to look that up, it's there so you can see an idea of what plausible deniability they want. This is a reason why women want men to always approach and ask and qualify the relationship and ask for the hand in marriage, because that gives the ability to say no. So they can play plausible deniability. Well, he was with me for 2 years and we put in work, but he asked me to marry him and I said no. As opposed to her saying, but along the way, she asked for marriage. Marriage. Wedding dress. Let's shop for rings. And then when you ask her, she says no. And then when you were like, you were asking me about wedding rings. Well, that's just because I asked you about wedding rings doesn't mean I wanted to get married. That's an example of plausible deniability, where she'll put it out there, she'll lead you there, and then pull back and then make you out. He had the nerve to propose to me. He should have known I was waiting to get my career together, and now he's forcing me into getting into a marriage. That's plausible deniability. It's very sick manipulative tactic. It's a very sick manipulative tactic. Then it forces men to go, all right, I got burned once or twice. I'm not going to go forward with this anymore. Okay, I'm going to give this up. Okay. Yeah, I thought I was looking for wedding rings for another guy that I like. You ask her out to prom. I want to go with somebody else. All right. But she's been talking to you about going to prom. And you're like, maybe she's giving me a hint. Would you go to prom with me? I wouldn't go to prom with you. You're like my brother. So this does happen, and that is clear manipulative tactics that we want men to be aware of. All right, so let's do this, man. Look, they're already messing up my stream going up here. I don't know why they continue to do this, but I'll refresh my modem at the end of the day. I've been always having trouble. I'm one of the people that keep having troubles here, but I do live out in the Desert Storm bunker. All right, so please understand that and take that in consideration. I do live in the middle of nowhere. All right, so, oh, by the way, I was going to talk about this one. Tyreek Hill, his ex, we reported this, his estranged wife has filed for divorce after 17 months of marriage, but this has been reported that she still wants access to his debit cards despite filing for divorce. I mean, this is like, what more can I say, man? It's very twisted the way they look at life. And then when they start filing for divorce, they start talking about what you owe them and what's the fair way to divide up the equity. And you're like, and then once the judge hears it, they laugh. They're like, are you crazy? You were married 17 months. Well, I deserve. This would be fair. But she wants to divorce the guy. But when this is what probably happened. He cut her off. He cut off her access to the debit card. All right. I actually did this when, we were going through a divorce. I cut off memberships to Costco and shit like this. And let me tell you, man, I cut off gas cards. And guys, this could be constituted as financial abuse in many cases. So you got to be careful when you do this. All right. But she wants to get rid of the guy, but still he has to pay the fee. I should be able to spend up his money, but I want to divorce him. All right. So like, this is a sick, twisted way that women look at relationships. Men are in love, women are in business. It's sick. Like, so you still want the same access to him as if you were married, but you don't want to now fuck him. Okay, can he ask for some pussy? Can he get you to come over and lay on your back? Or is that not included in the divorce? Well, in the divorce, it is included that you don't get access to his fund. Okay, and it probably was not a joint account. What does she got as a job? All right, she ain't got no damn job. But that's crazy work. Shout out to our brother Boy Wonder. So is child support shut down too? Nope. We learned that during COVID. There is no shutdown of the child support. Ever, never, ever, ever will be. Never, ever will be. All right. Hustle every day. Already got that one. Shout out to Joshua Moon, says she made 30K in 2 weeks. All my 3K a month niggies crashed out. Hit the Here's William button out here. 30K in 2 weeks.
Here's William.
All right. Hustle every day. Dwight Howard's wife took a dose of reality, but she's old now. All right. She has to step up. Cesar Ramirez says, get him daddy season out here. Shout out to y'all, man.
Get him, daddy.
All right. Shout out to our brother Monty Henderson, says, I train MMA. Clip that, coach. All right. Shout out to you. And shout out to, no disrespect to MMA, guys. Sometimes I do that to the men who be in here talking. And, you know, I got to set them straight. All right. But for the guys that like to wrestle around with other niggas with their shirts off and they panties on, I can't say you're not a real man either. I respect you guys and the things that you do, and putting niggas in crippler cross faces and cobra clutches is very good. You know what I mean? Putting your sweaty face on a nigga's chest to try to get out of a goddamn hold. I mean, hey, it ain't for me. True gladiator warrior shit. But it's not for me. You know, I practicing with niggas in the ring, sweating, trying to lose extra weight to qualify for your fight. All right. While you putting your face in his sweaty chest. All right. Hey, man, this sounds great to me. All right. I'm just messing around, MMA guys. I'm just messing around. While wearing tight drawers. It seems legit. Wearing tight drawers and shit, bear hugging niggas, and rolling around the mat with these niggas. You know what I mean? Like, yo, it ain't for me. It could be for you. All right, now it's just like these niggas gonna come and really fuck around with me, bro. They gonna be coming out here trying to knock me out. All right, anyway. He said bumping swords. Nigga putting niggas in behind, holding them from behind. All right, look, man, I'm just messing around to the MMA guys. I'm just messing around. I know you guys are strong gladiators and warriors. All right. But I'm not trying to roll around the ring with some other nigga holding his sweaty chest. All right, they mad. I know. Shout out to our brother Preston, says they say bind fixing is predatory now. Yes, they will say that. That is for sure. That is for sure. They're going to say it's predatory. You know it's coming. The day of reckoning. All right, the day of reckoning is coming. He said all greased up. They in the gym working out like this. All right, when I get in the ring with that nigga, I'm going to roll around the mat with him and shit. All right, they in there doing their muscles. I can't wait to show off my muscles in the ring when I'm rolling around the mat with that nigga. Oh. Come in all chiseled and greased up. Y'all done sprayed all kind of shit on your muscles so they glistening and jumping. All right, also you can roll around the ring with this nigga. All right, hey. All right, anyway. Look, I love the MMA brothers here that support me. Look, they want to fight me now. Fight me, bro. All right, anyway. Shout out to our brother Sam, the Prince, says, took my wife to drag racing. She spent $75 at the snack bar and wanted to leave during qualifying. Never again. Never again. That's an example of all men pay. That's an example of all men pay. All right. The women want to go to shit and they want to leave. All right, how long is this going to take? Ma'am, you should have stayed home. But of course, if she stayed home, she would have cheated on you. All right, here we go right here. Man, I see the lag is just lagging today. Shout out to Macaroni Tony, says, when I had my disagreement about Juwan Howard, I super chatted it. You ended up being right, and I super chatted my apology. It's that simple, gents. It's that simple. And guys will be like, well, if I disagree, why should I super chat? That's the purpose of the super chat. Just because you're super chatting doesn't mean you agree. But what you're saying is, I disagree, so I should just let my shit off in the stream for free. No. All right. Verbalize your disagreement. Stand on it. Stand on it. All right. Money talks, bullshit walks. Say what you feel, nigga. If you feel convicted or if you feel like you got a different opinion, put $5 on it. Gamble on yourself. Bet on yourself. This is what men used to do. But men today don't do that. They don't bet on themselves. They just basically say, well, I got an opinion. I'm going to hijack this nigga stream. Right? No. I'm not going to let you do that. Put some money on it. All right? Or as the hood says, put it on your mama. Put some money where your mouth is. If you so smart, put some money on it. Like, it's that simple. Now, again, if I get in the situation where I disagree and I'm watching a piece of content, I'm not going to say nothing. I'm like, well, I just don't agree. I just don't agree. But I ain't going to sit in there like, I want to tell you. All right, no. No Name says, started following you after my divorce. I bossed up, went from 70K to 215K, 150 pounds or you went from 150 pounds to 215 pounds of solid muscle competing in my first MMA fight in December. All I can say is thank you, Sensei. Shout out to our MMA people. And he put a co-sponsorship on it.
I'm rich, bitch.
Look at that. Look at that. He put a co-sponsorship on it. Because he bossed up. Tranisha says, question on house hunters. People say they don't want to be the highest value house on the block. Is it bad to be a man's finest girl? Bad to be a man's finest girl. If his exes are all fine, I think I have a standard to hold. If they're all fat, I subconsciously don't respect him. I want his new girl to be finer than me. I've heard people say these things. Right? I hear women even say, there was a video of a woman saying, if you cheat on me, she must look better. If she doesn't look better, then I'm going to be offended. Also, if a woman asks you if you ever date a fat woman, say no. Nope. Most men never are dating the woman that he actually wants. All right. We're basically trying to date any woman we can get, aka the numbers game. You're not dating the woman you really want. You basically are making a reasoning to why to date this woman. All right. That's 99% of men. Even the guys that have handsome privilege. I have handsome privilege. Okay, you're fucking women way below your bar. In fact, if you look at men in relationships, if they are good looking, their girlfriend is very, very rarely good looking. Very rarely. Number one, there's not that many good looking women in comparison to the available amount of women. There's far less good looking men in comparison to men. So if you look at it, most men in relationships, girlfriends look way less attractive. Especially black men. All right, you will rarely find black men with an attractive woman. Then if you're a black man, you're dating interracially, she's going to be way less attractive. Highly likely. This is not always the case, highly likely. But with this being said, if you're saying that if you're the man's finest girl, like you've been the finest girl he's ever dated, is it bad? It could be bad. It could be bad because, you know, for him, he's never dealt with a highly attractive woman. Most men have never dealt with a highly attractive woman. Never. Never, ever, ever. And they act like they are. You'll tell me you are, and you'll show me a picture, and I'll be like, please. All right, come on, guys. And this is something that you simply have to submit to as a guy. Now, there's exceptions to the rules, but you have to submit to this. Most men have never dealt with a highly attractive woman. And you think you can handle a highly attractive woman. But guess what? If you get a highly attractive woman, you're going to fuck it up. Your insecurities are going to fuck it up. All right. Now, if you're used to dealing with highly attractive women, they're come and go. You can, yeah. Most of the time, you'll see how they really are, and you'll be not impressed or you'll be turned off. But most men have never dealt with a highly attractive woman. So if, like the Tranisha saying, if she's the first highly attractive woman that guy's ever dated, it's going to show. It'll show. The insecurities will be raging right here. Right? He won't let her go nowhere. He'll want to fight anybody that looks at her. All right, who you looking at? Okay, he won't know how to deal with her. He won't let her go to the grocery store. Anytime she running 15 minutes late, he gonna go crazy. You know, he's got to be able to handle a lot of men desiring that woman, like wanting to get at her. Not just black guys, because black guys want to fuck anything. So don't take her amongst niggas. All right, niggas will want to fuck anybody. All right, they don't even like face. But date a highly attractive woman and take her somewhere and heads turn. Like head turner. Like they looking at you like you had to have pay for this. Watch what happens. Can you handle that? Well, if you have her and you have her on payroll for the evening, you can handle it. You're like, she ain't going nowhere. She going to be right here. She waiting for that deposit to hit. But if you are trying to maintain her, which again, most men have never dated a highly attractive woman. Maintenance on a highly attractive woman is very expensive. So in order to date a highly attractive woman and not pay for her maintenance, you better be a fighter. You better be able to fight, and that woman better be somewhat fearful of you, meaning that you're somebody that she could lose. But if she doesn't fear that, oh, this is the first time he's dated a woman on my level, she knows, and she'll be able to sense this out. And she'll play with you, okay? But you better have the stomach to deal with a highly attractive woman that you have as a lover, right? I love her. We're going to have a relationship. Soon as you get outside, she gone, man. She going to be gone, and you better be able to handle that shit. Most of y'all can't handle it with a subpar woman. She talks to one nigga in public. Y'all go crazy. Let me see here. And I find out, he said, I was with a highly attractive woman. Okay, he said I cut her off. Oh, something else going on. Yep, that's a good question. Interesting question from Tranisha. And she also asks, a man told me how well a man does in business is the same as how well he'll do with women. He says, you have that James Brown magic CGA. He said in an interview, people have never seen a black man so thorough and organized. He didn't even allow liquor backstage at his shows and owned a PJ, a private jet, James Brown. Thank you. She says, I have that James Brown magic. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people, I don't know if it's true how a man does well in business, he'll do well with women. Sometimes those merge, sometimes they don't. Some dudes that do well in business are terrible with women, and vice versa. Some dudes that are terrible in business are good with women. All right, but being organized and thorough, it's hard for people to realize who you are and recognize that. They're like, man, you're not that smarter. You're smarter than the average bear. You're not the average or typical, as the Migos said. So that is true. That is true. All right. And when you're organized and thorough, people will recognize it. Some people will not acknowledge it. But yeah, dude, sometimes when you're good in life, you can be good with women. Now, doesn't mean you're not going to get stabbed in the back. One thing about women is this is what I think when you're good with women. It's kind of like somebody said business and sales. Women are like handling a rattlesnake. All right. Women are like handling a rattlesnake. So there are good snake handlers out here. Doesn't mean they're never going to get bit. So dudes will say they're good with women, but doesn't mean you're not going to get bit. Now, some guys are awful, and as soon as they go in the rattlesnake cage, they're getting bit right away. So they're going to get bit every time. But being good with women is like handling a rattlesnake. All right. Once you learn how to handle a rattlesnake and get it around his neck, you know what I mean? When it does this and this, once you know where to hold it, you'll be better at it. Once you know how to hypnotize it and distract it, look over here. Once you know when the rattlesnake's belly is full and they're not going to attack, right? Once you start figuring it out, going, okay, I'm better with this damn rattlesnake. or a cobra. But what happens is sometimes you misjudge the shit. And then, oops. Sometimes the rattlesnake gets out and you don't know where it is. It's all good when the snake is all in its habitat and enclosure. I can handle the snake when it's in its enclosure and I can back it up. But guess what? Now the rattlesnake is loose in the house. How good are you going to be with the rattlesnake now? All right, you don't got it all caged up and in grass and you won't see it all in this little tree wrapped around there. Now you're like, oh, the nigga on the loose? It could be anywhere. All right, it's blending in with your furniture. It's under your sheets and pillows. Okay. Oh, it's not so easy now, nigga. Now you're like, oh, shit, I need to, yep, now you need to grab a shovel. Now you got a knife and a machete. All right, you're like, oh, where that motherfucker at now? You see what I'm saying? That's the same thing. And yeah, you're good with women in a certain capacity, in a certain environment. You change the environment, change the circumstances, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, wow. Not so good. All right, not everybody can claim they're just good at sales because you're going to strike out in sales. You're going to lose business. You're going to lose customers and clients. You're going to lose women too. No big whoop. It's your abundance that changes that. It's your leverage that changes that. It's your options. So you're handsome. You're that guy. You got swag. You got money. You got game. Whatever it is, those things you can control. Those are the things that make you good. But you change the environment all of a sudden. Like, here's another example. Some guys say they got game, but their game is only with black women that weigh 185 pounds and above. Okay? They'll tell you how great they are with women, but then it's all Detroit podunk nightclub black women that weigh 185 pounds plus. Put them in a sorority situation with white girls, and it's completely different. You change the environment. Now you're in Knoxville, Tennessee. You're not in Detroit, Michigan. How good at you were with these women. And vice versa. Some guys are good with white women. Change it to all black women. How good are you? It's going to be completely different environment circumstances. So to say you're good with women does not bring true because it depends on the environment. It depends on the enclosure, the circumstance, the habitat. Right? Now all of a sudden, boom, you change the environment. Now you're not so good. Or if I give you bummy clothes, all right? Now you get to dress up how you want. Okay, I dress you how I want to dress you, and I put a clown suit on you. Now you don't get to pick out your clothes and put on your perfume and cologne, and you don't get to put on your Now or Later Gators. Now you don't get to do that. I changed the environment. I take you out from Los Angeles and take you to New York. What happens? Dude, New York women are completely different than Los Angeles women. Completely different. Those are two completely different rattlesnakes. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. You go run some LA game in New York, you going to get motherfucking cooked. You go to from New York and you go to LA and you think that New York subway surfer shit is fixing to work and you ain't got a car in LA, you getting cooked. Right? So it's not that you're good at women. You're good at women in your environment, in your enclosure, in your habitat, in their habitat. I put some bummy clothes on you and send you to Orange County, California, you about to get cooked unless you 6'8" the great. All right. And even then, you about to get filleted. All right. But niggas coming in with they fucking Pookie Shiesty mask and go to California. Marina Del Rey. It's over for you. Soon as I change the environment. Shout out to our brother, a man named G. I enjoyed the Mitch slapping smackdown sessions. I checked to see how many toothbrushes I owned and realized I have to do better. Shout out to you for keeping us on point. Let's go. Let's go. Shout out to you. MJ says, Coach, add the MMA video from the evil world we live in to the soundboard. It was happening so fast. He says, not if she was enjoying it. It was happening slow and thorough. Shout out to you. I have to figure out what you're talking about. The MMA, what MMA video? All right. Not sure what you were talking about, but that's a double sponsorship.
I'm red.
Indeed.
I'm red, baby.
Indeed. Shout out to you. Like, I would do horribly amongst a room full of black women. All right. I'm horrible in room. If it's all black women in the room, it's gonna be bad news for me. All right. Oh, the MMA that one. All right, that one. The guy with the wife. All right, the guy with the wife you're talking about. The train. All right. So if it's a room full of black women and it's a sorority, like a whole bunch of AKAs, I'm gonna be flat. I'm gonna be completely flat. All right. It's not. First of all, I'm gonna just be like, what the fuck is going on in here? All right, I'm going to be like, what is this shit? And the niggas going to be in there, and I'm going to be like, first of all, I only find like 2% of women in here attractive. All right, so my motivation is low. I don't find many women attractive in the room. I'm looking at weave and lace fronts, and I'm just like, what's going on here? All right, this is crazy. Because, you know, you have to have a different energy when you're in a room full of black people. It's going to sound like a zoo. We're talking about a party element. It's going to sound like a zoo. All right. The loudest nigga in the room going to be there. The dirty Mac nigga is going to be in there. Everything's hyper steroid. Hyper dirty macking. Hyper hater ass niggas. The shoot up the club nigga is going to be there. The loud Q's going to be there. You know, they going to be ski-eing and ski-weeing in there. Ski-wee! They going to be doing all kind of shit that I can't relate to, and I'm going to just be sitting in there like, wow. The thug nigga going to be in there. It's just going to sound like a zoo. It's going to be like, what's going on? Loud music, bitches grinding and twerking on each other. It's going to be like, yep, bitches with baby hair, and you're going to be like, what in the world? This is crazy, bro. Niggas overdressed, niggas underdressed. All right. Somebody gonna knock somebody the fuck out. It's gonna be so it's gonna be a unfamiliar environment to me. So I'm gonna be like, wow, like what is going on? Some niggas over there smoking dope. The drug dealer niggas blocking off a whole section and shit. You see these niggas? Like niggas, yep, it's gonna be weed smelling niggas over there. These niggas underdressed and they standing in front of the section like this. Bitches walking by, asses bigger than they, head bigger than they asses. It's just gonna be like overweight, fat black women gonna think they bad and hot. It's just gonna be like, oh my Lord, bro. Like, where am I at? Where am I at, man? This is not a good experience with me. Like, I don't know who's attractive and not. Like, what is this shit? Then I gotta go for the other niggas telling me, oh, she a baddie. And I look at her, I'll be like, really, her? Oh, this is terrible, bro. So, that environment, I'm not conducive to that environment. It's just not gonna be, like, mad comfortable for me to get my gentleman shit on. Yeah, bitches talking on the phone, looking at you, what? Huh? Yeah. What's your name? Looking you up and down. Yeah, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm just talking to somebody else. He's talking to me, huh? You want to buy me a drink? Okay, huh? Oh, yeah, nah. Right here. I'll be like, where we at, bro? Can I go somewhere else? Can we go to where the white bitches at? I'm going to be like sitting in there like this.
Where the white women at?
Now, put me in a mixed room, a room full of, mostly a mixed room, not just all white people. Let's mix the room up a little bit. The behavior is going to get a little bit different. Now, all of a sudden, you can get your vibe in and shit. You can relax. You know what I mean? It ain't every now and then a couple people will twerk. A couple people will be sitting over there all stiff and stuffy. All right. Then you can mix in and be like, all right, where's my group? Where's my people? Where's the woman I like? The attractiveness level rolls up. All right, you have dirty hating ass, dirty Mac nigga, but he just standing on the other side of the room. He ain't all in your face. All right, everybody knows what I'm talking about. I just need a mixed room. I don't need all white people to be comfortable. I can't be comfortable around all niggas. So it's just environment. Environment matters. I'll be more fluid in a mixed room. So I can go over the this and that. I can determine things. Everything's not moving fast and blinking lights and everything's like, wow, all right. Like, anyway, yeah. I know what I like. Yeah, my birthday party, perfect example. It was a mixed room and I was in my element. I was cool and I let everything come to me. The girls that are interested come to me. I know what's up. They ain't playing all pretentious. I know how to read them if they are and loosen them up a little bit. The vibe allows for loosening up. It's not a zoo, all right? And so you can just allow for the conversation. Yeah, man, 100%. So environment matters. Dr. Bito says, how important do you think for a woman is to laugh regularly if you're in a relationship with her? If she doesn't laugh, is it a sign of trouble? I've had exes who didn't laugh and things were always way too serious and not fun. Yeah, it's not going to work, all right? I think women need to have fun in relationships. They do. Women are children, man. Women are children. Women are not... one thing we have to realize is we take women way too seriously. Everything they say and think. And I blame women for wanting to share these things with us. Ladies, you'll be better off not talking to us. All right. But I can have some fun. I know where to send you to have fun. I know to loosen you up. But, if they're not having fun, your relationship is going to be cooked. You're going to need something else to keep them. So, yeah, if they're not laughing and you're not making them giggle. Now, that doesn't mean you could be ugly in that situation, but you still have to have some entertainment, conversation, and banter. If you're too serious with women, they're going to clam up. They're going to clam up. All right, damn, my stream is struggling today, man. This is crazy. CGA, all of these podcasters speaking against black women don't realize that at least 85% of black men mirror Sniper the Fox. I always tell people that black women being submissive and obedient to black men is psychological self-deletion. I bet Tranisha agrees 1,000%. I agree. Why would he said psychological self-deletion. A woman giving herself up to these black men that are out here. No way. Think of all the black podcasters Think of all the black guys that you hear their tactics of dealing with black women or women in general. It's deplorable. It's deplorable. They'll get on there, hat on backwards, sunglasses inside. They'll claim they're a pimp or they'll reference a pimp manual. They'll call them bitches. And then tell them to submit. Oh, Amazon servers are down again. Maybe that's it. They done laid people off. And then they'll talk about pump and dump. Okay, Amazon servers having issues. Damn, okay. Shout out to you, man. Thank you for letting me know. We had 2 people that let us know that. But what I hear from men, and they will continue to want to argue with me that these are good ways to get women, but these aren't good ways to keep women. And then it's tough for me to even have these conversations with these men because they'll tell you how to get women, but not how to keep a woman. And I'm not about just getting women and tossing them to the side like trash. Now, I'm also willing to get a woman to leave, and by any means, I want her to willingly leave when I'm ready for her to leave. But I'm not that type of guy that just says, I'm here to manipulate women, get what I want, and discard them. Now, if you are there in your life, congratulations. I'm 50 years old. I love saying that. I'm 50 years old. I'm not about that. That's not what I would push or promote. This need to take from the general regular population of innocent women and pump and dump them and discard them like trash and feed them cheap tacos. It's a very immature approach to women. It sounds very juvenile and high schoolish, but Listen, you do what you got to do. But at the same time, you will complain that this demographic of women do not submit to you or are reluctant to submit to you. Now, that I don't understand. That is one of the conundrums of the male space that I don't get. Okay. But it might be my internet. I don't know what's going on. So why do these then men want these women to submit? To what? To get pumped and dumped? To get trashed? All right? Nah, bro. I would then tell the women to not submit at all. And this is then what I'll say. Why don't you fuck around with some women that want to get pumped and dumped? All right? But then you will find that those guys, when there's a woman that wants to get pumped and dumped, those guys don't deal with those women. And I find that to be odd. All right? Yeah, they're slowing me down. I find it to be odd that the same guy, if I put a woman in front of you and I said, hey, she ready to go right now. All right? Why don't you go ahead and pump and dump this one? They don't want to go for it. And I'm like, why? This the woman. What they want to do is corrupt the general population of women who don't know and see it coming. Okay. They don't know or see it coming. So they just want to dump these women and shit and have her unsuspecting, willing participant, right? Fresh turnouts and innocent girls and bitches that don't see it coming. That's who they want to do. But isn't that catastrophic? Wouldn't that mess up the marketplace of women? So you tell a guy, you need to pump and dump 30 to 50 women, right? Okay. I pumped and dumped 30 to 50 women who don't see it coming. All right. They're not a willing participant. You not made a deal with them. But then at some particular point, then I'm going to make one of these women submit and be my wife. And then when I can't do it, I'm going to blame them for getting pumped and dumped and not being a submissive wife. I don't get that. Like, what are we trying to accomplish here? So before I go and co-sign whatever you're angry about, what am I co-signing? Let's be clear. All right. I'm not going to co-sign that. Shout out to Land of Lashes. Land of Sashes says women don't chase love. Women chase stimulation. They want to be stimulated. And when they get bored, they want to find a new man. All right. Women chase butterflies. They want to be butterflies. They want to be stimulated. They don't want, and that's the difficulty of you continuing to be good with them. And the guys want to pimp the girls. This is another conundrum. Guys they will praise pimps, but somehow tricks are bad. Somebody make this make sense. So you praise pimping. Pimp these hoes, treat them like hoes, pimp them, keep them in check. And do what? Blase, blase, blah. This guy over here is willing to pay you to have a rough session with your girlfriend for somehow you look down on him. But at the same time, you praise the pimp. Like, wait a minute. Both of them are literally going hand. Y'all working together. You're in concert together. Like, you should support this guy. Why are you looking at him? What's the problem? That's the problem. Without him, you don't exist. But what the guy does then, because the guys will say, man, that ain't P. Of course it ain't P. But what's wrong with what he's doing? That's what you're promoting. Why are you treating him bad? You need him. Tricking is bad, all right? But pimps are good? Like, how are they both? You can't have both. You cannot have both. Never trick, never pay for pussy, but this is pimping. Okay, something's not adding up. Something doesn't add up. I don't get it. Y'all should both like both. Y'all should be like, we're on one accord. Let's do business together. No, I mean, I think men are thoroughly confused, and I think men suffer from not having good male leadership. And it starts in the hood when they say, All my homies were dead or in jail. I learned from the only businessmen I knew, which were pimps and rappers. What about your father? Your father was a trick. Did you learn anything from him? No. I mean, what are we doing? Men don't make sense. What you're saying in the manosphere does not make sense in the long haul. It makes sense in the short run. I'll give you that. And I'm the only one that can stand on these words. In the short run, it makes sense. All right. What you're trying to do and accomplish in the short run. You're 26. You want to fuck as many girls as you want. You're going to manipulate them and run game on them and lie, cheat, and steal. And then you're going to win and get laid. In the short run, it works. But what's the long-term effects of that? What is this going to be for you, for your ability to then get a woman that you like? And then when she cheats on you and you're like, oh. The red pill conundrum. These hoes ain't shit. Then proceeds to talk about how to fix these hoes who ain't shit. These hoes ain't shit. Then proceeds to say, well, you're going to mess it up if you pay them. I thought these hoes wasn't shit. Okay, a woman wants to sell her body. You then try to talk her out or guilt her or shame her for selling said body. But you're not supposed to care about women. The red pill conundrum. You're supposed to be going your own way. You're supposed to be abstaining from marriage. But then when these bitches pop up on OnlyFans and you see this bitch taking a tour and doing in calls and out calls, now all of a sudden you mad. Right? Why are you mad at that? Why are you mad? Like, you're supposed to not care about where society's going and then further look at how women are conducting themselves and their pure independence and freedom, and you're mad about it. The red pill, the manosphere red pill is really needs to work on their long term. What are you trying to accomplish long term? Because short term, we can see it. Long term, it doesn't make sense. We need to cancel OnlyFans. Why? Why? This is the red pill. Why? Why cancel it? At this point, it's 10 years going. These hoes ain't stopping. Why? We need to ban it. For what? Somebody give me a reason why. Watch this. Watch them fucking talk themselves. For the men, remember, we're challenging everybody. Why do we need to cancel OnlyFans? I want to hear this shit. Watch them say some dumb ass shit. Come on. Why do we need to ban it? Why are we stopping them? Why are you stopping them from doing it? Well, because you care about women. Let's just make it frank. You care about women. You want to be able to control women. You want to put women in position so it gives you a better chance to get them. Now they're far out of your reach. Okay, why pay for prom when you can get it for free? Again, why do you care? Why do you care? I want to ask the manosphere this and the red pillars. Why do you care how people access their porn? See, people in the manosphere have never asked people this. And it's because they have no good goddamn reason other than to say they care about women and they're a Captain Save-A-Ho. Then they're going to say morality and society, which is bullshit. You were dumping women last week. You were jerking off the free porn last week. It's bad for society. Exactly. It's bad for society, as niggas, and the morality and society is now crumbling. What it is you can't control the women. What it is now she's out of your range. What it is she's now financially independent. All right. And now you can't get control or access to her. Now you know this. You're a Captain Save-A-Ho. The red pill has become nothing but a Captain Save-A-Ho industry. An absolute Captain Save a Hoe. Y'all trying to save society that you claim you don't care about. Why do you care what another guy paid? To a girl, when girls, adult actresses have been getting paid since forever. Now, it wasn't a problem when adult actresses were getting paid by men. Meaning that the studios got to control how the actress got paid. They got to control who the woman fucked. Now the women get to control who they fuck and how they get paid. Guess what? The men don't like it because what men want is control over women. That's what they want. They want control over women because it's very apparent that that's what you want. And the fact that you can't do it, then it gives you a sign that you're a weak motherfucker. Right? I'm a weak guy. I can't control these hoes. So I got to criticize and shame them. But when the studios were paying Jenna Jameson, it was fine. You was whacking your meat to Jenna Jameson. Pause. All right? When the Jude studios were paying them, it wasn't a problem. When Hugh Hefner was paying them, it wasn't a problem. Okay? It wasn't a problem when Hugh Hefner was paying them and pimping them out to celebrities and sports stars. It wasn't a problem then, but now it's a problem that they get to do it on their own and choose who the fuck on the screen and choose to bust they pussy wide open over there for $5. All right, now it's a problem. And now you care that she's going to go broke? Oh, she's going to go broke. See, this is what I'm talking about with this red pill space and the manosphere and the weak men here. They're nothing but rest haven for hoes. Now they want to control it and they want to care and liberate about society. When bitches been busting it open since niggas can paint on walls. Right? When Pinky was getting her big back booty cheeks destroyed, no problem. All right, but now it seems to be a problem with you. And it's based on control. It's based on control. And where these men stand is they're really losers and Captain Save-A-Hoes, and they want to save these hoes for themselves instead of bossing up. Who cares that you can get it for free over there? Them niggas want to pay. Let them pay. I don't give a fuck. All right. Oh, they going to pay and they making these girls rich. So what? What does that do for you? It's going to make you feel like a broke ass nigga. All right. And so what if she smoke it up and crack it out? That probably came back to my pockets or somebody else's pockets or the consumer's pockets. Right. He says before OnlyFans, that didn't apply to 20% of marriage age women. Guys, marriage age women been cooked before OnlyFans. All right. OnlyFans was the straw that broke the camel's back. Man, this stream, it's crazy. Okay. Women ain't getting married if OnlyFans goes away. They're not getting married at 22. All you got to do is ask any woman right now. Go up to them right now. Go up in the field, because I deal with women in their 20s. I deal with them all the time. None of them are thinking about marriage. Or I will say the vast majority are not thinking about marriage at all. And I'm not talking about just JUCOs. I'm talking about in general where I deal with in the world. They ain't thinking about no marriage. At 23, 24, 22, 19. They are not, without OnlyFans, they ain't thinking about marriage any goddamn way, and certainly ain't marrying you niggas. Now, here's another red pill conundrum. I think it's funny when you say that marriage age women are throwing their lives away, but then when I say, okay, you marry them, the first goddamn thing these red pill guys are going to say is, I ain't marrying them. Marriage is a bad institution. Why? That's the first thing you're going to say. Then the second thing you're going to say is, I ain't getting married without no prenup. I don't have enough money for these women. I can't support them. Which one is it? We're having an honest, opening conversation about dialogue here. Which one is it? These women don't want to marry you. They ain't want to get married to these broke ass niggas. Like what? So if I tell you right now, all right, I can get all the OnlyFans women right now to quit. Any woman considering OnlyFans right now in this bad economics, please don't consider. I have a group of men here that will marry you right now. I got a group of men aged 22 to 28 that want to get married. Guess what's going to happen? Either you can't afford it or you're not willing to do it. So what are they supposed to do? Right here. Okay. You are not going to marry them, but they want to get married. But you ain't going to marry them. Okay. So all you want to do is pump and dump them. Again, control. You just want to pump and dump them. You want control and access to what they have and discard them. And you want to prevent other people from getting them. That is a classic Captain Save-A-Ho tale. That's classic Captain Save-A-Ho. Keep her to yourself, all right, or lower her value, use her, discard her, criticize her for her bad choices, all right, and then leave her with no other option financially other than that. That's a happy world for the red pill and the manosphere. That's a happy world right there. They're happy as hell if that can happen. So what is it? You guys got to make some decisions here because I'm going to be breaking this shit down like a fraction throughout the year. What it is, you want control. And you don't have it and you're not going to get it. No government name DW. I'm in Costa Mesa traveling for work. Shout out to Costa Mesa. A woman I met wanted to hang out but ghosted me when she found out I was staying at an extended stay America. This wasn't a problem for me in Houston. These OC women aren't having it. Facts. Some women just know, man. You staying at a hotel? Nope, I'm out. In Houston, maybe they wanted to fix the bind, all right? But no, they ain't going for that low quality shit. Extended stay in Costa Mesa. No, sirree. Bob. All right, let's do the main event. Yep. Yeah, for me, I say let these wild horses run free. You can't save them. Don't stop them. Well, what about your another red pill conundrum or a purple pill conundrum? What about if your daughter does it? Nigga. So it's okay if we're talking about women and girlfriends and wives and divorce and all this stuff. It's fine. But now we're going to consider our own situations. What if it's your daughter? What if it's my daughter? Nigga, are you a Captain Save-A-Ho? Does this change your opinion now that you added your daughter into the conversation? It's still the same. Don't come out here now changing it. Well, it applies to all these other girls except for my daughters. Okay, here we go. Here we go right now. Guys, if you knew what your daughters were doing out here, you guys would be deplored. You don't have the stomach. All right? You don't have the stomach. Okay?
Do you have the stomach?
Because this has been going on since the beginning of the time. One of the issues that men are having with women is that they got simp dads. That somehow when they have a daughter, they want to change how they feel about women. They want to change. All right, these the same guys are pumping, dumping hoes and pimping them and macking them and folding them up, discarding them, running game on them. Then they have a daughter and they're like, oh, I need to change my opinion. This is my princess. I'm going to teach her how to date, and I'm going to teach her how a man should treat her. I'm going to open the doors. I'm going to give her a fly. Now all of a sudden, now you done the damage and slayed the hoes out here and pimped them and put them on the track and pumped and dumped these hoes and gave them cheap tacos. Now all of a sudden you have a daughter and you're like, maybe I should treat my daughter better out here so I don't have her out here being a whore and a skeezer. What? Like, you niggas are crazy. Men, when I tell you men are out of their fucking minds, men are out of their minds, bro. Men are out of their minds. This is why society is where it is. We allowed women to get to this point. You men fucked it up. Okay? You men fucked it up. With this horrible mindset of how y'all cherry pick and motherfucking conundrum this shit all the way goddamn down the line. And then you want to pick and choose and be selective and cherry pick here and there and apply this to this one and not apply it to that one. It is crazy, bro. It is crazy. Unbelievable. All right, but literally, men are just true Captain Save-A-Hoes at this particular point. Men are delusional. Men are the new women. Like, nothing you say makes sense at this particular point. I'm the only one gonna make sense of this shit. Now it's haram. Now you want to be a Muslim, but you out here pumping, dumping these hoes and running your body count up to 50 and 100. All right, on who? The unsuspecting good women, the future wives of America, the bitches that don't have OnlyFans. Because if I put an OnlyFans girl in front of you, now your dick can't get hard. All right. This is another one. All right. If I told you, all right, man, dude, I got this girl. She down. She really likes you. I showed her a picture. And then I put her in front of you. I say, oh, she got an OnlyFans. Oh, not me. Man, I can't fuck no OnlyFans girl. Why? Insecurity, scarcity. Now all of a sudden you got a trained bitch that fucks for money. She does this. She a professional. All of a sudden, nah. You want to take this innocent, unsuspecting turnout over here, bitch that don't know shit from shit. Now you want to tell this woman haram, but you're going to tell this woman, yeah, I'm going to pump and dump you real quick. You see what I'm saying? Like, this cannot make, you can't keep going like this, bro. This is an OnlyFans girl. Well, OnlyFans girls are whores and they fuck on camera and they have horrible reputation. Okay, do you want to fuck or not? Because she ready to fuck. All right. All right. I want her to have genuine burning desire, though. I want her to feel me. I want her to feel all 3 inches. I want her to do it because she wants to, not because she has to. I want her to do it because she wants to, not because I paid her to. She needs to desire me. I want her to think I'm the man. I want her to have burning love for me. I thought you wanted to pump and dump her and get a nut. I thought you didn't care about how she thought about her orgasm. Which one is it? Do you need her to care? Men are crazy, man. You men have become insane idiots with this shit, and none of it making sense at this particular point. But I want her to really not have 100 body count, maybe 4. Then I'm going to pump and dump her. And I'm not going to call her back. And I'm going to ghost her with her 4 body count. These dudes are insane, man. That's 50% of the manosphere or more at this point. This is why I say it's become a rest haven for hoes. And the new hoes are the men. Captain Save-A-Hoes. I want her to feel me. I want it to be tight. Her pussy must be loose because it's on OnlyFans. Like, do you know how many OnlyFans girls I've been with some tight pussy? Like, I've been surprised. All right, I'm like, damn, I thought she would be looser than a goose. They peacefully be tight as hell. All right, they was feeling it. Well, that most women gonna feel what I'm giving you, but that's anyway. Pause. Anyway. Let me get to the main event. All right, I said I was gonna do it, so I'll do it, man. We gonna keep it real. Let's go. All right, we got the POORS that are at it. All right, the POORS are at it right quick. We have an economic collapse of epic proportions. Shout out to Donald Trump. Praise the King, Donald Trump, for exposing the POORS out here. The leeches, the parasites of the world, the true consumers, the thieves, the stealers. Shout out to Donald Trump for doing this, and he is my favorite African American. He is now getting rid of Section 8, and y'all knew this was coming. He fucking up Section 8. Now they done closed up the federal offices, and now these goddamn POORS can't get they goddamn EBT and they WIC. So now they're on the internet talking about they're going to go back to doing scavenger activities like stealing. All right, which they were going to steal initially. They were stealing before. Now they're going to make an excuse as to why to steal now. Here we go.
Hi, you guys. I'm out of the store.
So they wanted $7 for this. Mind you, I don't have food stamps anymore. They cut me off. So I only had $22 left in food stamps. So this is what I stole. Okay, they wanted $9 for this. I said, oh, I don't got $9. Then they wanted $2 for this. They wanted, sorry, it's all fucked up because it's been in my purse. $7 for this. I'm making some stuffed salmon today. These are needed. I'm not paying $7 for that. Okay, let me show you the most important thing to me. Short ribs.
I mean, I tell you, man, niggas don't have no shame, bro. No shame at all. They on the internet talking about they stealing short ribs, packs of short ribs, $7 here, $2 here. They have no shame, bro.
Take off the label so that you don't beep.
Take off the label that you don't beep. These are the women that were telling you they're the most educated. Look how fast they crash out. The most educated women in America, bro. All right, and they crashing out under very, very, very simple economic terms. Just basically, okay, feed yourself for the month. No. All right. Now we stealing shit with pride. Of course, she has a child seat in the back, but of course, I'm supposed to be worried about morality here. Okay.
Get your fucking meat. How many do you think that I got?
Oh, not one. With pride. With pride. I mean, they're prideful about this particular actions and activities. Look at this. No shame on their face. This is why you can't really put women in leadership positions. No shame.
How many short ribs is that? And can I be real?
Please.
More y'all bitch ass niggas should have started taking shit from the motherfucking corporations a long time ago.
Y'all should have been stealing a long time ago. It's the corporation. All right. It's the corporation's fault, not the consumers.
Just didn't have that shit in your motherfucking bones. Get out there and get in the motherfucking field like I told you. Everything out here is yours. Whether or not you take it, they call that shit free will.
Oh, free will. All right. It's free. All right. Niggas love free, bro. All right. And then one missed paycheck, they stealing.
I call that shit eminent domain.
Oh, it's eminent domain. But when white people do exercise eminent domain, they colonials. What do they call them? Colonizers. Here we go.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
One thing I learned from the white men: take it.
Oh, there it is.
Now, take it.
Yep, there it is. There's your future wives too.
I don't give a fuck who's already sitting there. I don't give a fuck if your land was already established.
They still stuck on white people taking somebody's land. I mean, these people trying to get whitey back. These are some angry racists. These are some angry racists, man. These people are in pain. They're angry racists. They come up with every single excuse. I mean, you got tattoos all over your neck and hands. I mean, you've already lived a horrible life already. You're not a good human being, and you're somebody's mama out here. And somebody nutted in this, too. Somebody nutted in this multiple times, but that's not here or there.
Bitch, it's mine now, and I want it. That is what we should be preaching in the land to the fucking masses. Okay. Act more like a white man.
Oh.
Take it for yourself, bitch, and you won't be worried about who don't got it.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Get out there and ravish.
Ravish, take. Okay, go ahead. It's yours. They're witches, man. Absolute witches. And unapologetic about it. And look at that, Mr. Ed here. And some black guy's going to say she's thick, I'm pretty sure. Wowzers. All right, well, we got another sister out here says this is how you get steak and lobster for Thanksgiving. No more turkey. They can't afford it. The poors can't afford it. The brokies can't afford it. But so this is how you afford it here.
Trash bag. Get a trash bag. You hear me? Get a trash bag. Cause who? We gonna be steak for Thanksgiving. We might have a steak off around here. Yeah, y'all see that? Play with somebody else, government. Hey, steak. Now we about to eat good over here, baby. Y'all ain't stopping. Lobster tail, quit playing. Get y'all them little purses. Get a trash bag. You hear me? Get a trash bag. Cause who?
These are some of y'all's mamas, by the way. All right, your mamas used to do this before you became an adult. Cause who? Get a trash bag. Get a trash bag. This is who y'all supposed to be protecting too. I mean, they haven't even gotten a check taken away yet. It's supposed to go away November 1st. And this is what they're doing. You're supposed to fix this. All right, this is a bunch of scavengers at this particular point. And just the threat of them leaving their socialist government programming, all right, has them going ape shit. All right, ape shit. I guarantee you she's going to eat them steak and lobsters before Thanksgiving. And then now what? All right, and now what? We also have a woman that says pagan holidays need to be canceled. Okay, now pagan holidays need to be canceled. Like Christmas, you guys know what it is. Now because they can't afford food, allegedly, take a look. All right, pagan holidays are the problem. All right, now we canceling it. Now we getting on our Jehovah Witness. Okay, here we go.
If the government cancels SNAP benefits, y'all need to cancel all these pagan holidays. Finally, are we going to keep doing that the next 100 years? Do y'all not know these are pagan holidays? Why are we still doing the whole charades every year around this time?
Oh, now we don't want to do it. Now you don't want to play. You see what happens is, let's take away okay, I'm going to take my ball. I don't want to play no more. All right, soon as this, all you got to do is go to work and get a job. Now they don't want to play. Now you take away the opportunity for them to get free gifts. Now they don't want to do the pagan holidays. And look at these people, bonnet, fat, overweight women. I mean, come on, bro. You can see it, man. This is terrible. This is terrible, man. And these are the most educated so far.
Are we going to keep doing this every year, acting like these shits are real, but they are not?
Now you don't want to play. Look at this.
And they were created out of other people's blood.
Oh, here we go. Now we getting the education. This is what losers do. When they lose, they end up right here, poor sport. Now you can't get your free benefits. Look at the mouth and tongue on this cow. You know this woman has sucked and glucked a lot of pookie dick. I mean, you know she's a single mother because, yes, look how wide that head is.
Or are we going to wake up?
Oh, now we need to wake up. All right, now we need to wake up and stop playing the game.
Just let me know when the revolution is going to wake up.
Oh, now the revolution. All right, now this is the first person to insinuate a revolution needs to happen. All right, now we need to have a revolution. Let's continue.
I've been talking about this for years, but y'all call me crazy.
Yeah, and you crazy, all right. It's in the eyes, Chico.
Y'all call me crazy. I hope them doing this shit actually get y'all to wake up and stop celebrating these pagan-ass, nothing-ass, fuck-ass holidays.
And she came on here with this popcorn Jiffy Pop bonnet on. I mean, man, people are really low. We're in true idiocracy at this point.
And start paying attention to what the fuck is really going on right now.
Potty
and for
mouth.
the people that think what's going on doesn't affect them, so did some of the people before World War I, before the Great Depression, before World War II. Yeah, because it looking like that's where we're headed, but that's a whole nother video. If the government cancels SNAP benefits,
their holy government, again, I wrote about this in my book, The Evolution. I've been talking about it before she's been talking about it, that we were headed here. Doom and gloom CGA. I said we were headed here. The writing was on the wall a long time ago. It was on the wall before Donald Trump got into office. He just basically was the straw that broke the camel's back. And of course, you have a bipartisan group of politicians that basically can't come to an agreement for the people, and they shut it down. This is why I'm not against social. And that's why I'm not for socialism. This is prime example. Look at the people. They're turning into anarchy or threatening people and harm and murder. Then you also have the government saying we can't pay you this week. So deal with it. Okay, deal with it. All right, so we have this one right here. We have another one right here. Let's report this news real quick. Where's the news?
Come over.
Let's see here. I'm going to pull this one up. Right here. Here's according to the news. Black Enterprise. Okay.
New world order.
All right, Black Enterprise. It says a coordinated economic blackout set for November 25th through December 2nd, which that sounds like it's possibly after Black Friday, which that might be a Tuesday, and continuing on through the week of Black Friday. Quote, we're shutting it down. Now, if you're a man and you're in this situation here, trust me, You're not a man. You're a foot soldier at this particular point. Let's read this so-called boycott that's supposed to be happening that apparently they don't realize the first thing that's going to happen is a layoff. People are going to lose their jobs based on this blackout. The prices aren't going to fall. Blackout the system has called for a nationwide boycott, urging participants to refrain from working or spending money from November 25th through December 2nd as a protest against a damaged government and economic system. So we're not going to work either, according to the blackout. Okay. In recent days, Blackout the System, a movement kind of like Black Lesbian Matters, advocating unity across races, culture, and class, have been actively promoting the upcoming second wave economic blackout, scheduled around the Thanksgiving holiday and extending through Black Friday and Cyber Monday. The initiative aims to become the most significant economic blackout protest in the United States history, demonstrating that real power belongs to the people, not corrupt government, billionaires, and a broken system. You all know, man. You all know that this ain't gonna go down easily. They're gonna spend the money. People are gonna spend the money. How you gonna eat? This one says boycott the rest of the year. Only support small, local, and Black-owned businesses. We got these people boycott the rest of the year. You notice these are all women and weak men. Really needs to be November 25th through December 31st. Only shop Black, local, minority, and women-owned businesses. Duke Shooter. Okay, let's do it the remainder of the year. How are they going to do this, man? Remember to support Black businesses and small businesses and all of this. And this woman said, come on, man, refrain from working. This is a radical actions. I know these are radicals at this particular point. Radicals. Now, they was quiet as a church mouse pissing on cotton as long as they got their PPP loan, their salaries, their jobs, their little TikTok money, and also access to government benefits. But now they shouting. This woman says a mass blackout. She's going to announce it, what I just read. Here we go.
November 25th, 2025, this year, to December 2nd, they're calling it a mass blackout. Not a march, not a protest, no science necessary. It's 1 week where we pull our dollars out of the system and see what happens when the economy feels the weight of our absence. Because we've marched, we've begged, most of us voted the right way. And now we're just going to sit back and test the one thing this country truly worships: money. See, this isn't the first time we've tried this, right? Economic boycotts have always been the heartbeat of real change. From Montgomery to Operation Breadbasket. When the buses lost money, segregation fell. When companies realized ignoring Black consumers meant losing profit, they started hiring, promoting, and pandering. History has already shown us that pulling our dollars hits harder than any speech, any march, any protest ever could. The timing isn't random. Black Friday is the biggest spending weekend in America. Billions get poured into corporations that barely reinvest in the communities that made them rich in the first place. So from November 25th to December 2nd, the goal is simple, okay? Buy nothing that doesn't circulate back into us. You hear me? Support small, support local, support Black. Because when we withhold our dollars, we remind this country that we're not just consumers. We are the economy.
All right, just so you can see the engagement here, 331,000.3 likes. All right, I'm all in, says Flex Cola. The Montgomery boycott was successful because it lasted longer than 18 months, and it was pretty much unsuccessful until a last-ditch effort for the mass media to go down there. It says if we're going down, and that was the you-know-who-ish mass media. If we're going to be successful, then it needs to last longer than 1 week. It can't last longer than more than a week. Can't even last 2 days. Okay. And now we're running from, we need to open up Roth. It says we need to open up Roth IRAs for our kids and set up them financially for Christmas, potlucks, and focus on family for Thanksgiving and Christmas. Okay. Why were we doing this before? Extended to February. Should this limit social media use? Black-owned businesses here. Boycott for a week is good first, but this needs to be a way of life to really shift it. Guys, come on. All right, come on. There's no way this is going to work. But of course, this is all because then you've taken away access to these EBT cards. Now, this woman is going to say that the real story and the real problem is not the fact that these people can't eat, because we can see that they can eat. All right. I don't think eating's the problem. Okay. As you can see in example number 1. Okay. You can hear it in her voice in example number 2. You can see it in example number 3. You also can see it in this particular, right. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. You can see eating's not the problem. They're able to get their grubby hands on food. All right. So never feel bad that it's not about what it is. They got face full of makeup. Of course, they probably stole it. Hair done, eyelashes, lip gloss. They got access to it. There's the eyelashes and all of these things here. All right. She got all that belly fat and fat around her face. You can see that here as well. She got tattoos, although they're despicable, easily disgraceful. They're able to get the food. But this woman says right here that the real problem why the people are melting down is not because they're cutting off EBT. They're cutting off their ability to change these EBT dollars into cash money. That's the real problem. Let's go ahead and play this right here.
Okay, this is fucking hysterical. You need to watch this video because she is telling the community, the EBT community, the reason why they're so upset that their EBT is going away for next month.
I won't admit this because I know how y'all are, but y'all aren't really outraged that the food stamps EBT shit is about to get shut down. Y'all are really outraged because now you're going to have to take the money you normally buy weed, wigs, bundles, get your nails done. Y'all are going to have to take those funds and buy food now.
Uh-oh. Ooh, wait. All right. So in case you didn't hear it because it's a little low, she said the reason why they're upset is because they're going to have to take the money that they would make from EBT, or they would buy the food with the EBT, or they would exchange the EBT for cash. They would buy weed, wigs, bundles, and all of the other superficial things that look like they're making it. Okay, so this is a point that I've made for a long time. All right, that women will give you the idea that they're making it because you'll be like, wow, she has a Mercedes C-Class. She has her nails done. She's dressed well. She has, she has money for weed and she has a nice wig. She probably stole that too. But she's saying that, nah, they now have to take that money they would have used for that and now buy their kids food. Okay, now you got to buy your kids food. You can't use that. Now you're going to be out here looking like Daffy Duck with the bill shot off backwards instead of going to get your nails did. This is why pussy selling going to go through the roof, all right? Because now they got to go out there and have dudes smash them on a weekend and make a good extra $5K. Okay? No more tattoos, no more lifestyle, no more traveling. You got to take that money you earn from your job or hustling to buy food for your kids when the government was doing it. Let's continue here. Okay, let's continue here. She's spilling the guts.
I say I'm lying because when y'all were receiving food stamps, you were selling the food stamps.
There it is. When you were receiving the full stamps, you were selling them. Okay. Now, this is something that I've heard about. I've never seen or experienced it, but I have seen signs in grocery storages where they say it's a crime to sell your stamps. All right. So what'll happen is, for the people who don't know, what these people will do, especially back in the day, they will take their government benefits, whether it be $1,100 for the week, and then they would go sell it for a smaller cash amount. Okay, it's like if you have a gift card, a Nigerian gift card scam. I have a $500 gift card. I'll sell it for $200. All right, so they'll have $1,100 on the EBT, and they'll sell it to a family member, a friend, somebody in the community, and then they'll sell it, and they'll get $550, $600 back cash. All right, and then they'll use the cash to do what? Because nobody's going to spend $1,100 a week. Like, I don't spend $1,100 a week at the grocery store. Neither do the recipients of these programs, but they apply for it. They'll get $1,100 a week, all right, or every 2 weeks or whatnot. They know they're not going to spend it all at the grocery store. They'll spend half, and then they'll sell half off for a cash amount. So it's fraud. They're committing fraud against the system, and now they don't have a backup plan to this charade. Yep, they'll go buy weed and go buy all this other shit. And then they'll tell you they don't need no man. They're doing bad all by, they can do bad all by themselves. They're making it. You niggas ain't pulling up the slack. You broke. They'll call you broke. All right. And all of this stuff. And you'll be wondering why the women have access to these and go to concerts. Right. And then as men, young men, you're like, how come women have this and I don't have it? Right. How come they got cars? How come they got this and nails done? How come they got their hair done in wigs? How come they going to Hennessy hookah and lamb chops? How come they going to stores and vacations? How are they doing this? Well, one, they're using the EBT card scam, committing fraud. Number two, they're selling pussy. And they got a job on top of that. So this is what dudes don't realize. Now we see what the game is, and this woman's telling the game. They can't sell their EBT anymore. The hustle is dead.
So you weren't worried about feeding your children men. But all of a sudden now, you're outraged. Oh my God, like, why we gonna feed our kids the same way you've been feeding them? Yep. Sleeping with that man.
Ooh. So she's revealing the whole thing. But I tell you, man, the dark side will wake you up. How are we gonna feed our kids? He said the same way, selling that pussy.
When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear it. When I start selling pussy, I don't want to hear nobody say shit. When you see me on the corner, bitch, mind your business.
Because these women tell each other when they selling that pussy, all right, when they getting them buys fixed. She said it. Wowzers. Thank God for the internet. This is why I've been telling you, thank God for the internet. Let these women keep talking, please. God damn. But my morality, huh? I'm ruining these women. Yo, let's hear it again.
You're outraged. Oh my God, like, why we gonna feed our kids the same way you've been feeding them? Sleeping with that man. Getting a few funds from him, dude.
Getting a few funds from him.
Keep doing it. You know what I'm saying? Y'all ain't been worried about them kids and their well-being, but all of a sudden now, you are. Okay.
Oh, wee. Shout out to her right there. Yo. I tried to tell y'all, but y'all steady running game on these women. All right, come on, bruh. Dams, man, it is a cold, evil world out here, brothers. Anyway, man, goodness, the POORS are out here. They're trying to find a way. But what you have to understand for the people who want empathy, yes, the people who are disabled, the people who are elderly, the people, elderly people are questionable. If they're really elderly and can't work, of course. All right. And, but a lot of elderly are scammers. A lot of elderly people are scamming the system too. All right, don't get it twisted. They've been scamming the system for some 10, 12, 13, sometimes 30 years. But then you take children. Of course, we're sympathetic about children, and we would want everybody to do what they can to help. But at this particular point, you can no longer deny that these people have leached off the system long enough, and now they want you to feel bad. And now when you don't feel bad, they just commence to falling apart and stealing. This brother has this to say, because I found this interesting, and this is true. This brother right here, and no, this is not a do-rag. This is a rag for braids, Rasta. I don't know what it is, a Rasta rag, so I'll give him a pass. All right, I'll give him a pass for this one. But this guy says right here, SNAP benefits show people couldn't survive natural selection. All right, let's let the brother speak.
I don't want to sound like I'm overthinking it because
All right, so he gay. All right, let's continue.
I don't want to sound like I'm overthinking it because I know a lot of y'all can't keep up, but this SNAP benefit situation clearly shows y'all could not survive a world built off natural selection. If the government really stood back, if they just let everything go and let the world be who they want to be without them, y'all would not survive. Let's say they just only protected us from invasion of other countries, but you have to do everything else yourself. Y'all would not survive the natural selection.
Facts. This is a major fact. Most people, as I kept saying earlier, ain't shit. Most of y'all dudes ain't covering the bare necessities. And then when you look at the women, they're playing a fraudulent game that they're covering the bare necessities. But their definition of success is the bare minimum man. All right, whatever the performance of the bare minimum man. But yeah, I said this in de-evolution. We're seeing people de-evolve right in front of your face. All right, what does it say? Feminism's reverse engineering of American women. All right, what they supposed to be boss babes and more independent and starting businesses. There are some, but we're seeing the fall right now. We're seeing the weakest point, the bottom 30% falling, completely collapsing. But they were able to hide under this veil that feminism they're winning. But they're not. Don't ever. And by the way, the foreclosures of these women buying houses haven't even hit yet. Okay, because that domino is going to fall too. All right, remember they were saying all these women are buying houses? Wait till these bitches start getting foreclosed. Because they will. All right, because some of them girls are on EBT too. All right, they're playing the system too. So this is when people preach socialism, and I'm like, no way, because it's not sustainable. The government can't sustain it. The people can't sustain it. It doesn't create an environment where people can win. These anti-capitalists are getting exposed today, bro. Now, anybody blaming capitalism today, and it's crazy. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
You couldn't get your own food. You couldn't keep your own crib. You couldn't educate your own kids.
Facts.
Y'all would literally not survive.
Yep.
A world of natural selection. Y'all response to the SNAP benefits is don't celebrate the holiday. Keep your money. Everyone's going to be affected because food prices going to go up. Yeah, but this is natural selection. This is how the world moves. Without the government, right? What y'all gonna do when all those wolves start attacking the sheep?
Yep.
You either gonna turn into a wolf yourself, you gonna follow behind them like a fox, or you gonna be slaughtered. That's how natural selection works. And there's one issue with just benefits. It's showing y'all that y'all are biting the hand that feeds you. A lot of y'all are against the government. You constantly protesting. You constantly talking about them. But then you turn to the same internet where you're bashing them and you're trying to hold them accountable to continue to feed you and put food on your table.
And it's funny, somebody said a gay dude talking about natural selection is funny. I said the same thing. I was thinking the same thing. I was like, well, he wouldn't survive natural selection either. But today, when I talk about bossing up and I talk about these figures you need to meet, you need to have certain household income, this is to defeat this, because if you fall below it, you're going to get gobbled up and consumed. Pause. You can't win in today's world. But guys will sit here and tell me they can win like this. No, but he's absolutely right. Like, most people couldn't survive without what the government does for you. Not even just the government, what your employers do. Now, you tell me slaves don't still exist? You're going to tell me this. Like, this is where people argue. I know it feels bad hearing that. Man, I ain't no slave. Slavery was different. We're seeing it now. You're highly dependent on the government. The government can then dictate and say what you have to do at that point. And then now these people are saying, well, fuck the government. What are you going to do? Like, what are you going to do without them? Nothing. You can't even support yourself for 2 weeks with your own food. Think about this. And dependency on government is literally the worst thing you could do, man. That's terrible. As a man, you need to get up out of that. Now, that doesn't mean you can't use the government to prop yourself up to become a better business owner, all right, or to get loans for your agriculture. That's not dependency on government, all right? You're using what they're giving you, all right? This is usury. Now that when that goes away, you're immediately stealing Walmart carts. I mean, come on, bruh. So people cannot make it. The idea that women can make it on their own, we're learning. No way. There's no way. I knew a woman that was barely even 29 years old, all right? And she was saying she was on EBT, complete able-bodied individual. And I'm like, that's got to stop. And she had no kids. Like, this is terrible.
They don't have to do that. This is them showing you we don't have to do a lot of the things we do.
Facts.
But they understand the benefits of who they are. And a lot of people take it for granted. You can't be biting the hand that feeds you.
And by the way, Donald Trump, let's take it to Trump again, because I know people, this is a sore subject, but Donald Trump is taking revenge on you 85 to 95% of African Americans that voted against him, and 70, 60%, 50% of women. He letting y'all have it. All right. And he said that this is going to happen. He's letting you have it. This is a revenge tour from Donald Trump. So this is not a surprise for me. This is why I've been telling y'all, man, do not fall under these people. They don't have a plan for you. Don't never be up under a woman. Her plan is to survive and steal and kill and rob, and they will. And dude, put your antennas up. A lot of women are going to start trying to kill, steal, and rob. Okay. A lot of women are in desperation and survival mode, especially if you're on Fixes Buying LLC or dating. They're in survival mode, or you have an ex-wife, a daughter, right? A young woman in college. They are going to be in survival mode, and they're going to start setting people up. One thing I warn men of is, you think women are just going to fall apart and fall in a crumpled up heap and cry? No, they're not. They're going to turn into criminals. And we saw that earlier. Women are going to turn predatory, and they're going to have pookie boyfriends setting people up. So you got to be careful in how you look and consider women. We talk about them and their weaknesses, but they'll turn into criminals overnight. They'll set you up overnight. Okay, so you got to be careful when you're engaging with them and never take them lightly, especially then black women, because they're very masculine as it begins with. And so they are, you know, they're going to be in situations, all right, and they can put you in situations. So you got to have your guard up when you're dealing with them. And unfortunately, this does start falling on the shoulders of the black community. Unfortunately, people then start saying this is not just a black people's problem. And I would agree with you to an extent, but per capita, more black people, and specifically black women, are on this type of assistance. All right. They've been depending on these type of assistance for a long time. All right. And so thus then, let me see here. Thus, when you are dealing with them, you know that per capita, they're more likely to deal with it. Now, more white people are on food stamps. Everybody knows that. But per capita, only a smaller amount are. And some of your mammies and aunties going to be out here. So we are in survival mode. We are here. We're in doom and gloom live. We're in doom and gloom live now. All right, let me do these super chats, but we're in live doom and gloom. Everything that I preached over the last few years, we're in doom and gloom live. Never live up under a woman. Stop dating broke. Stop dating while you're broke. Don't date broke women. All right, boss up, leveraging options, no dead weight. Okay, because if you didn't follow it now, you up shit's creek now. There's dudes that brag that they live under a woman that is on EBT. Now, what are you going to do? All right, nothing. All right, now you got to go get a job. And she's going to kick you to the curb too. But we are in live, real live doom and gloom. Shout out to Big Boy, says, Coach, they want us to care about them feeding their kids, but last November they were up in arms talking about deleting their kids. Shaking my freaking head. He says, keep cooking, Coach. Boss up 2025. You're as a matter of fact. Yes, boy, I tell you, man.
You better boss up, nigga.
Yep, they was talking about fuck them kids. They was taking kids to the Planned Parenthood. Now all of a sudden, what about our kids? Shout out to you. Shout out to Cali West, says Kanye went on stage with a bulletproof vest on crying about having his daughter exposed to MK Ultra sex kitten programming like Kim Kardashian and her mother, although he took the prawn star from a basketball player. Give Kanye the buzzer. Yeah, he's kind of like in one of these situations where I talked about men. I mean, you married a porn star. You married her. So, I mean, you can't be surprised that she's taking her daughter that way, although she's not an attractive girl, the daughter, at this point. Maybe she'll grow up, but she got her baby fat on. All right, shout out to Gary, says, Coach, I followed a girl on live. She told people that she sold punani. Someone asked her why she don't deal with a man that's a pimp or a dope boy. She said, I can't get away with manipulation. They will call me out on my shit. This is why you do background checks. Okay. He says, why you don't deal with a man that's a pimp or a dope boy? All right. She can't get away with manipulation. So again, this does prove that women are going to go to men they manipulate. You know, again, you guys want to say marriage, and there's marriages that work and people can get married later. A man that gets married later to a woman later in her life is being manipulated, right? He can't defend himself. He thinks he's getting a good deal, or maybe he's codependent, or maybe he thinks that she really loves him, but he's getting manipulated. And women will target men that are easily to manipulate. Bottom line. That's who they go after. Men that are easily controlled and manipulate. We're all in a power dynamic. Shout out to our brother here. Blue Baggin says, didn't James Brown go to prison for kidnapping biches, holding them prisoner, and burning them with a crack pipe? Free Diddy. These hoes lying. Shout out to you, to them hoes lying. James Brown. Big Boss Man says, when I deal with attractive women, I rent them. He says, if you have to be in a serious relationship with a subpar woman, I ask, what's in it for me? And as the great people in the space have said, 9s and 10s are monetized. 9s and 10s are for sale or for lease or rent. So if you want a very attractive woman, you know, other than a woman that's like 21 or 22, once you get above that, 24, 25, okay, a highly attractive woman is highly for sale or lease. Now, people will deny this left and right, and then you will have a generation, generally you'll have a group of men say, nah, all right, I got handsome privilege. I fuck attractive women all the time. And then I say, show me that woman. Show me the woman you say you fuck and you don't pay for. And then you will see that that's a subpar woman. That's an attractive woman in his head. It's like Shallow Hal. In his head, she's a 9 or a 10. He's in Houston or Washington, D.C. In his head, that's a 9 or a 10. If I took the international beauty scale, if I took a modeling agency and put that woman in there, she would not be highly attractive. Is she good looking? Yes. Could she be in a video vixen video? Could she sell pussy on OnlyFans? Yes. Okay, so she's good looking, but she's not highly attractive. She's not a 9 or a 10. She's a 9 or a 10 to you. Okay, but with that being said, those women have always been for sale or for lease. Always, always. And when you figure that out, you can get through life. Then you have to figure out who you are. Are you handsome? Are you 6'8"? Are you? No, you're not. I'm that guy. Okay, you're not that guy. What do you do then? All right, because guys will say, well, I'm that guy, and women do whatever I want with them. Okay, but I'm not that guy. It takes a man to admit you're not that guy. I'm not that guy. So what do I do then? Well, you got to buy my $5,000 dating course. You got to do my consultation, right? Now I got to learn from you how to be that guy. I'm not naturally charismatic. I'm an introvert. What do I need to know now? Okay, but yeah, beauty is not free. An attractive woman can go anywhere around the world and be just, and she don't even have to sell punani. Attractive women don't even have to sell punani. Right? It comes with it. There's a high expectations that these guys, but dude, they don't even, but when you realize this, that you're not going to get a bikini model, you're not going to get a video vixen, you're not going to run into her at the mall and cold approach her in Louis Vuitton. You're not doing, these things are not going to happen. All right. I just want to, so what do you do with this information? Okay. Let's be better with 8, 7s, and 6s or 5s, 4s, and 3s. Let's be better with them. You can become a better guy with those, but even that requires some level of skill, charisma, status, money. You're still going to have to. But take the idea that you are going to fall. You're going to get a woman to fall head over heels for you, and she's highly, highly attractive. All right, it's not going to happen. That's a fantasy. That's a fantasy. All right, shout out to G says, just saw a former JUCO. She's currently homeless on that white shit. That's that coca. Man, we had hella fun. Damn. So, Coach, I want to hear your saddest JUCO story. Yes, I'm on Locals, but can never catch your streams live. My saddest JUCO story. I've actually shared it on the last live stream. For sure. The last live stream. No government name from, we're going to call you MI, says, Coach, when I was single, a threesome was a fantasy. Now in a relationship, I see it as a trap. If you get 2 chicks and one is your girl, best believe the run back is coming. He says, give the MMA fighter the you big dummy. Shout out to you right quick. Yeah, if you're in a relationship, I would not, you big dummy, get that person involved in a threesome. I wouldn't do it. You could do it. my threesomes are always going to be some girl that I know, potentially her bringing in another girl she knows, where they've offered this up. All right. But I'm not going to bring my girlfriend or wife into a threesome, because eventually somebody said the run back, because she's going to say, okay, my turn. All right. Right here. And then all of a sudden it's bad news. All right. But all of the threesomes that I've been involved with, they've never been my girlfriend. All right. I knew at least one of the girls. Okay. And let me just say, before you get involved in the threesome, learn how to slang some dick. Pause. Do not come out here with you 5-stroke specialists, with you 2-inch chubbies, all right, and you can't last more than 5 minutes. You're not going to know what to do with these girls. It's not, let me just say this. Do I have time? All right. Do I got time? Here we go.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
It's not as it appears in the video. All right. And nothing is as it appears. It never appears as it seems. All right. In the video, you're looking at a perspective that you're never going to see. All right. So once you're in there, the perspective is different. All right. You're looking at it not from the outside looking in. You're in the inside looking out. And there's a lot of things going on. Now, the best case scenario is if one of them are bisexual. If you have 2 women, one of them are bisexual. So that even makes it a little bit better, because now you got something to do with each one of the girls. Now you can join in, right? And now somebody can get something out of it where it doesn't interrupt. Okay. But when you then have it where there's 2 women that are not participating with each other, trust me, and you only lasting 5 minutes, you might as well just had them singularly. All right. You might as well have had them singularly. Yes, in the video, they're taking multiple scenes. Scene 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and they're extending it out. All right, but you only about the last 5 minutes with one woman, you don't need no threesome. All right, you won't know what to do. And a lot of people have performance anxiety. They're going to get in the room and can't even get their shit on brick. All right, and so now what? Now you got 2 women out here with their legs cocked open, and you got the goddamn, you need a fluffer. All right. All right. And now you done nutted before you even smashed the other girl. And he says, and make sure the girls are 5'5" and under. Facts, dude. I actually, most of mine, the women have been small and petite. All right. One was a woman was short and thick. All right, but you got to make sure they both smallish. All right, don't have 2 big Amazons up in that motherfucker. You go get clobbered. All right. And don't say what you ain't gonna do. Well, I don't want to eat the punani in the middle of it's a threesome. One right in your face, one right in your waist. All right, anything goes. Well, I don't like to put my mouth. Okay, you're gonna make it all weird. You're in there most of the time going raw on 2 bitches at one time. It ain't like you switching condoms in the middle of putting dick in. All right, hold on. I got to change the condom. Is this yours? Tammy, is this your condom? All right, let me write your name on it. You're probably going raw on both at the same time, for going from pussy to pussy with your dick. I mean, but you're in here trying to keep it clean. All right, I got to change condoms to go in her. You're going ass to mouth, pussy to mouth, mouth to pussy. Like, she's sitting on your face. You need to have fun, nigga. Loosen up. You put one in the Duke shoe, all right, finger in the other. All right, anyway. The niggas in there switching to killing the mood. Oh, well, let me put the condom on. I got to switch it on yours. And you got 8 condoms going back and forth. All right. Sharpie, this is Tamika's condom. Then you put the used condom back on to go back in the other bitch. Oh my goodness, man. Boy, dudes are out here. And then the fantasy. Well, I want to be safe in my sexual fantasy. Oh boy. You're going to go from you got to keep it freaky. You're doing the freak nasty. All right. Anyway, you're doing the freak nasty, and the high level that you go catch something, you might get a little gonorrhea. It's your fantasy though. You wanted the fantasy. Yeah, he taking showers in between. All right, now that I finished with you, I'm going to go to the other girl. Let me take a shower real quick, washing your dick in the sink. All right, are you ready? All right, nah, bro. That's not how it works, bro. All right, you men are delusional. Men out here are delusional. But yep, the punani all dried up, waiting for it. She just waiting. What's she doing? What's she gonna do? Wait for you to come back? What is the other girl gonna do? Your turn. All right. And you doing a lot of ass slapping and you doing a lot of pushing girls off, grabbing this one. It's really an animalistic process. It's not like they make it all romantic. All right, you pulling one hair back, smacking this one on the head. Give me here, girl, and bouncing her over here. You pulling this one here. Get this. All right, room smelling like Padussy. Sheets all fucked up. The other one, anyway, there's too much. Too much. Anyway. Oh, shit. He said, how I know? Come on, bro. He said, is this your how I know? Been there, done that. And it ain't what it's cracked up to be. It ain't like they make it in the movies, all right? Get you a couple here and there, all right? And then move on with life. One thing I always tell men is that all the things that we waste our time on thinking about, you could take $5,000 and experience it all. Everything you've ever wanted to experience with a woman, like an attractive woman, a model, an OnlyFans girl, a threesome, you can literally do that once you do it, you'll be like, you can literally move on with life. You can be like, all right, I'll go to work. All right. But instead what happens is, men don't want to do that. They kind of want to have this naturally develop, and then you're ruining your life trying to chase these fantasies that it takes you years to achieve. You're like going there thinking about it. You're watching videos on it, and you're like, I can't wait to have this. You literally could just get this out of the way with very small investment, get it out of the way and move on. They used to call this sowing your oats. Go sow your oats, man. Get this shit out your system. Get it and move on and be like, all right, it did, and move the fuck on. Instead of then what you're doing is, like the guy said, I'm going to take the JUCO from a girl that works as a nurse with my mom. Why? Like, why? Why? Dude, you know how many girls ready to do it? Instead of now you got to talk the bitch into it and pull her to the side. All right, ruin your whole program. When there's girls over here willingly ready to do it for you, they come over and drop it right off. But you trying to get it for as cheap as you can to finesse the woman into it, and now you done fucked up your job, you done fucked up your relationship with your kids and your mama, fucked up the relationship between the girl and her boyfriend, fucked up the relationship work-wise between your mother and the nurse. Just leave it alone, man. Leave it the fuck alone. That's like when you go to the gym or you go to Starbucks and you see a little cutie and she be like, hi, Greg. Every time you walk in, every time I walk into Starbucks, I order mobily. I go to the Starbucks, I'll breeze in the door, walk out. All of them, hi, Greg. Hi, Greg. Where you been? I don't try to turn those girls into JUCOs. I leave them girls there. Hi, and I keep walking out. But what you guys will do is like, oh, man, well, maybe they like me. Maybe I'll pull them over. Now, guess what? Now you didn't get weirded out on one girl. One girl weirds out on you, right? Or you make it uncomfortable. She still works there. She talks and spreads information. Oh, he tried to pick me up. He offered me money to fuck me. He fucked me and paid me. Guess what happens? Now, every time you got to go in there, it's weird. Then you have to go to the store 10 minutes away. Because there's going to always be somebody looking at your crazy ass like, okay? Don't make it weird. For people that know the gym that I go to, there's a lot of OnlyFans girls that work in there. There's a lot of OnlyFans girls. All right. I don't fuck with them. All right. I'm hoping maybe to get their name to see their Instagram and check it out, but I ain't trying to do nothing in there. I don't need to. I don't have scarcity. I know where to get my meat fixed. All right. I don't need to fix it with her. Those women look like every other girl, so I don't need to get it with her. I know other OnlyFans girls that are not in my gym, all right? So I don't have to fuck up my whole gym experience by walking up to this OnlyFans girl like, hi, little girl, where's your OnlyFans? Like, I don't have to do it like Shannon Sharp. Let them be who they are. Ignore them bitches. They gonna be there. There's a replica of them. I know where to find them. Let it go. That's where this dude said, this is bad advice. Let it go. But, you know, dudes trying to fuck up their whole program. Like, you're not going to make it weird with these people, man. There's people ready to do it. Now, don't go in. They're not at your gym. They're not at your school. They're not at the nightclub you go to. They're not at the store bagging your groceries. How many people ever did that? There's a cute little girl bragging groceries. You're like, oh, I could get on top of that. Now, all of a sudden, you go in there and you see her and you be like, hi, you trying to talk to her and shit. Hi, grocery store bagging girl. Looks like you can have a bind fix. But you don't say nothing. You just give her the looks. You give her the Samuel L. Jackson. Leering at her, giving her conversations, and she's laughing and she's eating it up. Only because she's trying to be nice in front of the manager so she don't get written up. So then what happens is you end up coming back to the store like, damn, I didn't finish the job. I didn't close. So you come back to the store a week later, thinking that you made a connection with this young lady and she was only trying to do her fucking job. Then you walk in there. Okay. You walk in there and you see her stocking cereal boxes and you walk up to her. I grocery store bagging girl. Remember me? She looking at you like, not really. Yeah, Mr. Negro. I kind of do remember you. Yeah. Remember we had that good connection and you laughed at my joke? You laughed at my joke. Right? And she's like, yeah, I did laugh at. I don't remember what you said, but yeah. So, can I help you? Yeah, you can help me. Perhaps, maybe I can fix your mind. All right. She's like, oh, I see what this is. Stranger danger. So most of these situations and scenarios are male fantasies that work out very, very sparingly. I've had women at banks that I fucked. Women at grocery stores and gyms that I fucked. I've had all of these things, man. I mean, listen, those things literally, it was the woman leading it. Okay, I'm going to tell you again, most of the time the woman sent me the layup or the female friend of the coworker sent me the layup. It wasn't me, oh, come here, let me pull you to the side and wait down until you're stocking away from all the other people so I can catch you down the aisle. Most of the time the woman laid up. It was a layup from the woman. All right. So I went into the bank a couple times and I saw this cute little girl and I was like, oh, she cute. And I kept leaving and came back and whatever. And you know what I mean? She would be like, oh, I can help you. Then I came in one day and she wasn't there. I wasn't coming in there for her, but this is back in the day when you had to take your check in and cash it. Okay. I walked in there one day. She wasn't there, but I was like, whatever. And then her friend was like, hey, psst, come here. I'll help you. I went over there and she was like, Angela wants, she doesn't work here anymore, but she wants me to give you her phone number. Okay. Now, that was a situation where there was a young girl there, but they laid it up. Oh, okay. And I was clapping Angela's cheeks that night. So when dudes say it works for me and this and that, it's most of the time the woman leads it. The woman opens that door. If they ain't opening the door, you're going to make it creepy in places where you got to keep going back to. You got to keep going back to. Now, if this is a grocery store and it's way across town, that's a whole different story too. But the woman laid it up. When I was in the gym one time, this woman wanted to fuck me so bad, all right? And then she came and hit me up, can I get your phone number? I was fucking her that night. So that was a situation where you're like, I thought you didn't cold approach women in the gym. But she came over there. She was the one that walked over there. She was the one that was like, hey, let's get together. So it didn't make it weird. It didn't make it weird. So that happens. That happened to grocery stores. I had a woman walk up to me, goes, hi, Superman. I've been watching you shop here for weeks. Clapping her cheeks too. That was easy. So dudes think when I say don't do things that you can't do it with a person in that environment. But it's most of the time the woman is the layup. The woman opens the door. She gives you the, yeah, go ahead and close. As opposed to, and these were all in places that I worked in or they worked in. And they were the one that sent the layup. And I was like, okay, that's a hot referral. I can't turn that down. I'm going. But then you then come in and make it creepy. Hi, young lady. Okay. Hi, young lady. And she ain't opened no door. All she did was smile and be nice. She smiled and be nice. And part of her smiling and being nice is because that's what she does at her job. Her job is to smile and be nice. Okay. But if you're going to places where you're always there, I'm always at that grocery store, I'm always at that Starbucks, I'm always at that gym, I'm always at that, just give it a rest, nigga. Give it a rest. Shout out to Kevin Sullivan, says, thanks for the daily knowledge and wisdom, coach. These are all just male fantasies in your head that you think, oh, I'm going to meet this girl. Unless she comes up to you and walks up to you. Now, she walks up to you at the grocery store right there. That's a whole different ball game. All right. Shout out to Amron. Says, I'm driving around listening and cracking up. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Just male fantasy, just unfulfilled male fantasy. And once you do this once or twice, you never have to do, again, what did I say on my stream? Men suffer from lack of abundance. The reason why you do this and you have to get the bitch at Whole Foods is because you lack abundance. I gotta get this one. She right in front of me. She right there. No, you don't. For me, somebody mentioned this. Coach looks tired. It's hard to be me, y'all. My evenings get very long. I edit. I work a lot in the office, and I'm choosable out here. I know you don't think so, but I'm a successful, handsome black man in his 50s. Light nights get long. Most times women don't get debaucherous until late in the evening. And I like to go to bed before 10 o'clock, but when it comes to it, when you're dealing with women, they don't get busy until fucking 10:30, 11, and 11:30 and 12. So it's hard to be me. You don't realize it. Women don't get warmed up and lubricated till they know the crickets are cricking. Okay, so when they know the neighbors ain't looking. Okay, when they can dip and they fathers are asleep. All right, then they start doing shit. And I didn't have my coffee this morning because, yeah, I had to get somebody out to the front door today. All right. But abundance. So any woman I see in my position, I don't have to get her. I can get the replica of her. I can get a woman that I know can guarantee delivery. I'm in abundance. When men lack abundance, they got to get that one. I got to get that one. Right? I don't have to get that one. Okay. Shout out to Eric Scott Sermon. Appreciate you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Joshua Moon. Says, if niggas ransack the grocery stores, they won't be able to restock the stores. Sound kind of dumb to me. It is. All right. And they'll never ransack the white businesses because they'll get shot. Okay. All right. Yo, it's crazy. It is crazy, 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 crazy shit. Yeah, but, you know, women don't get busy until the neighbors don't see them. All right. Shout out to our brother here, Cameron Brown says, hey, found out my role at a Fortune 500 got cut in a restructure. No stress though. Your boss up message had me prepared early. I got 6 figures, 6 months of salaries saved up and a strong resume, and recruiters are already reaching out since I updated my LinkedIn. Thank you for your wisdom. Shout out to you, man. Sorry to hear about your situation, but you're already ready to go. And I love it. All right. That's part of being prepared. That's part of being prepared. All right. Have you ever tried to get a woman to come over at 3:30 in the afternoon to fuck? Now, some women do. We're talking about on average. All right. They ain't coming over at 3:30 to fuck. They still got school and job and work. They taking a nap because they've been up hoeing all night. They ain't coming over to fuck at 3:30 in the afternoon. A woman will fuck you at 3:30 in the morning before they fuck you at 3:30 in the afternoon. All right. This is more likely to be the case. Now, if she's sleeping over at your house, if it's your girlfriend, this is the case. All right, because you got to think about it. They got to be like, damn, I got to take another shower. I got to take the makeup off my face. All right. All right, so they ready to kind of just do their thing, and then at the end of the night, you can smear the makeup off their face and mess up their edges. All right, it don't matter at that point. But at 3:30, once you done fucking them, they still got to go. You know what I mean? They got to put back on their foundation and lipstick and fix their edges. All right, they ain't trying to get ramshackled. They ain't trying to get ramsacked in the middle of the afternoon. All right, so that plays a part in it. They done got dressed and put on a push-up bra and they got their panties just right. They ain't trying to get ramsacked at 3:30. All right, anyway, last one, Luciano Facts Coach. There was a nice young petite thing in an apron in the bakery section. One day I asked her if she needed her bind fixed. She said no. Now I have to avoid the bakery section. Keep it at the JUCO. That's a co-sponsorship. Facts. Okay. All right, one thing, and I'm going to close it on this one. Plausible deniability. Let's say a girl you want to meet, date, have sex with, or JUCO, you meet her in public. Her first thing is she going to deny. All right. No, I don't need a bind fix. No, I got plenty of gas. No, I don't want to fuck. No, I got a boy. She's going to immediately deny. Now, we know this. She's going to play plausible deniability. Let's say she's a stripper. Because a lot of women that you think are attractive are strippers on their off day, right? So, you know what I mean? Like, I know a girl who's a stripper. Like, she works a regular job. I won't say what the job is, but she works a regular job. And I know she's a stripper, right? But nobody knows. She's just a cute little girl next door. And she on Instagram and all that. Her Instagram does not say she's a stripper, right? It doesn't say it. It says what her regular job is. All right, so here's the thing. Even if the girl at the bakery section was a stripper, she is not going to let you in on that. You know, perhaps I do strip on the side. Yes, you can fix my bind. She's not going to do it. Not going to do it. She's going to have to know who you are. She's going to automatically deny, deflect, redirect, lie, manipulate, plausible deniability. She's going to say no. All right. So you know this going in. This is why numbers game doesn't work. Because you're wasting your time. You can go directly to the strip club. I mean, you can get her right there. Why don't y'all go directly to the source? And this is some conundrum I find with men that are uncomfortable with this. I know what you're trying to accomplish. You know where you can get it done, but you don't want to go there. Like, I'm trying to figure out why. Somebody explain why. You know where the girls go to do this. You know what time but you got to get the girl at the bakery position. Why? You got to do the numbers game and perhaps see if it's one of the 100. You want the fantasy. You can get it right over here. These two girls will do it right here. They lined up sitting here in the goddamn lingerie draws. They're ready to do the threesome right now. No, you got to get your wife, your girlfriend on board. What the hell? What in the world? You're making it way too hard, gentlemen. And I don't know what it is. It's the ego. It's male ego. You got to prove that you can get it in the wild and have a fresh kill. I got to get a fresh kill. I got to get a fresh turnout. I got to get some girl unsuspecting and clobber over the head with this mouthpiece. That's the way I prove I'm a real man. No, bro. They want the advantage. They want to act like they're fucking some girl who doesn't normally fuck. All right. But that's not the case. Women are fucking. They're not virgins anymore. They're fucking. They're having fun out here. All right. Dudes just want to make it harder than it needs to be. Yep, they want the burning desire. They want the control. They want to act like you talked her into it. This is the other thing. Dudes want to act like they talk to women into having sex. Any woman will tell you women already knew they were going to fuck before you fucked them, before they even met you, before they even showed up for the date. They knew they was going to fuck. You didn't talk them in anything. You didn't impress them or not. The biggest thing you didn't do is talk yourself out of the pussy. They already know. So men act like women are just, oh, you want to do this? Oh, you're leading me down this rabbit hole. Oh, you're breaking the touch barrier. Oh, I really don't want to do this. Oh, you're unbuttoning my shirt. You're unsnapping my bra. You're putting your finger in my punani. That's not how it works, bro. Maybe if you're 18, 19, right? That's not how it works, bro. They knew what they was going to do beforehand. So you didn't talk him into shit. You didn't run no game, no mouthpiece. They knew they was going to fuck right at the end of the day. All right, so get over this fantasy that you guys are killers and gorillas and hunters and you're constantly just closing girls and they knew what they was going to do anyway. Yep, they knew before you knew that they was going to give you the pussy. All you had to do was open your damn mouth, and sometimes that's all it took. Just don't talk yourself out of it. But dudes get their ego so wrapped up into it, all right, that it's not that hard, bro. It ain't that hard. Get your ego out of it. Get your ego in check. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. All right, and we out of here. Luciano, thank you for the co-sponsorship. Peace.